Chapter 199. What about you guys? Danny looked at the Shadowbinder and the others. She wanted to compare the items and see who had more valuable items. I don't need a guardian skill, Tam said calmly. Seems like the Volantis people really put in a lot of effort to invite you. I don't have a level 1 guardian skill to exchange with you, the old man said regretfully. The blue-lipped milkman stepped forward and said excitedly, I'm willing to use 10 buckets of night shadow water and the wizard root method to exchange with you. I don't want it even if you give it to me for free. However, Danny was still tempted. She nodded hesitantly. Let me think about it. She then looked at the Moonsinger. The current guardian skill is enough for me, the big boss declined. Broadcast the weather forecast? Can I talk to Mage Lisbon alone first? Danny asked the Shadow-Binding Knight. When the Shadow-Binding Knight nodded, she walked to a corner with the Fire Mage. With their backs facing the others, they began to talk softly. Without the great wizard Valeglia's root method, I'm afraid I can't learn your blood dragon dance. Danny purposely probed. Lisbon sighed in relief. So that was what she was worried about. You don't have to worry at all. The blood dragon dance itself can also be learned as a high-level meditation technique. After all, it came from the great wizard Valeglia. Is your witchcraft incantation dictated, or is it something else? I'm afraid I can't remember or understand it. I can write it on parchment and teach you the standard pronunciation of the 64 syllables in Valeglia. Danny's heart skipped a beat, but her face revealed a puzzled expression. 64 syllables? Valeglia's witchcraft has a special incantation system. In fact, every extraordinary profession has a special incantation system. Only 64 syllables? What do you mean only 64 syllables? Lisbon stomped his foot and said unhappily, even if you don't understand incantations, you should know that the Valeglia language itself only has 30 letters, and the common language of the Sunset Sea only has 23 letters. Don't try to trick me. Incantation syllables are different from language letters, Danny said unhappily. Alphabets were arranged in order to form words, and words were arranged in order to form sentences. It was a one-dimensional language. On the other hand, the monosyllabic incantation was a two-dimensional arrangement. The combination and recitation methods were more complex and varied. It was a two-dimensional language. To put it simply, a large number of individual spell syllables formed a QR code. This QR code was considered a complete spell rune. The 9-colored spiral vortex in Danny's mind was also a super-large QR code. Of course, the QR code was more complicated. An ordinary QR code was composed of blank and black dots. It was actually a binary combination of 0 and 1. On the other hand, witchcraft incantations such as Valeglia's incantation had 108 standard syllables. Even if it wasn't considered blank, it was still in the 108-digit system. From this, one could see how much information it could hide. As everyone knew, even if it was a QR code, the coding system was different, resulting in many systems. At present, the QR code standard used in the market was the most common one, the one with the highest number of users. Different extraordinary professions, different basic incantation syllables, and different coding systems. Using one coding system's fundamental law to scan another coding system's incantation. If the code scanner couldn't read the information, it couldn't provide the support of witchcraft. In other words, it couldn't use this witchcraft incantation. If the Valeglia Wizard Council wanted to become a god, they also had the ability to become a god. Then they really became a god. The perfect fundamental law in the Great Wizard's Inheritance could scan all coding systems with the QR code, except for the God's Priest system. You also know? After being exposed by Danny, the young fire wizard was a little embarrassed. However, he quickly calmed down and said seriously, let me tell you this. Among the extraordinary professions, the Red God Priest has the second most incantation syllables. Even he only has 54. The Black Wall Aristocrat is just a branch family. He didn't receive the complete inheritance. I only got 36 basic incantation syllables from him. The remaining 28 syllables were painstakingly researched by me for 5 years. Fortunately, the Fire Wizard originally belonged to the Valeglia Wizard's branch family. The two magic incantations have many similarities. Now it's all yours. He gave Danny a superior look that said, you've taken such a big advantage of me. Hurry up and thank me. However, Danny only wanted to complain. Damn it, who would dare to use the things you researched except for yourself? Can it work? Facts speak louder than words. You've seen my fire control skills, the young Lisbon said proudly. It's because I saw it that I'm sure you're a 9th-rate sorcerer. I want the original incantation, Danny said. What do you mean? I think that with my talent I can deduce 108 incantation syllables. The young fire wizard squinted at her and said lightly, It's not that I'm arrogant and it's not that I want to discourage you, but a person should face reality calmly. In the transcendent world of the western continent of Ursus, I'm the undisputed number one of the young generation, the number one genius, the number one talent. Even my luck is the best in the world. I've received the unique inheritance of the great wizard of Valeglia. You haven't received all of it yet, Danny reminded him. Then she added, and you've already learned all of the secret spells. You won't lose anything if you give me the original. You don't understand? After hesitating for a moment, Lisbon carefully took out a palm-sized canvas bag from under his silk pants. The bag was sealed with a silver thread, and the belt was threaded through the thread. A strange smell of sweat spread in the small corner. Danny covered her mouth in disgust. Then the young fire warlock untied his belt and took off a small bag made of white canvas that was a bit yellow in color. With 2 fingers he carefully took out a palm-sized black card from the bag. Danny's eyes narrowed. Valeglia's steel identity card? You've seen it before? Lisbon was stunned at first, then he said, Oh right, I forgot that you're from the Arathorn family. Then he shook his head and explained, But this is not an identity card, but a witchcraft inheritance card. The witchcraft dance of the blood dragon is stored in it. Danny suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked curiously, How do I use it? Are there any restrictions? Other than the need for extraordinary talent, there are no other restrictions. Lisbon had a mocking expression and sneered. That noble's ancestor must have been very stupid, and not even a pure blood. The greater the restriction, the lower the possibility of that noble getting the inheritance. But it's also possible that this dance of the blood dragon was not valued by the Valeglia wizards, just like how no one would lock worthless copper coins in a safe. Danny said. Lisbon nodded and sighed with some frustration. It's very possible. At that time the Valeglia people had the whole world. This little witchcraft was nothing at all. Soon he thought about how he could learn the 3 gods to cave, and quickly make a lot of money. He could buy countless secret techniques from that wastrel. His spirits were lifted, and he stared at Danny with shining eyes. You see, this is Valeglia steel. It's close to an ounce, 28 grams per ounce. To buy it, I spent an extra 5,000 gold radiance coins. Danny frowned and pondered. The other party's asking price was not high, and 5,000 gold radiance coins was nothing to her, but she did not have that much money on her at the moment. I didn't bring that much money on a trip. Can I owe you first? The Arathorn family doesn't lack this bit of money, Danny said. Sigh, it's your first time attending an extraordinary gathering. I don't blame you for saying such things. Lisbon shook his head. Danny thought for a moment and pulled out the 15-centimeter long single-edged knife from her waist. Look at this. Looking at the dagger that was as dark as black smoke and as thin as a cicada's wing, the young wizard exclaimed, Valeglia steel? Yes. Change it immediately. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Danny's dagger. Wait a minute. Danny stepped aside and put the dagger back into her waist. Excluding witchcraft, the value of your metal plate is far less than my dagger. This? The young wizard's expression was conflicted. She was telling the truth. That dagger could be sold for 30 to 50,000 gold radiance coins. What do you think we should do? He asked. Mortgage it. I'll give you the dagger for safekeeping temporarily. In the future, I'll give you 5,000 gold radiance coins and you can return the dagger to me. After a pause, she added, I don't need you to sign a contract. Just give me the second most precious thing you have. You're not afraid that I'll go back on my word? The young fire wizard looked at the girl in front of him with a strange expression and said, Let me explain. Extraordinary gatherings are rarely held. The character of people like us. You understand? You're just a bunch of thieves. At least you have some self-awareness. Danny nodded and asked, So? There must be a wizard who is strong enough, has a high enough status, and has a good enough reputation as a guarantor to guarantee a fair trade and that we won't kill and steal the treasure. But after the gathering, Wizard Tam won't care about our lives anymore. I believe you, Danny said seriously. What? Lisbon was flattered. Because you're the number one person in the younger generation. You? The young fire wizard's eyes were watery. Looking at his lover and confidant in front of him, he was very touched. Unexpectedly, Danny continued, You're the number one person, so you definitely can't hide. As long as I can find you, I'm not afraid of you going back on your word. Fuck confidant. It was all an illusion. Lisbon pulled off the pendant on his neck and handed it over with a wooden face. Here, you want the mortgage? It's my most precious magic amulet. Looking at the shriveled sausage dangling under the silver chain, Danny's face turned pale. Forget it, don't mortgage it. I believe no one dares to go back on their word. Up to you. Lisbon gave her a look that said, you don't know what's good for you. Smiling, he put the dwarf amulet back on. In the end, he looked at Danny expectantly and urged, hurry up and teach me the three gods' return to cave witchcraft. Danny put away the metal amulet before squatting down and starting to explain. It's that simple? Lisbon was in disbelief. Learn it first. Then the shadow-binding knight and the others saw Priestess Layla angrily hitting the fire wizard's head and back while cursing. What an idiot. You can't even learn something so simple. Don't tell me you have legs instead of hands on your wrists? My legs are more agile than yours. You're too slow. Even a blind person can see it. Are you really the number one person in the younger generation? Your body is as stiff as a grayscale disease patient. The shadow-binding knight said faintly, as expected, even the most outstanding person in the younger generation can't master it. Three gods return to cave might be beyond the category of a level 1 Tau defense technique. It might be a god-level secret technique passed down from ancient Valeglia. Chapter 200. After an hour, Lisbon finally understood all the mysteries of the three gods' return to cave. He was barely able to perform it once. Danny stood up impatiently. All right, go home and practice. You should be able to reach half of my power after 8 to 10 years. Sai, the truth is simple. The easier it seems, the harder it is to actually do it. The young mage wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. That's because you're too stupid. Your brain isn't developed enough, your body coordination is too bad, and your eyes aren't good. However, Danny wasn't bragging. She was very skilled and was probably close to the Ghost Hand King. After all, this was a transcendent world with low martial arts and low magic. She was a knight, a grand knight who was half a step into the second realm, lifting heavy as light. Her eyesight, hand speed, and mentality were all much better than ordinary people. In fact, as long as she reached the realm of like arm, she would be qualified to perform the three gods' return to cave on CCTV. When the old fire mage saw the two coming back, he asked sourly, how was it? Did you learn it? Lisbon straightened his back and said proudly, as expected of the three gods' return to cave. It seems simple, but it involves thinking, mentality, hand speed, eyesight, language, and more than a dozen other factors. It's very difficult to master it all. Luckily, I'm very talented and have already learned all the techniques. I'm almost at the beginner level. Wow, as expected of the number one person in the younger generation of the Western continent. Moonsinger said in shock. I didn't misjudge you, the shadow binder said happily. The male wizard and the old mage also looked at him with envy, jealousy, and despair. Sai, I didn't expect that guy to be so lucky and talented. God is so unfair. Alright, the deal is done. The gathering is also coming to an end. Everyone can speak freely and exchange the secrets of witchcraft, the shadow binder said as he clapped his hands. They didn't stand on ceremony and asked the shadow binder about the troubles they encountered during their cultivation. Well, on the surface it was a discussion, but in fact, it was a discussion between the big shots and the little brothers. This was the responsibility of the shadow binder, Tam, who was the guarantor of the gathering. Danny was a novice in the cultivation world and had never encountered a bottleneck in cultivation. She didn't know how to ask questions, nor could she answer other people's doubts, so she just listened silently. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. Although he didn't understand what they were talking about most of the time, the shadow binder answered every question. Many times he blurted out the answer without thinking. Herbology, poison concoction, magic reagents, curse potions, pain in certain parts of the body during meditation, how to reduce magical errors, the names and taboos of some demon gods. There were even people asking questions like, how to swindle money from nobles. The old fire mage asked. I plan to go to Slaver's Bay to burn the Mother of Dragons' cold stove, the old man said honestly. Almost everyone is optimistic about the alliance, and many mages are fighting to participate in the alliance's dragon hatching ceremony. However, I know my limits. I can't compare to Great Wizard Tam at all. On the other hand, the Mother of Dragons' future was bleak, but for the time being she was flourishing and flourishing. Most importantly, she did not have any mysterious people around her, and she had even seized a large amount of gold radiance coins from the slave owners. I want to try and see if I can become her guardian archmage. Fuck this guy. How stupid am I to be in your heart? Guardian Archmage? Only you can think of that. Hee hee, the mother of dragons who has 4 dragons needs a fire mage? Great wizard, do you think that you can breathe fire better than dragons? Danny couldn't help but mock him. What do you know? The old black man glanced at her with disdain. He raised his chin at the shadow binder and said respectfully, "Of course, I'm not qualified to become the mother of dragons guardian archmage, but I'm asking Great Wizard Tam for advice." "What are you hinting at, you rotten old man? Great Wizard Tam is the same as you. He gained the trust of the nobles of Volantis with his guardian skills. He doesn't have any real ability at all? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. It might even be difficult to see her in person," the shadow binder said hesitantly. "What? I have an advancement step. She won't refuse to see me." "What kind of step?" Danny asked curiously. Although the governor of Volantis has sealed off the news from Slave Bay, everyone in the supernatural world knows that the Dragon Queen posted a notice in Myrene, looking for fire mages who know how to create wildfires. "Are you crazy?" The young fire mage looked at the old man in disbelief and shouted, "Everyone knows what she needs the wildfire for. Not to mention whether the Alliance will send assassins to assassinate her or not. She needs more than 1 or 2 liters of wildfire. She can make hundreds or even thousands of liters of wildfire. It's enough to kill anyone." "Why?" Danny was puzzled. Ever since she took down Astapor, her notice had been up for almost a year, but no real fire mage had come to apply. Well, there were many charlatans. Except for a few fire mages who could refine white phosphorus and were valued by Danny, the rest were all liars. Not only did they not get the money, but they were also whipped 10 times by the devil's tail, Hattar. The shadow binder said slowly, "Not many people in the south of Ursos dare to create wildfires. The temperature is too high. When the temperature is higher than the body's temperature, the wildfires will become unstable. You may not know this, but wildfires will explode when exposed to direct sunlight and heat from friction. The process of creating wildfires is even more dangerous. It's not a problem to focus on creating a small amount of wildfires for experiments, but if there are too many..." At this point she asked the young fire mage, "What's your error rate?" "In the cold basement, 2 ounces each time, the success rate is 95%, Lisbon said confidently. The shadow binder looked at Danny. "So, you understand? Even the genius mage Lisbon makes mistakes. If he created 1,000 ounces of wildfire for the Mother of Dragons, he would make about 25 mistakes. After so many times, I might be more familiar with it," the young fire mage protested. "Or you might be more tired, more numb, and make more mistakes." The shadow binder glanced at him, then turned to Danny and continued, 25 mistakes. Lisbon can't be lucky enough to avoid it every time, but 1,000 ounces is less than 1% of what the Mother of Dragons wants." The old mage chuckled. "I can slack off or I can teach the apprentices and let them do the work. If the allies attack, I can also become their spy." "Yes, you can try. I think that with your talent and wisdom, you'll definitely be able to shine under the Mother of Dragons." Danny encouraged him with a sincere expression. "Thank you." The old black man was experienced and could tell that the priestess was sincerely blessing him. He couldn't help but feel warm inside. Danny continued to give him advice. "It's best to find a few more colleagues to help you share the risk. The journey will be difficult, and it's too dangerous and eye-catching to go alone. It's best to find a few dozen fire mages to form a group. The Kingdom Protector needs subordinates too. If there's an accident, you can find someone to take the blame." "Thank you." The old mage's eyes were wet. He was very touched. "Take this bottle of fire-repelling ointment." He took out the wooden box from his bag and handed it to her. "Layla, your skin is a bit tanned from traveling in the sea of summer. Apply this ointment and roast it. It can remove the dead skin and help you become fair and attractive again." "Ah, thank you." Danny smiled awkwardly and took the ointment. While the two of them were being intimate, the shadow binder said faintly, "The Mother of Dragons is the source of miracles. How can there not be any mages paying attention to her?" "Oh," the old man asked in surprise. "The top group of extraordinaries. As far as I know, the great wizard Haya and Asha Kueishi brought her out of the Red Wasteland." "Great wizard Haya and Asha Kueishi?" The old black man's face was pale. "They're both giants. I heard that Haya and the Mother of Dragons had a falling out in Kuei's, and Kueishi never stayed by her side for long," Danny said with a frown. "You've heard of Kueishi too?" the shadow binder asked in surprise. "Of course. There were a total of 3 people who went to the Red Wasteland to search for dragons. But I don't know about Kueishi. Is she famous in Asha? Kueishi's status in Asha is like Lisbon's in Volantis. The Shadowbinder's tone was complicated. It was a bit like the old black man's jealousy and disappointment when he talked about the young fire mage. Lisbon raised his chin and said in a bleak tone, I see. The Shadowbinder Kueishi is in the east, and the fire mage Lisbon is in the west. It's a pity that we're thousands of miles away from each other. In an instant, Kueishi's status in Danny's heart plummeted. She fell into the abyss. Tam, you must hate Kueishi a lot. That's why you use such a metaphor to smear her reputation. You're both Shadowbinders. Why are you in such a hurry to ruin her reputation? However, she could only bury these complaints in her heart. After hearing Tam's words, she couldn't help but have a few questions. Great Wizard Tam, does Kueishi also know shadow sorcery? All qualified Shadowbinders know how to do it. Oh my god, she can't be trying to control the Dragon Queen's soul, right? Danny purposely exclaimed. No. The Mother of Dragons has a dragon, and the shadow blood sorcery is mostly used on men, the Shadowbinder said. Why? Tam was a good guarantor. He answered all of her questions. He didn't even hide some of the secrets of the Shadowbinders. Because to cast that spell, the most important step is to have intercourse with the person involved. Have intercourse? Danny stammered, her face full of shock. So the legends are true. Shadowbinders have intercourse with men at night and then take away their souls. The Shadowbinder didn't get angry. He said calmly, intercourse is just a process to complete a certain ritual. The blood of low-level men without any power is not attractive to us. Shadowbinders don't need human souls. When we really need to sacrifice a living person, we don't need to have intercourse with them. We can just burn them and offer their souls to Lalo. So you understand? The blood sorcery that requires intercourse and the sacrifice that takes away a person's soul are two different types of sorcery. The former is far more technical than the latter. This is also the difference between the new Dragon Granny and me. Those who rely on their own strength to master shadow magic are called Shadowbinders. Those who don't have enough talent and only know how to please Shadow Demon Lalo are called witches. I see. After Tam's explanation, Danny immediately understood the difference between witches and Shadowbinders. It was just like how fire mages could still control fire even if they didn't believe in the Light King. Although Shadow Demon Lalo was the Lord of Shadows, shadow magic wasn't unique to him. Sorcerers could also master this ability with their own strength. They were called Shadowbinders. I heard that there was a king in the Westeros, Stannis Baratheon. He also had a Shadowbinder under him. At the same time he was also a Red Priest. Do you know him? Chapter 201. Melisandre? The red mask covered her face, but Tam's eyes and tone were filled with unconcealable fear. I've also heard of that woman's deeds. The sea merchants from Old Town and King's Landing all mentioned her. The statues of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island were destroyed, and the divine forest in Phoenix's Breath Castle was burned down by her. Even the crest of Theonbera's family was changed to a blazing red heart. Very arrogant and very powerful. I'm not sure if it's true, but people say that Melisandre helped Stannis obtain the legendary Red Sword of Heroes, the Lightbringer, the old man said seriously. The Lightbringer? So, Stannis is the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of the legendary Yesor Ahai? Lisbon was shocked. Perhaps, the old man said uncertainly. The young fire mage said strangely, but the supreme priest Benello has always preached that Danny Rise is the child of prophecy, the savior born from smoke and fire. Is there no consensus within the Red God priests? Did the Light King give 2 different revelations to his followers? Melisandre is not just a Red God priest, the shadow binding said with a frown. Did you moon singers predict who Yesor Ahai is? The male wizard asked the zebra leader with a frown. What about the male wizard? The moon singer asked instead of answering. The immortal hall was burned to the ground by that woman. How could she predict? The male wizard shook his head with a bitter smile. I wonder what she saw in there. The transcendent realm is really turbulent these 2 years. The moon singer sighed and said slowly, regarding the prophecy of Yesor Ahai, we have secretly tried no less than 100 times, but the results are not clear. The image of Danny Rise riding a dragon appeared 15 times, the blurry cold fog appeared 47 times, the back of an unfamiliar black-haired man appeared 33 times, the blazing red heart flag appeared 4 times, and 7 or 8 people appeared once or twice. While everyone was deep in thought, Danny asked, so, the possibility of Danny Rise being the child of prophecy is not high. Who is that black-haired man? You can't say that. The future is uncertain, but it will definitely come. A certain outcome will definitely occur. Talking about possibilities in the future is meaningless. Simply put, before the truth is revealed, we must treat everyone with caution. As for the black-haired man, I can only see his back. In most cases, I can't even see his back clearly. Those 100 or so prophecies of yours were all for naught, they were all meaningless. After complaining in her heart, Danny looked at the shadow-binding knight and asked, "Who is that Madame Melisandre?" "Someone who cannot be provoked." It said that. Tam spat out a sentence with difficulty. "She has hundreds of years of cultivation." What? Danny wasn't the only one who exclaimed. Everyone present exclaimed. "She's different from the traditional shadow-binding knights. Most of us first grasp the power of shadows, then study the teachings of the shadow demon Lalo. In the end, we might develop faith in the Light King Lalo. However, she was originally a slave bought by the Red God Temple and was raised as a priest. She came to the Shadowlands at some point in time and gradually became a low-profile but terrifying shadow-binding knight. I don't know what her relationship with the Red God Temple is, but there's no doubt that she's a powerful wizard and also a believer who is doted on by Lalo. There's also a terrifying rumor." Her voice was trembling. It was obvious that she was extremely terrified. "What rumor?" Danny asked with a hoarse voice. "She's not human." "If she's not human, then what is she? A devil? A god or a devil who walks in the human world? She reached the realm that us extraordinaires dream of and broke away from the body of a mortal. What's there to be afraid of?" Danny's mouth twitched. "Isn't she just a demigod? I thought you were going to say something. You made the atmosphere so gloomy and terrifying that I didn't even dare to speak loudly. You, the ignorant, are fearless." The shadow-binding knight glanced at her with disdain. "All right, that's all for today. Let's adjourn," she said and prepared to leave. "Wait, one last question." Danny hurriedly stopped the shadow-binding knight and quickly asked, "What's the deal with the syllables of the spell? The more syllables there are, the stronger the spell? The more syllables there are, the more truths of the universe can be recorded. The spell is also more complicated. In theory, the extraordinaire profession has greater potential, but potential doesn't equate to power. Lisbon told me that the Red God Priest spell system only has 54 syllables. It's a lot less than Wizard Valeglia's spell system." The shadow-binding knight glanced at the young fire mage coldly. His gaze was so cold that it made the young fire mage's face turn pale. "Sir Tam, I am not lying. The Red God Priest only has, but you deliberately hid some information and misled her." The shadow-binding knight coldly interrupted him. He turned to Danny and said, "Lalo, the god of shadow and fire, has two forms. The Light King has 54 syllables, and the Shadow Demon has 54 syllables. The followers of Lalo have 108 syllables to learn." 108. Danny fell into deep thought. She seemed to be in a daze. In the end, under the shadow-binding knight's request, the fire mage Lisbon swore that he would teach the new Valeglia spell syllables to Layla of Bravos for free as compensation for lying to her. Danny's face stiffened. She expressed her gratitude to both of them at the same time. "Damn it, don't come and harm me, okay? Out of the 28 syllables you deduced, 42 were wrong. Not only were the 28 syllables mispronounced, but the writing was also wrong. Out of the 36 original Valeglia letters, 14 of them were mispronounced. Using English as an example, Lisbon only learned the 7 letters A, B, C, D, G from the Black Wall Prodigal. Suddenly he encountered English in the spell. He realized that other than E and G, he had never seen the other letters before. Thus, the smart and far-sighted Lisbon separated N, L, I, S, H from English, and gave them a powerful pronunciation that resonated with the mysterious power. The problem was that the spell QR code was far more complicated than a one-dimensional character string. Lisbon should have separated N, but he saw it as M. As a result, not only was the pronunciation wrong, even the form was wrong. On the way back to the surface, Danny and the others met pirates, merchants, and prostitutes who came from the other side roads. They were either selling their stolen goods, holding hands, or negotiating a secret agreement. When they met each other, they did not greet each other and were silent all the way. After they came out of the artificial mountain cave, everyone separated in the courtyard. It was late at night, and there were fewer people in the public rest area of the merchant's house. However, the candles were still shining brightly. In the hall, hundreds of guests were chatting loudly, bragging, discussing business, or shouting drunkenly. Passing through the crowd, Danny found the passage back to the guest room on the second floor in the corner. After taking a few steps up the stairs, a black shadow approached from the side. It was the hooded white knight. I thought something happened to you. Why did it take you so long? He was obviously relieved, but there was a hint of complaint in his tone. It was obvious that the waiting period was not easy. It was really a gathering of extraordinary people. It was very formal. There were performances of witchcraft, transactions of items and secret techniques between the wizards, and finally, there were great wizards answering difficult questions for the little wizards. After explaining, Danny could not help but sigh. Those wizards were not powerful, but it gave me a deeper understanding of the truth of this world. She went up to the second floor and found her room. Baristan followed her in. After closing the door, the two sat down in the living room. Danny then told him the details of what happened. I never thought that a gathering of the mysterious people would be like this. The old knight had a look of yearning and sighed. If this was before, I would have scoffed at those mysterious people and things. What's the situation with Tyrion? Danny asked. His companion, the one who looks like an ascetic with a square face, is called Halden. He seems to be a scholar, but I have never heard of his name. Is there anyone else? Yes, by eavesdropping on their conversation, I found out that Tyrion and Halden are serving Lord Griffin, but that Griffin is not in Volantis. The two of them are part of the vanguard, in charge of looking for ships heading to Slaver's Bay. Tyrion is also tasked with finding out about you in the merchant's house. They are going to Slaver's Bay to look for you, Baristan said. Griffin? Who is he? It was definitely not Varys. The eight-clawed spider did not have to hide his identity. Danny was a little confused. Why is this so different from the plot of Game of Thrones? Forget it, let them go to Slaver's Bay. We will go to the Black Wall tomorrow and find out where the Gith ambassadors are stationed. We will have a good rest in the afternoon and leave Volantis at night for Dorne. It was close to 3 in the morning when they fell asleep. Danny did not have the energy to stay up to study witchcraft, so she went straight to bed. The two slept until 9 in the morning. When they were washing up in the bathroom, Danny was surprised to find that there was really a white fog outside the window. I changed my clothes and had breakfast in the small living room of the hotel. At about 10 o'clock, the fog dissipated as if a veil had been lifted. The fishmonger square was suddenly exposed under the golden sunlight, and the sky was clear and blue. It was almost the same weather as the moon singer predicted last night. After telling White Knight about this, he exclaimed, "It's great to have such a moon singer on the way to war." Because she did not want to meet Tyrion again, Danny did not put on any ugly makeup. Her underwear was washed by the inn's maid. She wore a white shirt, a brown leather jacket, a silver chain vest, silk pants, open-toed sandals, a long sword at her waist, and a clean light blue canvas cloak with the hood pulled up. In the tropical climate of Volantis, this outfit was a little stuffy, but it was not unusual. There were also long-haired Ibans who wore fur coats. Walking down the creaking wooden stairs, they heard Tyrion howling from afar. Impossible, how is this possible? I've been watching carefully, how can there be 3 dice? I don't believe there is some teleportation spell, let's do it again. As long as you have the money, you can do it 10 more times. Lisbon laughed. At a round table under the window facing the street, there were 3 groups of people inside and 3 groups outside. On the stairs, they could see the proud young fire mage and Tyrion, who was red-eyed from losing. The fire mage was leaning against the wall behind the round table. In front of him were 2 porcelain bowls, 3 dice, a small pile of silver coins, and a black metal stick as thick as a chopstick in his hand. Chapter 202. That's enough, Hugo. You've already lost 70 silver coins. We're almost out of money, the ascetic-looking middle-aged man scolded in a low voice. Out of money? You've already lost 70 silver radiance coins. Tyrion stood on the stool as if he was dumbfounded. Dwarf, your manhood is very valuable. I'm willing to pay 10 gold radiance coins for it. Lisbon put the small pile of silver coins on the table into the leather bag at his waist as he teased Tyrion proudly. Danny noticed that there were 3 leather bags on the left and right sides of the young fire mage's belt. Other than the one that was holding the money, the other one was already full. The last one was half full, but it seemed to be filled with gold radiance coins. Since you like my manhood so much, how about I give it to you? 1 silver coin each time. It's a little more expensive than the prostitutes in the colorful garden next door, but it's rare to see an ugly dwarf like me, Tyrion said viciously. Ha ha ha. The vulgar sailors around all laughed loudly. Even the people on the street who were separated by a window looked out curiously. The young fire mage glanced at the little devil coldly and scanned the rich merchants and mercenaries. He said loudly, Anyone else want to try? The odds are 1 to 10. The lowest bet is 1 silver radiance coin. There's no upper limit. If you get it right, you'll get 10 times more. I'll do it. A midsummer islander wearing a peacock feather cloak stepped forward and threw out a gold radiance coin with a skull crown printed on it. Fire mages are all liars. Everyone knows that. I don't believe you can teleport. Danny did not stop to watch. She walked past the crowd and found the waiter at the front desk. She rejected the waiter's suggestion to hire an elephant carriage and asked him to bring out the tamed horse from the stables. When she walked down the stone steps at the front door, she heard the midsummer islander lose his composure and arrogance. He almost shouted hysterically, 3? That's impossible. I've been watching. 1 gold radiance coin. Again one more time. It was almost noon. The fishmonger square was crowded. The smell of fish mixed with the smell of roasted cumin mixed together. Riding on a tall horse, one could clearly feel the prosperity of Volantis. Volantis had the largest population, the largest port, the largest city, and the richest and most fertile colony on the Lorne River. Once upon a time, this eldest daughter of Valeglia was the leader of the 9 free trade city-states. Even now, her economic and military strength was second only to Bravo's. The sun shone brightly and the view was wide. Danny observed the city more clearly than last night. Heading east, they arrived at the riverside street, which was even more bustling. None of the buildings facing the street were lower than 2 stories. Below them were clothing stores, chess halls, taverns, barbecue stalls, brothels, warehouses, and so on. The streets were filled with sailors, merchants, and slaves who were as busy as cockroaches. Danny suddenly realized that she had been tricked by Aunt Kelly in the suburbs of the eastern city. Although there were many people who took elephant carriages, riding horses was not an exception and would not be looked at differently. The yellow oranges on the cart by the street attracted her attention. She used 5 copper coins to buy 15 oranges the size of an adult man's fist and gave 5 to White Knight. Danny ate the sweet and sour oranges as she leisurely rode along the street. On the streets, there were many male and female slaves with shovels or flies on their faces. They were like inconspicuous shadows, curled up and shoveled the warm and fresh elephant, horse, and cow dung on the ground into dustpans. Therefore, the riverside market did not smell bad. Instead, the sweet fragrance of flowers and fruits floated over from time to time. Choose Elios Chihida. Suddenly, a woman's shrill voice came from the front. The men also joined in the commotion. I want to see your lower body. Stick it out and let me see it clearly. Which brothel are you from? I'll go find you tonight. Please vote for Elios. A 3-meter-tall giant elephant rumbled past. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. It was carrying a huge castle on its back, estimated to be more than 10 square meters. 9 seductive girls in tulle grabbed onto the thin railings of the castle and flirted with the passers-by. The mercenaries and sailors passing by were mesmerized and could not move. Yes, the girls had teardrop tattoos on their eyebrows. They were all slaves. A girl took out her white hair and flirted with a sailor who was whistling. A girl obediently lifted the only layer of pink tulle on her body, spread her legs and stuck out her buttocks towards the street. A girl slid her right hand underneath and entered. The men on the street could not take their eyes off her, their faces and ears red. Finally, someone could not hold it in anymore. A fat man in his 50s with white hair rushed out of a rice shop beside them. He waved at the giant elephant and shouted, I'm Belwan Kandahar. I have the right to vote. I swear to vote for Elios Chihida. Give me a whore. Yes, sir. The giant elephant stopped. A silver-haired young man in luxurious clothes rode over on a white jade dwarf elephant and said, Thank you, Mr. Kandahar, for supporting my father. I wonder which one or how many do you want? The rice shop owner pointed at the girls on the castle pervertedly. That silver-haired one. It's a pity she doesn't have purple eyes. Otherwise she would look more like that woman. And that blonde-haired one who looks like the Queen Regent of Westeros, and that chestnut-haired one, a little vixen. They're all out. So scary. Belwan, don't die of exhaustion on the day of the vote. Someone mocked him loudly. Not to mention 3, I can handle 30 of them. Not everyone is as useless as you. Ha ha, the street was filled with laughter. 3 girls climbed down the rope ladder on the elephant's back. At the same time, 3 more girls came down from the carriage behind. They took off their yellow cloaks and climbed up the castle wearing only transparent silk clothes. The fat rice merchant pulled the 3 pretty girls and ran into the inner room of the shop impatiently. The giant elephant continued forward. Choose Elios. Choose Elios. After all, There were only a few people in the West District who had the right to vote. On the way to the Long Bridge, they didn't meet any candidates who were soliciting votes. It was too dark last night. I didn't see it clearly. Now I realize that the Long Bridge is so strange. Under the big black stone arch of the Long Bridge, Danny turned her head and said to the old knight. The Long Bridge didn't have a sidewalk or a lane. Carriages, elephant carts, and passers-by squeezed together. The road was only 5 meters wide. However, this didn't mean that the bridge was only 5 meters thick. In fact, it was more than 12 meters wide. There were no fences on both sides of the road. Instead, there were all kinds of buildings. Shops, temples, gold shops, incense shops, hotels, dog meat restaurants, inns, shivas, chess halls, brothels. The slave shop had weavers, lace workers, glass workers, candle makers, and fisherwomen who sold eels and oysters gathered together and loudly sold their catch to passers-by. Danny used 1 silver coin to buy 30 fresh oysters from a silver-haired middle-aged woman. She stood beside the wooden cart, dipped in the vinegar and fresh lemons provided by the woman, and ate 20 oysters in a row. They were very fresh, tender, and delicious. The buildings on both sides of the road were 3 or 4 stories high. Each story extended a little deeper than the one below. The top stories on both sides were almost connected. When crossing the bridge, it was like passing through a cave tunnel. Only the line of sky at the top penetrated the golden sunlight. Last night, all she could see was the brilliant lights. She couldn't see the complete structure of the buildings. At this time, walking on the bridge, Danny had a strange thought. If Dahe breathed fire from the beginning of the bridge all the way to the end, wouldn't the people inside have nowhere to escape? They came to the center of the Long Bridge. There were no buildings on either side of the 4 or 5 meter long road, but there were many iron pillars. A few broken hands of varying degrees of decay were hanging on the pillars. There were also 3 heads covered with white maggots. It inexplicably reminded Danny of the skewers of chicken feet and pig faces that were dried under the sun during the new year. When passing by last night, she also smelled the stench, but she didn't see the scene on both sides. After seeing it, Danny almost spat out the oyster she had just eaten. There were also 4 signs hanging under the iron pillars. The origin of the broken hands was scribbled on them. The broken hands belonged to thieves and bag thieves. 3 heads. The slave girl reached out to resist her mistress. The old bard was accused of being a spy of the Dragon Queen because he played the piano and sang the story of Shia at the dock. The young man killed his father. A pair of Tiger Pao soldiers stood on one side, waving their spears from time to time to drive away the falcons, seagulls, and scavenger crows that pecked at the carrion. The old man died unjustly. Danny could guarantee that he was innocent. She had spies and new guys and queers. Volantis was far away and was not her target for the time being. Out of the Long Bridge tunnel, Danny found that many people were rushing north along the Riverside Road. They were in a hurry and most of them had slave tattoos on their faces. What are they going to do? She stopped a small tomato vendor and asked. Taking advantage of the free time at noon, the slaves are going to the Red Temple for afternoon prayers. Is the Red Temple far from here? She asked again. The Black Wall was also in the north. If the Red Temple was not far away, they could go there first. It's very close, just under the Black Wall. After walking less than 200 meters along the river bank, the field of vision suddenly widened. The square was less than a hectare, but the temple opposite the square was too magnificent. The temple was located in the east and facing the west, with its back against the Black Wall. It was a cluster of buildings, consisting of dozens of halls and hundreds of towers. Different buildings were connected by stairs, buttresses, and stone arches. Everything was integrated as if they were chiseled out of the same huge rock. There were hundreds of red, yellow, gold, and orange lines on the wall. They overlapped each other like a huge flag under the sun. 7 gods above, I thought that the great cathedral of St. Bell was the most magnificent temple in the world. I didn't expect the Red Temple of Volantis to be almost 3 times bigger than the cathedral. Baristan was dazzled. Obviously this was not built in one go. Who knows how many times it has been expanded over the centuries. In order to not be too conspicuous among the group of devout Red God believers, Danny turned around and jumped down from the horse's back. Ah, the Supreme Priest. How lucky! Today's afternoon prayers are led by the Supreme Priest himself. There was a sudden commotion from the crowd in front of them. Soon, the entire square of 4,000 to 5,000 people cheered loudly. Supreme Priest, Supreme Priest. In the middle of the square of the Red Temple, there was a thick stone pillar about 20 meters tall. A narrow stone bridge about the width of one's foot connected the stone pillar to a platform in front of the temple. Under the noon sun, a group of monks slowly climbed up the platform. A milky white monk in a red robe walked in front. Behind him were a dozen male and female priests who were also wearing red robes. Behind them were acolytes of lower status, wearing light yellow or bright orange robes. On the stairs stood a row of soldiers in gorgeous armor and orange capes. They were guarding the entrance of the temple with spears in their hands. The tips of the spears were made into the shape of burning flames. They are the hand of holy fire, the holy warriors of the King of Light, the guardians of the Red Temple, Baristan explained softly. I know. I heard that Volantis has 1,000 hand of holy fire. Dani nodded. Her gaze never left Bonello. She hoped to see his eyes clearly to determine the level of his power. However, the distance was too far. She could see the color of his eyes, but she could not sense the basic charm in his sea of consciousness. Not only was the square below the stone pillar filled with people, there were also hundreds and thousands of guards on the 60-meter-tall black wall behind the temple, looking down. Not long later, the other monks stood on the platform according to their ranks. Bonello's steps were steady as he looked at the golden sun in front of him. He walked on the narrow stone bridge as though it was flat ground and finally stood at the top of the stone pillar. The slaves below all extended their arms and shouted titles such as Fire of Truth, Light of Wisdom, Head Servant of My Lord, Supreme Priest, and so on. No one called him by his name. This scene and atmosphere was almost comparable to the fanaticism the slaves had for Dani after the Emancipation Proclamation. Chapter 203. King of Light, protect us, for the night is long and full of danger. Bonello's voice was a typical tenor. It was so loud that it pierced through the sky, piercing through the layers of space, and entered the ears of everyone in the square. 7 gods above, what a peerless voice of a famous general. Baristan murmured. Dani's mouth twitched. The status of the supreme priest was much higher than that of a famous general. Bonello should be a slave of the Kyle's clan. He was tall and thin with prominent facial features and white skin. He looked like a typical milkman. His cheeks, chin, lips, and bald head were full of red flame tattoos, as if his face was covered with a layer of bright red mask. Only a pair of blue eyes could be seen. It looked a little scary. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley. Fortunately, we have comrades, gathering together. Fortunately, we have God, who overshadows us. Bonello continued to recite the prayer, and the slaves below followed him. They looked focused and pious. Dani was surprised to find that the black wall behind the square was also densely packed with people. 90% of them were the Tiger Cloak army holding tiger helmets. It seems that the rumors are not exaggerated. Half of the Tiger Cloak army believes in the red god Lalo. The noon prayer was not long, about 200 to 300 words. But after reciting the prayer, Bonello did not leave. Instead, he raised his right arm and pointed at the sun in the sky with his index finger. The night is long and full of danger, he suddenly shouted. At the same time, he clenched his fist and opened his arms. His movement was a little big, and Dani was worried that he would fall down from the narrow stone pillar. When the supreme priest's voice reached the highest pitch, there was a hissing sound, and a tongue of flame shot out from his fingers. Ah! Not only were the people below shocked, but even Dani exclaimed. There was a strong wave of magic, which meant that Bonello was using fire magic and not a prop. Under the clear sky, the tongue of flame that shot out from his fingers was dark red like blood. It was so bright that it almost turned into a solid substance and dripped to the ground. Then, Bonello moved his right hand, and the flame left a line of Valeglia words in the sky. Only a single letter was as big as a bed. Darkness is coming. The foolish actions of the ignorant will bring about blood, fire, and destruction. Only the Savior can save the world. Ah! The crowd let out a deafening roar. The women covered their faces and cried, while the men waved their fists in the air. Their faces were full of indignation, and they let out cries of unknown meaning. Dani suddenly had an epiphany and said with a strange expression, "Are you talking about me?" Sure enough, the next moment, Bonello shouted, "After the long summer, the stars weep blood, and Yesor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt. He is the Savior, Dani Liz Targaryen." Her rise had fulfilled the ancient prophecies. She was born in the land of smoke and salt, and she was and would reshape this world. She is the reincarnation of Yasur Ahai. She will defeat the darkness and bring about a never-ending summer to the world. Even the god of death will submit to her. Those who shed blood for her cause will be reborn. Brother, thank you very much for your support, but you're wrong. The reincarnation of Yesor Yahai is Jon Snow, my nephew. Dani did not know what to say. All this time she had been wary of Lalo, not the King of Light. Although the teachings of the Red God were overbearing and tyrannical, they generally urged people to be good. They were not evil cults or cults. However, Lalo the Shadow was different. He accepted blood sacrifices without any bottom line, and devoured people's souls and blood. Many blood witchcraft originated from the demon god Lalo himself. There was no doubt that Lalo controlled the domain of death. Danny had also always thought that he was the god of death. After all, several Westeros had been resurrected by him, including the main character, Jon Snow. The problem was that Benello claimed that the god of death would also submit to the mother of dragons. Obviously, the god of death he spoke of was not his master Lalo. It was most likely the god of darkness, coldness and death, the Night King. Actually, the Night King was only a subordinate of the god of death. Danny had misunderstood. There was only one domain of death, so who was the real god of death? Why did Lalo care so much about Long Night? Since more than 5,000 years ago, he had been spreading the prophecy in the ancient book of Asha through the mouth of the red-robed priests. Yasur Ahai would be reborn to fight against the other ghosts that had reappeared in the world. Danny's heart was in a mess. Benello, the water supply, was still waving flags and shouting for her. Danny rises in danger. The Eye of Darkness has targeted her, and the servants of Long Night are plotting to overthrow her. Speaking of this, he pointed to the black wall behind the temple and the fully armed tiger robe army guards on the black wall who were looking down. He said loudly, "The King of Light created the sun and the stars, and engaged in an eternal battle with the darkness. But Nessus and Malakir betrayed the light, and their minds were corrupted by the yellow harpies of the east. They planned the most despicable alliance with the foreigners who did not believe in gods. I hereby call on everyone to unite and participate in this battle of justice, to fight for the light. The child of prophecy will ride the demonic dragon, hold the fire sword that will cleanse the world and lead us on the path of glory." "Brother, you are so righteous. Aren't you afraid of being censored?" Danny was touched and worried. Although the water supply was good, he had to live until the moment when he transformed into a guide. "I haven't even called and you are already promoting for me. Aren't you a little too eager?" At the same time she was puzzled. What were the Volantis people doing? How could they allow a monk to confuse them in public? I meant to explain the truth? It could be guessed that Benello had been explaining the truth for a long time, but he was not eliminated by 404. "My lady, this is not a good sign." Barristan was worried. "The Red God monks can publicly oppose the nobles of the Black Wall for you today. Tomorrow they will shake the rule of your descendants for others or their Red God. Old Knight, you are thinking too far ahead. You are even worried about my descendants." But his words were not without reason. "Sigh, this is so difficult." Danny frowned and sighed. "Let's take one step at a time. The power of the Red God Temple is there. It is not something that can be decided by our attitude. It is better to be my ally than to be my enemy." The entire noon prayer process was less than half an hour. Benello seemed to be helping the Dragon Queen to shout the slogan as a routine. He did not really lead the slaves to revolt. As he walked down the stone pillar, the flame words in the sky quickly disappeared. Danny climbed back on the horse and left the square with the slaves. The slaves returned to their posts and continued to work numbly. Danny and Barristan walked around the Black Wall and continued to tour the foreign scenery. Well, she did not forget the purpose of this trip: to observe and locate the Gith diplomatic group's base. The closer they were to the Black Wall, the more spacious and clean the streets were. It was similar to the black stone road of Valeglia Avenue. There were palm trees and cedars planted on the side of the road. There were tall glass domes, white marble squares, fountains with beautiful statues. Without a doubt, this was a rich district. There were far more people canvassing here than in the West District. It was not only Maracho of the Tiger Party, Narcissus of the Elephant Party, Dofus who was not favored for re-election because he did not publicly express his hostility to the Mother of Dragons. Candidates such as Elios, Palaciro, Beligio and so on were either going to the field themselves or were led by their children. Danny saw a tall silver-haired middle-aged man with a bandage on his right arm hanging under his neck. He was still speaking loudly on the platform in the square. There was a banner above the middle-aged man's head. "If you oppose the evil Mother of Dragons, if you support the Alliance Army, please support the Alliance Army Standing Committee Maracho." In addition to public speeches, some people organized mime shows. Some people sent poets to sing and recite poems along the streets. Some people led song and dance troupes to hold parties in the nobles' courtyard. Some people found acrobats to perform in the public area. There were also exciting duels. Assassins in yellow silk clothes, holding the water dancer's sword, fought endlessly in the square for their respective supporters. Danny could accept the above normal election methods. However, those candidates were like Maricho. At the same time, they arranged bed slaves on the street to canvass for votes. Some people sent prostitutes and even promised that they must be virgins. Some people carried delicate boys with delicate skin on their elephant carts, claiming that they all mastered the 7 cries of spring, which could be enjoyed by both men and women. Some people provided tall and strong gladiators for the voters. There were also people who took a small notebook and went to each house to ask, "Do you need customization?" Black people, white people, zebra people, centaurs, long-haired Ibans and Darren knights, red-haired northern barbarians, giants. If no one can satisfy you, wild animals and livestock will do too. Other than the megalosaurus, we can send you anything. They were not whispering. Many of the blankets on the elephants were written clearly on them. This is crazy. Is this the fair, democratic and free election that the people of Volantis are so proud of? Danny and Baristan were shocked by this scene that broke the bottom line of their knowledge. They already knew that Volantis was holding an annual consul election. They even asked around in the merchant's house last night. At that time, 2 merchants were discussing this matter. One was a middle-aged wine merchant from Volantis, and the other was an old sea merchant who sold golden wine from Qingting Island. The people of Volantis proudly said to the Westeros, "We of Volantis have an excellent political system inherited from ancient Valeglia. It is fair, just, free, equal and democratic. Of course, slaves are not people. The poor free people can't pay much tax and don't contribute much to the city. They are not complete people. Without a doubt, we are more civilized and more intelligent than you Westeros. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. The 3 consul checks and balances each other. Even if a lunatic wins the election, he will be restrained by his colleagues. When the 1-year term is up, the people will immediately ask him to leave. Well, unless the quality of the female slaves he prepared for the election is extraordinary. Think about it, if that woman's father, Mad King Aerys, had 2 kings who shared power with him, the series of bloodshed that followed would not have happened. That woman can also be a good little princess, and we won't have to suffer with her." The old sea merchant blushed and could not say anything to refute. In the trading city of Ursos, the Westeros in the land of the setting sun were known as barbarians. The inferior races that could not survive in Ursos, such as the Ancients, the Undulls and the Loinars, could only flee to Westeros on the other side of the narrow sea. Some of them even transformed from refugees to noble conquerors. Chapter 204. In addition to the Volantis politicians seeking votes, Danny also easily found the Gith delegation. They actually followed the way of the consul candidates, using giant elephants to carry hot girls and delicate boys, and sent them for free along the street. A long team of at least 50 giant elephants, 200 to 300 slave boys and girls. Danny could not ignore it even if she wanted to. In addition to the slaves in the towers on the elephant's back, many giant elephants also had huge Namu boxes and rattan baskets hanging on their sides. Long live the Alliance, long live the United Nations, God slays the mother of dragons. The Toka robe riding a camel in front of the elephant team shouted loudly. Support the Alliance's resolution of the Eastern Expedition. Support the United Nations resolution to block the trade in Slavers Bay. Boycott the illegal sea merchants who steal into Slavers Bay. Don't buy white sand sugar, don't buy snow salt, don't buy fruit juice sweet wine, don't. On both sides of the giant elephants, there were yellow silk capes riding horses and camels. They held banners and wooden signs, a huge red cross on white sand sugar, a huge red cross on snow salt. Every time a Volantis man in the neighborhood stood up, showed his sea boat certificate, and swore that he would never sail into Slavers Bay, the Gith people let him choose 2 slave bed partners, and grabbed a lot of gold coins from the basket and threw it to him. There were at least 70 to 80 gold coins mixed with rubies, emeralds, tiger's eyes, jade stones and other colorful jewelry. It was a mess. 7 levels of hell. Danny's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw the Gith's actions. In order to deal with her, the evil mother of dragons, the slave traders really went all out. But also because this group of people was too ostentatious, she and Baristan easily found the base of the delegation, the mansion of the Elephant Party consul Nesisir Vizama. Located in the east of the Black Wall across the street, there was a super mansion that covered an area of 2 hectares. Learning from the Gith people, Danny drew a huge red cross on the mansion in her heart, and Blackie in the Sky also locked onto this place at the same time. After finding the residence of the Gith envoy, Danny saw that it was still early, so she did not go back immediately. With a pure tourist mentality, the two began to tour the 1,000-year-old ancient city. How should I put it? The city was so big that it was a little barren. In other words, Volantis was not even half of what it was at its peak. Walking around the Black Wall, Danny and Gujun had been to the north of the Black Wall. After passing through a bustling area, they continued to look towards the north. Between the northern city wall and the Black Wall of Volantis, there was a large piece of city ruins. Well, Volantis is different from Veleglia and Orlos. It has walls. The Black Wall was an inner city like the Forbidden City in Old Beijing. Outside of it there was a vast urban area. The west side was facing the river, the south side was facing the sea, and the north and east side were 10 meters high walls. When Danny and Baristan left the Black Wall and walked half a mile north, they realized that the street in front of them was barren. Some places had even turned back into swamps filled with aquatic plants. A large number of houses had been abandoned, and all the plazas were empty. Most of the fountains had run out of water, and the remaining ponds had either dried up or become stagnant pools. Brown devil's grass grew on the roads, purple morning glories grew out from the cracks in the brick walls, and peach trees and jujube trees grew roots in the shops with collapsed roofs. Danny saw more than Baristan through the dragon spirit's perspective. Within the huge walls of Veleglia, there were more abandoned areas than the one in front of them. There were many low-lying swamps. Volantis was bordered by the river and the sea. Other than the Black Wall on the high hills, the rest of the city was originally swamps and puddles. During the peak of Veleglia, as the city developed, the city overflowed the Black Wall and expanded outward step by step. The puddles, rivers, and mudflats were transformed into streets and residential areas. But after the peak, hundreds of years of wind and rain, the sparse population and unmaintained streets degenerated into riverbanks. In the 400 years after the Great Cataclysm of Veleglia, the population of this city decreased by at least 60%. It's terrifying, she muttered. The century of blood. Baristan spat out a word with a complicated expression. In the past, Volantis was far more prosperous and powerful than it was now. The title of the Queen of the Lone River and the Mistress of the Summer Sea was not just for show. Its population, wealth, and land area were more than the other 8 trading cities combined. Unfortunately, the War of the Century of Blood had drained the blood and life of Veleglia's eldest daughter. There was nothing to see in the desolate city ruins. The two quickly turned their horses around and headed towards the south of the city. There was a pier and a harbor in the south of the city. The prosperity and life of the past were maintained. Upon closer inspection, the buildings in the city were mostly in the style of the ancient Veleglia. Most of them were circular towers. The bottom floor was the residence of the servants. There were few windows, but the upper floors had spacious balconies and small gardens that extended out 3 to 4 meters. There was also the iconic black roofless tower. The tower was so tall that it could be seen even through the Black Wall. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Dragon King had lost their dragons. Many Volantis nobles added a layer of glass dome on top of their towers. Under the noon sun, the different colored striped glass reflected blue, purple, green, red, and other colors. It looked like a twisted rainbow. However, the more common ones were the Archon statues on the streets and beside the fountains in the square. Most of the statues had their heads chopped off. For example, in the southeast street outside the Black Wall, there was a garden square that covered half a hectare. In the middle of it was a 30-meter-tall jacaranda tree. The pinkish-purple petals looked like snow from heaven. They fell on the hair, shoulders, and the broken neck of the huge white jade statue. Danny brushed away the petals that were hanging by her ear. She looked down at the inscription beside the statue. The hero of Volantis in the Century of Blood, Archon Hirono. He had once led the Volantis army to occupy Mir, and the vast plains in the southwest corner of the Ursos continent, the land of strife, became the Volantis colony. He had been an Archon for 40 years. In the end, he got tired of the elections and proclaimed himself as the ruler for life. However, the Volantis did not buy it. They tied him to 2 elephants and tore him in half. How tragic. Danny grimaced. Then she thought, looks like the election system of Volantis is not completely useless. At least the people have a very high awareness of the democratic system. Sir, what do you think? She asked the knight beside her. The people of Volantis are barbaric and ungrateful. This Hirono had made great contributions and served Volantis for 40 years. In the end, he ended up in such a miserable state, the old man said with a complicated expression. He seemed to see himself in the broken stone statue. He had been a white knight for almost 40 years. In the end, he was stripped of his lifelong honor by a little brat. You are right. But you can look at the problem from another angle. Danny's mouth twitched. What angle? The democratic consciousness of the Volantis, the determination to protect their rights and uphold the justice of the law. Maybe. Sir, you are not planning to learn from Volantis and hold an election for the Archon, are you? Whitebeard looked panicked. I shudder when I think of the 7 dukes with a group of bed slaves canvassing for votes in the streets of King's Landing. Danny nodded and smiled. I can try. After all, I am young and can withstand the torment. I also have a dragon. Even if I fail, no one can chop my head off. But the 7 dukes cannot withstand the torment. Are you going to ride your dragon back to Slaver's Bay and hide after the Westeros are done? White Knight thought anxiously for a while and said, My lord, as you can see, many of the Archon statues on the streets are headless, and the decline of Volantis is all because of the conflict between the parties. The election system is not as good as you think. That was the truth. Before Valeglia was destroyed, it ruled the entire world. When the apocalypse destroyed the center of power of the empire, the land of long summer and the capital of Valeglia, its colonies and conquered territories gained independence. What happened after the cities gained independence? They began to fight for territory. After that, the western continent of Ursos fell into a century of chaos until the Targaryen family intervened, as the eldest daughter of Valeglia, Queen of the Lorne, and Mistress of the Summer Sea. The pure-blooded Valeglia of Volantis had the largest population. They ruled the vast Lorne River basin, were the strongest, dominated the trade of the Summer Sea, and had the most powerful fleet in the world. Of course, at the beginning of the Bloody Age, all Volantis came to a consensus. They were the heirs of the Free Citadel and the rightful rulers of the world. Not to mention ruling the world, at least the other 8 free trade cities in the western continent should submit to the Volantis. But on how to conquer the western continent of Ursos, the Volantis had a huge disagreement. The tigers, formed by the old nobles, favored the use of force. The elephants, formed by the bankers and the big sea merchants, supported trade conquest or economic control. But in the Bloody Age, everyone pulled out their swords to kill, and the tigers' position undoubtedly prevailed. In a short time, the Volantis fleet conquered Lys and the army conquered Myr. 3/4 of the western continent was controlled by the Volantis. They were almost ruling the world. During this time, the Volantis even went to Aegon Targaryen, who was idling on Dragonstone Island. The conqueror had his own plans. Not only did he refuse the invitation of his fellow countrymen, he formed an anti-Volantis alliance with Tyrosh, Pentos and Bravos, just like the alliance against the Dragon Queen today. Hundreds of thousands of troops, hundreds of thousands of warships, and a dragon. The plains southwest of Ursos, which used to be like a water town in the south of Jiangnan, was destroyed by the flames of war. It was now the land of strife. From the map, the vast western continent of Ursos seemed to have only 9 cities, and the rest was empty land? Not so. There used to be bustling towns scattered all over the land, but now only ruins were left. Without the deterrence of the Megalosaurus in Valeglia, the Dothraki could roam freely in the western continent. The towns rebuilt this year were just another bell for the Horse King to attack next year. Also, because the old ancestor had stabbed the Volantis, Danny did not think of using the banner of "All of us are Orthodox Valeglia" to recruit the Blackwell nobles. Well, that was a digression. Aegon was only a dragon, his 2 sisters did not participate, and could not fundamentally change the situation. If the Volantis had united and worked together, the anti-Volantis alliance would not have been difficult to overcome. After all, Volantis was so large and in terms of raw power, it was the strongest in the world, and the process of unifying the western continent was very stable. After the surprise attack on Myr, Lys, and the Land of Strife, they took half a century to digest the results, and after they were ready they sent their army north. But the governor of Volantis was elected once a year, and there were 2 parties with completely different political views. When the war suffered a setback, the policies would often change. After going back and forth for half a century, the Volantis people had exhausted themselves and lost their country and land. Not only were the former colonies independent, but even the original territories on the upper reaches of the Lorne River were invaded by Kohler and Bravos. Later, the centaurs came from the eastern plains and the Lorne River plains were harassed every year, and the Queen of the Lorne River did not even have a chance to regroup. The tigers completely lost their power, and in the 300 years after the Bloody Century, the elephants had been in control of the government of Volantis, occupying at least 2 governor positions. In order to completely negate the policy of the old nobles of conquering the world by force, and to completely defeat the tigers, the elephants, after taking power, put all the blame for the loss of the war on the tigers, and led the public to cut off the heads of all the statues of the tigers. Well, Volantis will erect statues of every elected consul. Because of this history, Whitebeard thought that the tigers and elephants had cheated Volantis badly. The worst thing was that the elephants won the election and implemented the policy of conquering the world by trade for 300 years, but the real boss of the Western continent was Bravos. The Bravos almost imitated the financial control tactics of the elephants, and through the Iron Treasury, they indirectly controlled most of the Western continent and even Westeros. Chapter 205. At about 2:30 in the afternoon, Dany and Barristan crossed the long bridge and returned to the West City Fish Market Square. At this time, the crowd in the square had decreased by 60%. The fish farm owner also stopped shouting and sat lazily in the shade of the shed, dozing off. However, the square was not without shouting. There were 7 or 8 round oak tables in the shade outside the merchant's house. Beside each table, there was a flag fluttering in the wind. There were 3 to 5 fierce-looking mercenaries behind the tables. Some sat lazily at the table drinking, while others shouted at every man or boy passing by. "Oh, that old man, the red-cloak mercenary playing the guitar, isn't he the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group, Danzo?" Dany pulled down the top of her hood and whispered to Barristan. The old man quietly dismounted and glanced at the second table in the east from the corner of his eyes. He saw the familiar blue and white striped swallowtail flag and whispered, "It's the wind-blowing group. They seem to be recruiting. The other 7 tables are also recruitment points for mercenary groups. 7 gods above, they are all large mercenary groups ranked in the top 20. Bloodbeard's Cat Regiment consisted of 3,000 elite infantrymen. Shoemaker Gilo Regis Pike Regiment consisted of 800 pike cavalrymen. Magic Blade Kendi's Windbreaker Regiment was similar to the previous Rose Regiment, with Westerosi as the backbone. They were formed by the nobles who were exiled during the Dance of the Blood Dragon. The Two-Headed Demon, Jig's Bright Flag Group. In the story of the 3,000 Immaculate Ones protecting Koar, they and the Second Sons group played a dishonorable role, but you have seen the Second Sons group's strength. The current Bright Flag group is not to be underestimated. The old man did not have time to introduce each mercenary group. The waiter at the entrance of the inn quickly greeted them, helped them with their horses and asked what service they needed. In the end, the pockmarked youth with 2 doors tattooed on his face told Dany, "Lady Layla, the widow by the waterside hopes that you can meet her when you return." "You call her that too?" Dany asked curiously. The widow said that her former name came from the slave owner, but her husband had always called her that. She could not change her name, so she could only let it be forgotten by the living, the pockmarked youth said. Dany nodded and asked, "Why is the lady looking for me? Is it urgent?" "I'm not sure." When they walked around a round table, a pig-faced, brown-skinned mercenary glanced at Barristan and grabbed his cloak. He grinned and said, "Hey old man, I see that you're tall and strong, and you even have a sword on your waist. Are you an old knight? Do you want to join our Iron Shield Regiment and fight Dragon Queen at Slave Bay?" "I'm not a wild knight." White Knight's cold gaze almost froze the mercenary's heart. She loosened her grip and let him go. When Dany and the old knight crossed the threshold and entered the merchant's house, he cursed a few times to vent his emotions. "When did the mercenary group come?" Dany asked the pockmarked youth. "For the past 2 months, they've been coming to the Fishmonger Square to recruit people every day after lunch. The blowers were crippled by the Mother of Dragons, so it's not surprising that they would come to Volantis to recruit new members. But are the other mercenary groups also lacking people?" Barristan asked with a frown. "Sigh, they're recruiting for the Eastern Expedition to Slave Bay." The youth sighed with a worried look. "The Allied army is recruiting, the more the better. Almost all the mercenary groups have doubled or doubled their strength. Anyway, the United Nations is responsible for all the logistics. That woman is not to be trifled with." After the battle, whether they win or lose, most of the mercenary groups will be crippled. Look at the fates of the Blowers, the Second Sons, and the Ravens. You'll understand. Since they know the fates of the Ravens and the Second Sons, those mercenary groups still dare to provoke the Dragon Queen. Aren't they afraid of being wiped out? Dany sneered. For mercenaries, there's only one thing in the world that scares them. The pockmarked youth shrugged. No money in their pockets. In the afternoon, the hall was much emptier. Most of the round tables were empty, and the merchants who were yelling to buy and sell goods were gone. Passing through the front hall, the pockmarked youth led the 2 to an empty table under the grapevines in the courtyard. After settling them down, he waved to a blonde slave girl standing in the northwest of the corridor. The two got together and said a few words. The pockmarked youth turned around and bowed to Danny before leaving. Then the blonde girl came to Danny with a stack of fried locusts in her hand. Putting the plate on the table, she said in Valeglia with a Reese accent, "Priestess, can you please sit here for a moment? The widow is receiving a guest from Westeros. You're the next one." "What? Aren't we the next one?" At the wine table on the other side of the grapevine, a handsome blonde youth stood up and slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Danny looked sideways and found that it was an acquaintance. They were the two youths who entered the city from the eastern dock yesterday evening. They got separated when the carriage crossed the long bridge, but they didn't expect to live in the merchant's house. In addition to the blonde man and the black-haired honest youth, there was also a brawny man Beavis, who was almost the same size as Beavis. His shoulders were broad, his stomach was round, his legs were as thick as tree trunks, his hands were as thick as ham, and his bald head was like a smooth pink pebble. "It's you?" Seeing Danny's appearance, the tall blonde young man was stunned at first, then he immediately woke up and recognized her. He bowed elegantly and said with a smile, "Hello miss, we've met before, do you remember? Yesterday evening we entered the city from the dock area together. On the way we talked about the mother of dragons with a noble riding an elephant. God, I have to say you're as bright as the star of Nymeria in the sky. If that woman is 1/10 as beautiful as you, we..." Cough cough cough. The black-haired honest youth quietly pulled his trousers a few times and coughed a few times. "Oh, I'm sorry I was rude." The handsome youth smiled gently and turned to look at the slave girl, Reese, and asked, "We can accept letting a beautiful lady cut the queue, but can you at least give us a reason? You brought gifts to visit the widow and the widow wants to see Priest Layla. Is this reason enough?" The blonde youth was stunned and understood the meaning of the slave girl's words. Soon he smiled again and looked at Danny, "So your name is Layla and you're a priest." Danny glanced at Barristan, whose face was hidden under the hood, and guessed that he must have known that the three people opposite him were from Westeros. "You're Dornishman?" She took a bite of the fried locust wrapped in fine flour and asked vaguely. In this other world, other than the moon at night, there was a bright white star in the northwest direction that was the most eye-catching. When Danny had nothing to do at night, she could only look at the stars and the moon. She even suspected that it was a distant star in the three-body system. Just like the ginseng of the 7 mansions of the western white tiger mentioned by the ancient astronomers in China, the Greeks classified it as Orion. It was the same in this world. The races were different, the cultures were different, and the names for the white star were different. Jichi called it Maid Star. Well, the sun was Horse God, the moon was Horse God's wife, and the white star was the maid who served Calixi, just like Jichi herself. The Unduls chose the 7 brightest stars in the sky other than the moon and named them according to the names of the 7 gods. The white star was called Crone's Star, and it guided the lost in the night. Dornishmen were the most influenced by Loiner culture. The white star was called Nymeria's Star, and the milky white ribbon at its tail was the 10,000 ships led by Nymeria. "I'm the son of a Dornishman wine merchant." The black-haired youth glanced at the slave girl before explaining to Danny, "Jiskari wine is recognized as a bad wine in the world. Our family's good Dornishman may be able to sell it for a good price in Astapor. You have an idea?" Danny nodded, picked up a fat locust and stuffed it into her mouth. She whispered to the white knight next to her, "Try it. It tastes like chicken but it's more fragrant and crispy." The slave girl held back for a while and finally said, "Things are different now. Dragon, that woman brewed a kind of best wine, and even the Volantis wine merchant secretly went to buy it." "Oh, then we should go and have a look." The blonde youth smiled. "Up to you." The slave girl turned her head and glanced at the northwest corner. "It's your turn next. Remember, prepare the gifts." Danny and Barristan stood up and saw a maid waving to Reese's slave in the corridor. They knew it was time to meet the widow. "Do we need to prepare gifts too?" Danny took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the grease from her mouth as she asked. The slave girl thought for a moment and said, "Most people have something to ask of the widow, but the widow is not greedy for the guests' money. Many people bring gifts that are not worth 10 copper coins." "I understand." Danny was deep in thought. The gifts showed more respect to the widow by the water. The widow who was a bed slave inherited her husband's family property. She had more money than she could spend, and what she lacked was respect. Thinking of this, she could not help but quietly untie the cat's eye stone bracelet on her left wrist. After a few steps in the corridor, a girl's scream suddenly came from the west corner of the hall. followed by the laughter of a group of drinkers. Short Winter Melon beat her up. Wow, dwarfs fighting. A sailor whistled and clapped. Entering the hall, through the gap between the sparse crowd, Danny was shocked to see the mess on the bluestone floor. Tyrion was covered in grease and rolling in a ball with another dwarf. A female dwarf dressed as a man, her gray clothes were wet with wine, and the shadow of a small steamed bun was printed on her chest. The other small steamed bun was exposed in public because Tyrion pulled her clothes. Enough. A tall middle-aged man rushed out from behind the counter. He should be the owner or the lobby manager. He held a stick and knocked on the heads of the two dwarfs a few times. He then lifted the little devil who was holding the female dwarf in the air. The dwarf's neck was strangled by the collar. His face was red and he struggled to kick his legs. Tyrion's companion, Halden, who looked like a scholar, hurried over and shouted, "Put him down. Do you want to kill him?" But just as the Volantis man put down the little devil, the female dwarf on the ground got up. Like a crazy heifer, she headbutted Tyrion's chest, knocking him over a table. The bowls and plates fell to the ground. The poor little devil's blonde hair was wet with soup. The female dwarf did not intend to let him go. She got up with both hands and rushed over while screaming. She rode on the little devil's chest and punched his cheeks, eyebrows, and forehead like raindrops. His lips were broken and his eyes were swollen. His ugly face without a nose became more deformed and ugly. Chapter 206. The owner walked over to the two of them and grabbed the female dwarf's neck like a chick. He lifted her up in the air and cursed, "Who can tell me what happened? Damn it, let Bonello burn these two freaks to death. My porcelain bowl and wine jug are all over the floor." The noseless, ugly bastard probably did the female dwarf, but he didn't want to take responsibility. Then the female dwarf came over with a dagger to kill the heartless bastard. A purple-bearded Tyroshi sailor said seriously, "Yes, I didn't take responsibility for your father's wife. I've let you down." The little devil struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Let me down for what?" The large sailor was at a loss. Haha. The people around him laughed out loud. The atmosphere was extremely joyous. "Save it, Hugo Caesar. Do you really want to die here?" Halden slapped Tyrion and walked to the opposite side of the owner. He looked at the writhing female dwarf and frowned. "Why did you assassinate my companion?" "They killed him. My brother, sob sob sob." The dwarf girl seemed to have lost all her courage and strength. She hung on the owner's hand like a doll as she wailed. "Who killed your brother?" "Me." Tyrion limped over and asked with a frown. "Sailor, a sailor from the Seven Kingdoms. My brother and I were sparring in the square. They followed us and when they realized that I was a girl they let me go. But Ope was caught and beheaded. You killed your own brother, you deserve to die. But my poor brother died in your place." The girl sobbed. The others, including Danny, were confused. Tyrion suddenly had a look of realization and shock. He clearly understood the whole story. "That's the one who rode the pig?" he said with a complicated expression. "I rode the dog, Ope rode the pig," the female dwarf said with tears in her eyes. "Innkeeper, please put her down." Tyrion sighed. "Who will compensate for my loss?" the tall middle-aged man asked. "That's enough. How much is a few porcelain bowls worth?" An old woman a few steps away scolded. It was the waterside widow. She sat in a small alcove in the stone wall. Although it was less than 5 meters away, the vines and potted plants with large green leaves covered the wall next to her. The small alcove in the shadows was easy to overlook. However, for the widow sitting on the tall stone chair in the alcove, she could see most of the public resting area on the first floor at a glance. Danny looked over and found that there was also a stack of fried grasshoppers on the stone table in front of the widow. Noticing her gaze, the old widow grinned at her. "What is your name, poor child?" the widow asked the weeping gnome. "Fanenai, my name is Fanenai." "Big Eva, bring the dwarf girl back to her room. Give her some wine and a change of clean clothes," the widow ordered the maid beside her. There were 2 red-haired, round-faced maids on his left and right. They were twin sisters with wine cups on their faces. The slave on the left the alcove and silently took Fanenai away. Except for Danny and Barristan, the rest of the crowd consciously dispersed. The widow looked at Tyrion from head to toe and smiled. "Shorty, it seems that I have to help you this time. Volantis is not a place for gnomes to settle down. You go back and wait. I'll send someone to inform you as soon as I have news." "You are a kind person." The gnome bowed and thanked the widow. "Thank you." Halden also bowed excitedly. "All right, my guest is here. You can leave now. The old widow waved her hand. Tyrion also noticed Dany at this time, but he only looked at her in confusion and left. As for the white-bearded Barristan, he directly ignored him. Well, there were too many silver-haired, purple-eyed girls in Volantis. This thing is better than delicacies after it's cleaned. The old woman picked up a fried grasshopper and pushed the plate towards Dany. Dany gently put the golden blue cat's eye bracelet on the table and said, "This is a gift for Madam." In addition to the pile of fried grasshoppers, there were 7 or 8 other gifts piled on the stone table. There was a pure wine flask, a luxuriously decorated thin and transparent emerald flower fan, an ancient bronze dagger engraved with runes, and even a shiny bronze music box the size of a wash basin. It was from Astapor. As the music played, the bronze ship above would move in a circle. When the old widow picked up the bracelet and looked at it carefully, she took a grasshopper and chewed. Well, it's mixed with the unique black pepper of Volantis. It's crispy and refreshing. A glass of wine would be even better. Without the widow's order, the remaining twin girls immediately took out a pot of wine and 2 glasses from the alcove. The wine was as bright as the sun. "This is the most precious gift I've received today." The old widow put the bracelet on her right hand and looked at it. She sighed and said, 30 years ago, I had a pair of jade hands worthy of it. Now, sigh, I'm old." Dany took a sip of the wine and asked, "Madam, do you have any orders for me? I wasn't the one looking for you, but now I'm happy to talk to the priest." The widow smiled. "Who's looking for me?" "The shadow-binding warrior Tam." Dany was puzzled. "What's the matter?" "The shadow-binding warrior is from Asia. She's a great wizard that Malakar found." "Her purpose?" The old widow's black eyes flashed. "To hatch a dragon." "I know that too. The shadow-binding warrior thinks highly of you. After the death of the fire wizard Lisbon, she wants you to take his place." "Lisbon is dead? The fire wizard Lisbon who attended the gathering last night?" Dany was so shocked that she interrupted the widow. "Sigh, it's him. He's too greedy." The old lady nodded and sighed. Through that magical witchcraft technique, 3 gods returned to cave. The wizard won 3,000 gold coins from the merchants and tourists in just one morning. He cashed all of them in gold coins and carried them out of the house just like that. I heard that because the Dragon Queen miraculously hatched a dragon, magic has begun to recover in recent years. I'm an ordinary person and don't even know the simplest witchcraft. However, I have many wizard friends and am very clear about the limits of a wizard's power. Under normal circumstances, it's not even as useful as a rusty dagger. The fire wizard proved this once again. He was in an alley near Sweetwater Street. His throat was slit, his lower abdomen was pierced, and even his clothes were stripped. So, unlucky? Dany didn't know what to say. The #1 genius of the Western continent, the #1 person of the younger generation, died in a stinky ditch just like that. Why did he carry a big bag of gold coins to such a remote place? Dany asked curiously. Priestess Layla isn't a local and might have misunderstood. Sweetwater Street isn't remote at all. There are many banks there, including a branch of the Iron Treasury. The fire wizard won so much money in public. He must have felt uneasy and wanted to save the money. Did you catch the culprit? Dany asked. Not yet, but the old widow pouted at a few mercenaries who were drinking not far away. Did you see the mercenary recruitment table outside the door? Recently, Volantis has recruited almost all the wild mercenaries in the Western continent. They're most likely the culprit. Sigh, what a loss. Lisbon still owes me a Valeglia steel dagger. Dany lamented. Oh, there's such a thing? After Dany roughly explained the transaction between the two, the old widow said thoughtfully, No wonder great wizard Tam gave that place to you. What place? Lisbon was the most outstanding extraordinaire in Volantis. He was one of the members of the Dragon Hatcher Wizard Legion that Mirajo formed. Now that he's dead, Tam, who's in charge of this matter, intends to let you replace the fire wizard, the old widow explained. But I'm just, a 7 gods priestess, Dany said awkwardly. Perhaps the Shadow Binder just wants to make it up to you. When she returns in the evening you can ask her yourself. After explaining Tam's request, the old widow didn't let Dany leave. Instead, she started to talk about other topics. I heard that Priestess Layla just came from New Guise. You're quite familiar with the Dragon Queen's policies? The old widow stared at Dany with the shrewd eyes of a fox. She didn't want to miss the slightest expression on her face. Look at me. I have the purple eyes of the Milky Way and I look pretty good too. I almost look exactly like the legendary Dragon Queen. Of course, I don't look like the one in Guy's opera. How can I not be curious and admire that legendary character? Danny spread out her hands and said generously. That's true. If it wasn't for your temperament, you're a pretty girl from a humble family. You don't have that kind of decisiveness and valiance. I almost thought that I'm looking at the Dragon Queen. The old widow nodded. Even if you're knowledgeable and sly, you don't know the saying, a dragon can be big or small. It can rise or hide. If it's big, it can rise and spit out fog. If it's small, it can hide. If it rises, it can soar in the universe. If it hides, it can hide in the waves. I thought that everyone was misled by the opera. They thought that the Dragon Queen has a big head. She's 10 feet tall and her waist is also 10 feet wide, Danny said with a smile. After joking around, she asked again, I do have a deep understanding of the Dragon Queen. Madam, what do you want to know? I heard that the Dragon Queen is very strict with the merchants who use slaves. If she takes over Volantis, how will she deal with people like me? To tell you the truth, although I was born a slave, I have a large number of slave workers under me. I accumulated a lot of wealth through the slaves. The old widow blinked her eyes and asked nervously, Madam, you will lose a lot of money. First of all, the slaves will definitely be released. They will also receive a salary from you. They have the right to decide their own future. They can take the money and start their own business. They can also sign a labor contract with you and continue to serve you. Secondly, the Dragon Queen will give you a fine based on your evaluation among the slaves. Those with a bad reputation may lose their heads. Finally, the Dragon Queen will count the number of citizens in the city and forcibly buy a batch of land and houses from you. At least, she has to ensure that every new free citizen will be allocated 15 acres of land and their own house. As Danny spoke, the old widow nodded. Although she did not look unhappy, her eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they could squeeze a mosquito to death. Very strict, right? Danny said with a smile. The Dragon Queen is not acting out of sympathy. She really wants to abolish slavery. The old widow sighed. Danny nodded and said, No one can shake her determination. Then will the Black Wall nobles who oppose her and the merchants who support her be treated differently? Of course. Danny said with certainty. The Dragon Queen abolished slavery, but she did not abolish the system of officials and nobles. Everyone who owns slaves will lose part of their wealth, but those who oppose her will lose their privileges at the same time. Those who support her will be rewarded and become new nobles. It's that practical and utilitarian. Very smart. The old widow's eyebrows relaxed and she smiled. Chapter 207. After that, the old widow asked Danny some detailed questions, such as the Dragon Queen's character, the intentions of some of her policies, the current situation in Slaves Bay, and the strategy to deal with the Allied forces. As long as it was about the public information in Slaves Bay, Danny answered in detail. She also made it clear that she didn't know about some private matters that normal people wouldn't know. The widow got a lot of useful information from her, and she also understood the widow's character from their conversation. The waterside widow was very realistic. She did have a strong inclination to abolish slavery, and she didn't even hide her hope for the Dragon Queen to liberate Volantis. But her goal was completely different from Danny's. Danny simply wanted to liberate the suffering slaves. The whore of Wagaro and the slaves were already two different classes. She only cared about whether she could go one step further and obtain an increase in status from the slave liberation movement. Danny didn't feel indignant about this. She didn't even think that there was a problem with the other party's way of thinking. The two chatted for more than an hour, and they only ended their conversation when the maid came to tell them that the shadow binder had returned from the east side of the city. The waterside widow arranged a small alcove for Danny and the shadow binder to talk. Before she left, she even asked the maid to wrap a paper bag of fried grasshoppers and gave it to Danny. Lisbon is dead. He was murdered by the new second sons. The shadow binder's voice was cold. It was obvious that she was very angry. New second sons? The illegitimate son of Bravos' illegitimate son, Zidane? Danny was surprised. The new second sons was much luckier than the wind-blowing group. At the end of the Battle of Yuan Kai, they rushed into the city with the Gith cavalry. After discovering that they were ambushed, they didn't resist like the wind-blowing group did. Danny also didn't target the new second sons because the illegitimate son of Titan had insulted her. She was too busy at that time and didn't have the energy to care about those small fries. Of course, the new second sons was newly formed and had a weak foundation. They didn't have the money to pay the ransom, so Danny threw them into the labor camp to farm. But when Danzo of the Wind-Blowing Group came to redeem his own members, he also paid the ransom of the new Second Sons and the small mercenary groups. The Zingis people paid for it. It has nothing to do with Zidane. The shadow-binding knight shook his head and sighed. Did you see the recruitment point outside the door? All the mercenary groups were expanding. The new Second Son mercenary group now had 1,500 members, which was 3 times the previous number. Although mercenaries were not trustworthy, at least the leader could manage his subordinates well. Now he had completely lost control. Lisbon died on Sweetwater Street where people came and went, so he was discovered immediately. The body was still warm. The Tiger Cloak army asked the passers-by a few questions and they roughly knew who the murderer was. After I went to look for them, Zidane immediately gathered his subordinates and found that nearly 100 people were missing. Excluding those who were fooling around and hiding, at least 20 mercenaries had escaped. What's up with the Dragon Incubator mages? There are 3 Archons in Volantis, and they also think that the cooperation of multiple mages is the best choice. There is no limit to the number of mages, but there are only 3 commanders. Apart from me, there is also a necromancer and a black goat blood priest. You're looking for me? Danny hesitated. I'm afraid I can't help you. She somewhat understood the current situation. There were 3 big shots in the mages group and they each occupied a mountain. The Fire Mage Lisbon was originally a subordinate of the Shadow Binding Knight. The Extraordinaries gathering last night was most likely the Shadow Binding Knight selecting a new batch of subordinates to test the quality of this group of rogue cultivators. Just like the mercenary group, the 3 big shots in the Dragon Incubator mages were also crazily recruiting people. As the recognized number 1 genius of the younger generation in the Western continent, and having received the inheritance of Valeglia's witchcraft, Lisbon was undoubtedly a great help to Tam. However, he died in a cowardly manner. The Shadow Binding Knight was a little weak, so he prepared to recruit Priest Layla into his group. You are talented, more talented than Lisbon, and you also receive the inheritance token of Valeglia from him. Your future will not be worse than his. Was this a compliment? No matter who it was, their future would not be worse than that bastard's. By the way, I heard that the Red Priest can revive people. Danny's eyes lit up and she suggested, we can ask the Red Priest to revive Lisbon. The Shadow Binding Knight shook his head. Impossible. Lisbon is not someone that Lalo needs. You don't want to participate in this gathering? The eyes behind the red mask were filled with doubt. Let's not talk about the reward first. At least you can learn a lot of mystical knowledge. I thought you were very interested in the world of extraordinary. Of course I want to learn witchcraft, but... Danny was expectant and hesitant. She asked, are there many extraordinary people in the mages group? I'm not a native of Volantis and I won't stay here for long. The Shadow Binding Knight did not force her. He thought for a while and said, how about this? Tonight, Malakar will receive the mages group at the Cloud Tower. You can come with me and have a look. There's also a chance to see the dragon egg. After that, you can decide whether to stay or not. Okay. This time, Danny did not hesitate and agreed. Then, the 2 of them talked for a while about the future career plans of Priest Layla. It was not long, only about 10 minutes. After they agreed on a time and place, Tam got up and left. I'll have to postpone my departure from Volantis for a night. Danny did not leave the small alcove in the stone wall of the West Hall. Instead, she pulled White Knight in and talked about the banquet at the Cloud Tower. Well, Danny had just noticed that there were many similar alcoves in the 4 walls of the public rest area. Potted vines covered half of the doors, which were similar to the private rooms in modern hotels. However, from the alcoves, one could see the situation in the hall clearly. It was very suitable for sea merchants to talk about business in private. Well, killing and robbing would have to be discussed in the basement under the rockery. White Knight was worried. Won't it be too dangerous for you to enter the Black Wall alone? Too many people have seen you. Those Volantis merchants who went to Astapor to buy goods, the mercenaries who were captured and ransomed, the slave owners of Gith. Haha, don't worry. Danny waved her hand and asked with a smile, do you know what Kueishi looks like and what Tam looks like? The old knight was stunned. When he came back to his senses, his mouth twitched. Are you going to become a Shadow Binding Knight? Danny laughed and said, why not? Everyone knows that the 7 Gods Priestess has no future, and Priestess Layla yearns for mysterious power. Shadow Binding Knight is the most powerful and mysterious extraordinary class. What's wrong with me wanting to become a Shadow Binding Knight? Tam even praised me for having good taste. She promised that whether I join the mage group or not, She will introduce me to a few devils. Introduce you to a few devils? White Knight's eyes widened. Yes, the devils' real names and portraits. They are considered evil gods. Danny nodded and said with a complicated expression, "The east is further away than the Shadowland. It is shrouded in darkness all year round. It is said that that place is connected to hell. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or false, many devils have been born there. They have real power. Mortals can get their response through blood sacrifice and prayer." "Do you really intend to?" She raised her hand to interrupt him and laughed coldly. "I intend to bring the dragons to visit them one by one when I am tired of living. I will kill them all and feed them to the dragons." Ah. The old knight's face twisted. He did not know what to say. He was worried that the queen would be tempted by power and worship evil gods. He did not expect the queen to be so fierce. He could not stop her. She had said clearly that she would wait until she was tired of living. "Sigh, I would have been dead for many years by then. Let the other white knights worry about it." The old man sighed in his heart. "Right, there is something that requires you to leave the city." Danny suddenly smiled slyly and whispered to the old knight, "I am not that kind of person. I'm not used to it." "All right. I'm a little used to it." The old man's expression changed a few times as if he had accepted his fate. He sighed and got up to leave. Then, Danny called the waiter over to settle the bill and entered the hall. Just as she was about to go upstairs to rest, someone called her. "Priestess Layla." "Hey, wait, Priestess Layla." When she turned around and saw who it was, Danny was amused. She greeted him with a smile. "Wizard Pogba. Are your injuries better?" "I'm used to it." The skinny fire wizard supported himself with a walking stick. His legs were wide apart as he walked in strange steps. With every step he took, his monkey face would twitch, as if he was enduring an unbearable pain in his life. Danny pulled him to an empty table and sat him down. Then she opened the paper bag and said, "Fried grasshopper, high protein? Sigh, it is good for your body. It tastes good too. Try it." The skinny man looked over and frowned. "It is too oily. Also, I can't eat meat." "Why? Did the doctor tell you to?" Danny asked, puzzled. "I am on a diet." "On what?" Danny widened her eyes and looked him up and down. The monkey skeleton was covered in a layer of human skin. "What fat do you have to lose?" she said with a grin. "Sigh, Priestess Layla, you don't understand. Wizards like us who practice fire escape have to reduce our body weight as much as possible. Did you see it last night? If I were 7 or 8 kilograms lighter, I would not have fallen. If you were 7 or 8 kilograms lighter, you would be blown up by a gust of wind even without fire escape. Must it be like this? Can't I increase my magic power?" Danny asked. "Fat is easy to lose, but magic power is hard to find." The skinny man looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and lamented. "All right, this box of ice skin jade cream is for you. Thank you for paying to treat my injuries last night." The skinny man leaned his walking stick against the table. His right hand struggled to take out an ebony box the size of a spectacle box from the cloth belt hanging on his waist. He put it in front of Danny and explained, "I often get burned, but I am never afraid because I have this miracle medicine for burns. I heard that Priestess Layla in Lisbon." "Sigh, poor guy. There are too many wild mercenaries in Volantis. If Priestess Layla practices fire witchcraft, she will often encounter situations similar to mine. Although you are reminding me out of kindness, it is more like a curse to me. The mother of dragons will not be as miserable as you." Danny complained in her heart, but she still took the box. She looked at him carefully. There were indeed many layers of bright wrinkles on the skinny man's skin. The treatment didn't leave no traces, but considering the severity of the skinny man's injury, this kind of effect could be considered magical. "What are your plans for the future?" she asked. "That's it. I heard that the Blackwell nobles formed a dragon-hatching wizard legion." The skinny man suddenly understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm not qualified." Danny rolled her eyes and said, "Are you familiar with wizard wood?" Chapter 208. Wizardwood was the old black man from the last Transcendent gathering. "We often go to the docks to perform together. We're old acquaintances." The skinny man Pogba nodded. "He's preparing for a big project recently. Do you know that?" Danny asked again. "How big?" The skinny man's tone was casual. Obviously, he did not think that his old friend could suddenly become successful. "A mega project of 1,000,000 gold radiance coins," Danny whispered mysteriously. The skinny man ignored the pain in his balls. He jumped and exclaimed, "What? What's he going to do? Which idiot has 1,000,000 gold coins for him to cheat?" Danny's face darkened. "Just because of this sentence, I'll punish you with 200 pounds of wildfire." She put her hand to her lips and whispered, "Mother of Dragons. He's going to Slaver's Bay to seek refuge with the Mother of Dragons. That woman has at least 1,000,000,000 gold coins from the slave owner's house. 1,000,000 is just a drop in the ocean." 1,000,000,000? How many? The skinny man asked blankly. "If there are 1,000,000 people, each person can get 10,000 gold coins." The skinny man's eyes bulged, but he quickly recovered and said doubtfully, "That's impossible, right? Even the iron vault doesn't have that much gold." Of course Danny was bragging. Not to mention 1,000,000,000, even without silver coins and jewelry, there was not even 100,000,000 gold royals. A 50% discount is not a small amount. Danny waved her hand. "That's true." The skinny man nodded and asked curiously, "Is Wood not afraid of death? The allies won't let him go." "Don't you know that wealth comes from danger? It's 1,000,000 gold coins. How much can you earn in a day by performing at the docks? 700 to 800 copper coins. Not bad. If you live frugally, you can save 2 gold radiance coins in half a month. If you work hard for 20,000 years, it's almost the same as Wizard Wood's big project. 10,000 years. The skinny man seemed to be in a daze. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said firmly, "I'm going to Slaver's Bay too. I'm not worse than Wood." "Well, you can go with Wizard Wood. It's best to find a group of wild wizards. Do you know the situation with the Dragon Incubator mages? I think you have the potential to become one of the top 3. "Yes, the top 3 of the Mother of Dragons mage squad," Danny encouraged. "I think so too. After all, I'm considered an extraordinary. I'm much stronger than those fake fire mages on the streets." The skinny man laughed foolishly. Pogba left excitedly. Before they left, they tried their best to invite the fire mage intern Layla to work on that big project with them. Well, with Wood, the 3 acquaintances just formed the big 3. The skinny man was too enthusiastic, so Danny could only tell him that TMU had recruited her. Before going upstairs, Danny suddenly remembered something. She went to the front desk and asked the clerk behind the desk, "Do you remember me? I'm staying in VIP suite number 8 on the 2nd floor. Yesterday evening, you were the one who brought me." Without waiting for her to finish, the registrar with a book tattoo on his face bowed and said, "Priest Layla, of course I remember. What can I do for you? Has anyone come to look for me?" "Well, the widow by the waterside came to look for you. I've already seen her. Is there anyone else or a slave?" "No." Danny frowned and thought for a moment. Then she said, "If someone comes to look for me when I'm not here, you have to remember it and find a chance to remind me." Of course. She was waiting for the Cadillac, the elephant coachman who had sent them into the city yesterday evening. But she didn't have to wait for him. This was a test, a choice. Yesterday, Danny grabbed 2 fistfuls of yellow copper coins and stuffed them into the Cadillac's pocket. At that time, no one noticed that there were 5 gold radiance coins mixed in. The clever young man had been looking forward to the Mother of Dragons, hoping that the Mother of Dragons would bring him freedom. In this way, the Mother of Dragons gave him a great opportunity. Slaves had the opportunity to become free people and could be redeemed. 5 gold radiance coins could buy 10 Cadillac, even if he had very good elephant training skills. But slaves were not allowed to own property, and it was impossible for them to save money to redeem themselves. Danny wanted to know how smart the young man was. As dusk approached, the red sun in the west looked like the background curtain behind the stage. It was rounder and bigger, and the dim gray square seemed to be draped with a layer of red and gold. It was like a noisy giant beast waking up from a deep sleep. The fishmongers shouted loudly, and the women and girls with baskets haggled with sharp voices. The white steam above the barbecue stall was dyed red by the sunset. The fishy smell of the fish, the rancid smell of the mercenaries, the fresh smell of the teppanyaki steak, the spiciness of the roasted pepper, and the sweetness of the honey wine attacked Danny one after another. If it was in the past, she would take out a silk handkerchief to cover her nose. Now that there was a red lacquered wooden mask on her face, Danny could only hold it in. Her face was pressed by the lacquered wood, and she felt a little uncomfortable. But she also found a good thing. The people coming and going were like river water that met a big rock, automatically avoiding her. Even the boldest and bravest mercenaries didn't dare to come close to her. For example, the wind-blowing group. Danzo lay lazily on a high-back chair with his legs on the table. He played his guitar and sang leisurely to the people coming and going. He had the demeanor of a suave swordsman poet. Danny walked down the stone steps and stood beside the wind-blowing group. She was purely bored, and Danzo's skills were also very good. In the end, the old mercenary turned his head to look at the shadow-binding knight beside him a few times. He wanted to say something, but he held it in. In the end, he just sighed, put his guitar aside, and began to instruct his subordinates to move the table. Yes, the wind-blowing group stayed 7 or 8 meters away from Danny. The shadow-binding knight's evil warding effect was that good. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon, a huge white elephant stopped in front of Danny. "Layla, come up," Tam shouted from above. It was an exquisite castle. The golden railings glowed with a bright red halo under the setting sun. At the same time, 5 slaves wearing thick red blankets jogged over and silently knelt below the elephant in order. The first one was a sturdy dwarf who was more than 1 meter tall. The second one was 1.3 meters tall. The third one was 1.6 meters tall. The fourth one was 1.9 meters tall. The fifth one was 2.2 meters tall. They looked like a small giant. They knelt close to each other like a flight of stairs. Danny only needed to hold on to the reins that dangled beside the white elephant, and she could easily climb 1 step at a time to the metal ladder at the bottom of the castle. "Move away. I'll do it myself." Danny frowned and waved her hand to let the slaves leave. She held the rope ladder hanging beside the elephant. Her movements were as light as an elephant coachman. The castle was very spacious. It had a space of 5 square meters. Danny took off the long sword from her waist and sat cross-legged at the small round table in the center like Tam did. When she sat down, there was a sound of metal colliding in her clothes. Tam frowned and said, "You're not only carrying a knight's sword, but you also have armor under your robe?" Danny lifted her sky-blue robe and revealed the silver chain armor outside the leather armor. She said, "It's just chain armor, not plate armor." "You're now a mage, a shadow-binding knight," Tam reminded her. "So? An elegant and wise person shouldn't wear a barbarian knight's costume." The shadow-binding knight's voice was sonorous and powerful as if he was explaining a truth. Lisbon thought so too. Then he was stabbed to death. Danny shrugged and said coldly. The giant elephant began to move slowly. The castle shook slightly. Just when Danny thought that the topic of armor had ended, Tam sighed and said faintly, "Metal affects the wizard's witchcraft. Wearing armor can't cast witchcraft, even if it's Valeglia's steel." "Bullshit, when I was still a rookie I wore a thick armor and used an immature soul strike to defeat Faceless One. The whole process was very smooth. There was no delay." "Really?" She doubted. The shadow-binding knight said, "If the armor doesn't affect the casting of spells, the wizards of Valeglia would have a Valeglia steel armor. But the fact is they would rather use Valeglia steel to make the Sphinx statue than to forge a steel sword and a set of armor. Why would they be stingy? Even if the wizards don't use it, the warriors can wear it." Danny was puzzled. "So they let the warriors wear the anti-magic Valeglia steel armor and wield the Valeglia steel sword to kill the wizards?" Tam sneered. Thinking back to the Valyrian steel sword's terrifying anti-magic effect, especially the last time they went to Orlos, where Baristan killed a large number of fire roundworms with a swing of his sword, Danny came to a realization. "So that's how it is. Hey Westeros Knight." A loud shout came from beside the giant elephant, waking Danny, who was deep in thought. She turned her head in confusion and found that the elephant was still wandering in front of the merchant's house. It had stopped in front of a mercenary recruitment counter. There was a flag of a bearing black cat next to it. It seemed to be Bloodbeard's cat group. "Waiting for someone?" Danny asked. The shadow-binding knight nodded. "Moonsinger Kaza lives in the upper house." The upper house of the merchant's house was prepared for rich merchants. It was a small independent courtyard with beautiful scenery. It was clean and tidy. Danny naturally could afford to live there. There were more people in the middle house, so it was easier for her to ask for information. "I'm from Dorne, the son of a wine merchant. I'm traveling along the summer sea. Of course, I'm also helping my family find out about the wine market in the cities." It was a familiar voice and a familiar face. It was a Dornishman whom she had met twice. "Traveling along the summer sea? Idiot." The mercenary from the cat group muttered. He then shouted, "You have a two-handed sword hanging at your waist. You should be a good swordsman, right?" The black-haired young man nodded and said, "I've learned swordsmanship for a few years." "Then what are you waiting for? The next stop of the tour around the summer sea is Slave Bay. Hurry up and sign your name, and become a brave little wildcat under Bloodbeard's command. The mercenary waved a stack of parchment contracts and said in a loud voice, "Not only will you be able to see the scenery of Slave Bay for free, you will also have countless gold coins and beautiful girls and boys. You might even be able to defeat the Dragon Queen and become a dragon slayer." After saying that, the mercenary actually started singing. "We are the cat group fighting our way to Slave Bay. Slave Bay, first kill the Count of Shattered Shackles, then kill the real Dragon Queen." The two mercenaries beside him also sang. Their voices were loud and clear, and their expressions were heroic. Danny's mouth twitched. At the same time, she remembered Bloodbeard and the cat group in her heart. "Kid, if you want to die without a complete corpse, sign it." Danzo, who was a few steps away, strummed his guitar a few times. The sharp sound disrupted the rhythm of the cat group's chorus. "Damn old man, you want to snatch our people again." The cat group's mercenary scolded angrily. "I just don't want a kid who craves honor to die without honor," Danzo said calmly. The Dornishman could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He immediately put down his ink brush and took a few steps back. He asked in confusion, "Old man, what do you mean?" Chapter 209. The Cat Regiment has almost 8,000 people. Young man, do you understand what this means? Danzo smiled meaningfully and answered his own question. It means that they have the determination to lose 5,000 people. 3,000 members is the norm for the Cat Regiment. Child, do you think you will be one of the 5,000 dead? Anyone can say that, but you wind-blowing team have no right to say it. Last time in Yuankai City, only a few dozen of your 2,000 members escaped. The remaining 300 were also redeemed from Dragon Queen. Tell me, what is the casualty rate? The Cat Regiment sneered. That's why we have a lot of experience. Danzo was not angry. He smiled faintly and asked, "If we meet the Mother of Dragons again, which of our two mercenary regiments has a higher survival rate?" "The strong will survive. Not only will they survive, but they will also return with a great victory," the Cat Regiment said proudly. Danzo shrugged and said to the Dornishman, "Now you know which mercenary regiment to choose? How about we join the wind-blowing team?" The black-haired man asked his companion. "What?" The bald man was puzzled. The wind-blowing team was almost wiped out last time. So if there is a wipeout situation next time, it will definitely be another mercenary regiment. The blond man smiled. "Hey, what are you talking about? Why is it not the Alliance army that wins? Why must there be a mercenary regiment that will be wiped out?" The Cat Regiment shouted angrily. This kind of overly optimistic thinking is extremely dangerous. Last time, with the power of Astapor City, Dragon Queen destroyed Githa's army of 100,000 without any losses. Now that the forces of Mirin, Yuankai, and Astapor have been integrated, the Alliance army may have a Pyrrhic victory, but it will not be a complete victory. The blond man sneered and pulled his companion directly to the wind-blowing team. "Sorry I'm late." At this moment, the moon chant in a floral dress also trotted to the side of the giant elephant. She habitually stepped on the human ladder and explained as she climbed, "I didn't mean to waste everyone's time. After receiving the news of Lisbon's death, I have been prophesying in my bedroom all afternoon. The result, it's not clear." Danny moved to the side and asked curiously, "What are you prophesying? Dragon hatching?" Things like creating miracles like hatching dragons are too far away from me. I just don't want to become the next Lisbon and predict whether or not there will be any danger in tonight's banquet." Moon Singer smiled bitterly. Danny slapped the big shot's shoulder and laughed. "There's no need for a prophecy for such a simple question. Let me tell you, just wear a layer of armor under your mage robe. But the armor will obstruct." "I know." Danny waved her hand and said, "Why don't you wear your armor when you go out and take it off before you go home to cast your witchcraft?" Witchcraft's lethality is too low. I need to learn a guardian skill." "Oh, not the kind of guardian skill that can support a family. It's a combat skill that's similar to that of an assassin or a knight." "Wouldn't that be too?" Moon Singer's expression was conflicted. She did not know what to say. Too indecent? Could it be more indecent than using a guardian skill to sell his skills? Too difficult? Could it be harder to learn than witchcraft? Seeing the long sword beside Danny, Moon Singer seemed to see an illusion in front of her. It was a blue-robed great wizard who was slashing people with a two-handed greatsword while casting fire witchcraft. Seems like a good idea? Why don't you work hard to earn money and use the money you earn to nurture a few trustworthy guards? Shadowbinder Tam said calmly. "This is really a good idea. as expected of one of the three great wizards. Moonsinger immediately tossed the strange idea of a great sword wizard to the back of her mind. She started thinking. Which big shot should she find to cast her guardian skill on? Living in the upper house was too expensive. What she had on hand was not enough to hire guards. Just as Moonsinger was deep in thought, the shadow binder passed a small booklet to Danny. This is the illustrated handbook of gods and devils. Since you have the intention to become a shadow binder, it's impossible for you not to have dealings with devils. Danny flipped to the next page. There was a drawing of a three-headed, black-scaled monster with a twisted shadow on the top half of its body. There was also a note in Veleglia at the side, Escarzon Modsis. Magic could stimulate the most primitive desires of humans. In blood witchcraft, desire was the source of power. To complete the sacrifice, the liver of a red carp and the heart of a ram had to be burned to ashes and smeared on the body to expel the remaining evil god's power. What's the use of this lustful demon? I remember that many apothecaries can concoct green potions, Danny said in confusion. Potions can't activate the power in the blood essence. Just like the blood witchcraft I cast last night, before taking the blood, I had to use green lust to activate the magic in the noble's blood. You keep emphasizing noble. Can't a normal person do it? It's a simple example. Can the bloodline of the Dragon Queen be the same as that of a mercenary on the streets? Danny nodded. This was another world. There were differences in bloodlines. Layla, remember this. The shadow binding knight warned her seriously, you can sacrifice to the evil god and borrow their power, but don't believe in them. This is the fundamental difference between a shadow binding knight, a priest, or a witch. Tam's ability was probably much weaker than Kuei-shi's, but she was much easier to get close to. She enthusiastically explained to Danny the common knowledge of the supernatural world and the taboos of a shadow binding knight. Other than not teaching her witchcraft directly, Tam was almost fulfilling her role as a teacher. We're here, the Moonsinger reminded her. While talking to Tam, the elephant crossed the long bridge and arrived at the east of the city. Soon it entered the Black Wall. After walking for about 10 minutes on the ancient black stone streets, they finally arrived at the entrance of a black stone tower on the south side of the Black Wall. Unknowingly, the golden-red sunset dimmed. Torches and lanterns started to light up nearby. There were 7 or 8 white elephants in the elephant pen. In front of the Black Tower, there were more than 100 beautiful palanquins neatly arranged on the lawn. It was obvious that the 3 of them weren't the first guests. Danny hung her long sword on her waist and was the first to climb down the rope ladder. Then, the shadow-binding knight and the Moonsinger stepped on the human ladder and steadily walked down the elephant's back. An old butler with silver hair and blue eyes was waiting at the entrance. His face was very clean and tidy. He was wearing a very exquisite purple suit. Together with his meticulous expression, he gave off an ancient sense of solemnity. Great Wizard Tam, the master has been waiting at the top of the tower for a long time. Sorry we're late. The shadow-binding knight bowed slightly. The butler nodded and gave a look to a blond youth in a pure white robe. The youth immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the 3 magicians. Please follow me. Then he led the way to the staircase at the side of the hall. The master of this Tower of Heaven completely followed the traditions of ancient Veleglia. The higher the floor, the higher the status of the people who lived there. The hall at the bottom was very spacious, about 500 square meters, but it was only a storage room. It was filled with beautiful wine barrels. The second floor stored rice, flour, and other food. The third floor was the kitchen. The fourth floor was the servant's bedroom. The fifth floor was the upper servant's bedroom. The sixth and seventh floors were the residence of the Veleglia servants. From the 8th floor, it was the master's opera house, library, swordsmanship hall, bonfire hall, dining room. The Tower of Heaven belonged to the Megara family. There were 20 floors in total. Mirajo's bedroom was on the highest floor, but he didn't live there often. There was also a villa with a garden near the Tower of Heaven. That was his daily residence. After all, even in the Veleglia period, the nobles of Volantis didn't have dragons. They built the Black Tower only to welcome the visiting Dragon King. At this time, the top of the Tower of Heaven was covered with a layer of colored glass dome. It became a place for large-scale banquets. Exquisite colored lanterns hung on the dome, emitting colorful light under the night sky. The colorful light was reflected by the colored glass, and the whole venue became a dreamy stage. There were no extra buildings under the dome, only a circular fountain pool in the center. It was 20 square meters. As the lanterns swayed gently, The umbrella-shaped crystal water curtain flashed with different colors. It was so beautiful that people were intoxicated. The platform on the top floor was wider than the foundation. It was about 800 square meters. But at this time, no less than 300 people gathered here. The atmosphere was very lively. Well, most of them had silver or bright blonde hair, purple or blue eyes, and wore exquisite Valeglia silk robes in a classical style. Except for the old and fat people, no matter men or women, they all had beautiful colors. An arc-shaped stage was built near the glass wall in the north. It was covered with a warm green carpet, and more than 20 musicians were playing soothing and lively music. Such a dreamy environment, such handsome people, and such pleasant music only made people feel intoxicated. It was as if they had come to heaven. The shadow-binding knight and moon singer were obviously a bit reserved. Only Danny looked left and right. She even stood on her tiptoes to take a look. After looking around, she complained, "The lights are dazzling my eyes. This place is only suitable for dancing." "Great Wizard Tam, over here." Someone waved. In the corner where a knight's armor stood, there were 6 strange people in strange clothes. Well, they were as strange as Danny and the other 2. "It's Bo Cheng and Corbett." Tam whispered to Danny and led the way. On the way, the shadow-binding knight had already explained to Danny the situation of the other 2 giants. They were the necromancer Bo Cheng from the Barren Land and the black goat priest Corbett from Kal. They also brought 2 trusted mages with them. Bo Cheng's outfit and aura surprised Danny. He had a square face, a high hat, a wide belt, a red robe, a long beard, and a short sword at his waist. He was almost a westernized Ming Dynasty scholar. Yes, he was also wearing dark gold shoulder guards and a golden silk vest on his upper body. It would not be strange if he took off the shoulder guards, vest, and short sword at his waist and directly entered the Ming Dynasty's Fenghua. Bo Cheng, who had an extraordinary temperament, seemed out of place when the 9 evil people gathered together. However, his profession was even scarier than the shadow-binding knight. A necromancer. Except for Danny, she had already seen the other 8 people many times, so Tam only introduced Danny once and then the others. After Lisbon's accident, I thought Priest Layla would choose to become a fire mage. I didn't expect her to change her profession to a shadow-binding knight. Bo Cheng stroked his beard and said strangely. The 2 big shots brought 4 younger brothers, 3 fire mages and 1 alchemist. Well, the alchemist was from Danny's hometown. He was from the Westeros King's Landing Alchemist Association. However, although they were alchemists in name, they were more appropriate to call them fire warlocks. They were the ones who helped the Mad King Aerys roast Duke Stark. They were also the ones who helped the Mad King bury the wildfire in King's Landing and prepare to burn down the city. Chapter 210. Shadow binders can wield the power of fire and shadow at the same time, Tam said calmly. That's true. Bo Cheng nodded and turned his head to look at Danny strangely. He found that her body was slightly bloated and could not help but ask, "Are you wearing armor?" Chainmail. Other than being a priest, I'm also a knight. We're really alike. I'm also a swordsman. Bo Cheng patted the short sword at his waist and said with a smile, "After that incident, it's safer to carry a sword when going out." Lisbon is an exception. Too many people have seen the gold coins on him, Death Priest Corbett from Kal said calmly. Almost every race that didn't have a single god had their own death god. For example, the Stranger of the 7 Gods, the Wild Lion of the Barren Land, and the Black Goat were the death gods worshipped by the people of Kal. For the Church of the One God, such as the Red God Church, Lalo was the god of all creation, the King of Light. He was also the death god, the Shadow Lalo. Speaking of Lisbon, Bo Cheng stroked his beard and asked the Shadow Binder, "Wizards' corpses have magic power. As the #1 genius of the younger generation, Lisbon's corpse is even more valuable. Can I buy his corpse? I might be able to create a fire wizard corpse demon." Damn, I was just praising you for your magnanimity. You've revealed your true colors in just a few sentences? Danny was infuriated by the Shadow Binder's refusal. However, Tam nodded without hesitation and said, "Sure, as long as you pay your family a reasonable price." Even Westeros know that Prince Bo is never short of money. The fire warlock behind Bo Cheng laughed. Well, Bo Cheng came from the Bo dynasty of Barren Land, a branch of the royal family. Calling him a prince was an exaggeration, but he was definitely rich. Bo Cheng nodded proudly and said, "I'll buy Lisbon's corpse at twice the market price." Isn't Lisbon our companion?" She couldn't help but interrupt. That's why I'm paying twice the price. Bo Qing glanced at her and said calmly, when we're alive we study others. When we're dead we'll be studied by others. That's our fate. The shadow-binding knight's tone was casual, as if he was saying something like, if you're alive, you have to eat. Danny fell silent when she thought of the dried corpse of the wizard, her husband, that Widow Queers had given her. However, after a short while, she was driven by curiosity and asked, what is a corpse ghost? Bo Qing thought for a moment and explained, after 10,000 years of research, the Barren Land Necromancer Association discovered a natural truth. When a person dies, the body will lose part of the yang spirit, and at the same time give birth to some yin spirit. The so-called spirit could be seen as the unique active factor of living beings. It was an important factor that differentiated spiritual beings from non-living beings such as stones, seawater, and soil. When a person is alive, the spirit in his body is all yang spirit. When a person dies, part of the yang spirit transforms into yin spirit, and the yin spirit and yang spirit mix together. As the corpse slowly decays, the amount of yin spirit and yang spirit will decrease, and finally return to nature completely. After explaining a lot, Bo Qing was dismayed to find that the 6 people in the audience were all confused. Danny and Tam were wearing masks so he couldn't see their expressions. He sighed and turned to Danny and asked, can you understand what I'm saying? You're saying it clearly. I'm not stupid. How can I not understand? Danny said in a light tone. The other 8 people looked at her strangely. This girl might be very talented, but she didn't have any magic power. She didn't even know a single spell. She was quite thick-skinned. Although they thought so, Tam and the other 6 people in the audience nodded slightly. They even looked as if they understood something. After all, the novice shadow-binding knight had said it. Anyone who wasn't stupid could understand. No matter what, they didn't want to be treated as a fool. However, Danny dragged her tone and said hesitantly, Master Bo, you seem to have made a mistake. The loss of a corpse's internal spirit isn't linear with the degree of decay. Oh, what do you mean? At the moment of death, a person will lose more than half of their spirit. After that, it will stabilize at a certain level. After that, it will start to decrease linearly. Danny indeed understood. Although she didn't know how the people of the East Continent researched it, their 10,000 years of research didn't go to waste. The so-called spirit should be spiritual quality. The yin spirit and the yang spirit should be referring to the different colors of the spiritual quality. Before meeting Bo Qing, she had always thought that the colorful particles were essentially the same. It was just like how sunlight was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple by a prism. However, they were all part of sunlight. After hearing the necromancer's words, Danny finally understood. Even if the purple and red light were part of sunlight, their wavelengths were different and their effects were different. How do you know? Bo Qing asked suspiciously. He personally experienced it from burning corpses. St. Bailey's ravings, Danny said proudly. What's that? Bo Qing and the others were confused. However, the fire warlock was stunned for a moment. He said in shock, the ravings that St. Bailey said before starving to death? What's going on? Bo Qing looked at his followers. The fire warlock pondered and said slowly, have you heard of Bailey who was blessed by the gods? After discovering that his wife and cousin were having an affair, he had been fasting and praying in the holy church, hoping to get help from the 7 gods. Perhaps he was confused by hunger and said a lot of nonsense during that period. However, the monks insisted that St. Bailey was enlightened by the 7 gods. That's right. His wife was stolen and he starved to death. It would be terrible if word got out. Of course, the 7 gods would help their own sage to cover it up. In short, some monks recorded some of the words that St. Bailey said before he died. The manuscript was called Bailey's Ravings. However, after Aegon the mediocre king, the cousin who stole his virgin wife, ascended to the throne, he burned all the information that defamed the Targaryen royal family. No one knew what Bailey said before he died. However, some people also said that some of the manuscripts were hidden by the monks of the old town. My fellow townsmen, you're awesome. You've solved this problem and saved me a lot of effort. Thank you. Danny echoed, I only saw some broken pages. Unfortunately, I didn't understand what they were saying. Now that I heard Master Bo Qing's explanation, I immediately understood. She didn't spill the beans, but she had revealed information that she shouldn't have. The key was that if she pretended to be confused, the expert wouldn't talk to her in depth. But the 7 gods are fake, Corbett said with a frown. The Targaryen bloodline is real. Perhaps Bailey really communicated with a god of wisdom from another dimension, the shadow binder said calmly. Master Bo Cheng, please continue. What's after the yin-yang spirit? Danny urged. Bo Cheng didn't want to talk about it anymore. After all, no one could understand it. What was the point? However, he found that not only could Danny understand it, but she also gave him a new theory. He couldn't help but be interested. Before the Necromancer Association was established, we scholars only hoped to solve the mystery of life and death. We never thought of creating ghosts or other undead creatures. You also want to live forever? Danny asked strangely. Also? Bo Cheng asked doubtfully. He then shrugged and said matter-of-factly, who doesn't? That's right. Master, please continue. At first, the scholars didn't notice the difference between yin spirits and yang spirits. They only had one thought: after death one would lose their spirit. But if they added spirit to a corpse, could they bring the dead back to life or even live forever? Bo Cheng was excited, as if he had transformed into a scholar who explored the mystery of life and death 10,000 years ago. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult, Danny sighed. She had thought of this before and had even tried many times. Unfortunately, not to mention corpses, even living people couldn't accept her spirit. Sigh, it's not difficult, it's impossible. After all, the association didn't succeed even after 10,000 years of research. They only created a bunch of byproducts. Bo Cheng sighed dejectedly and said slowly, during the research the scholars gradually discovered the difference between yin and yang spirits. Living people can only accept yang spirits, while corpses have a stable entangled yin and yang spirits. When the scholars tried to break the balance between yin and yang and extract all the yang spirits, the scholars became necromancers, and the corpses became zombies that could move and listen to orders. So that's how it is. Danny was very happy. She didn't come to this gathering for nothing. Or rather, Kueishi's prophecy was very accurate. She should go to the East, to Asia to understand the truth of the world. Of course, Danny also realized that Asia wasn't the main point. The main point was to communicate more with supernatural people. Although this world's supernatural power was a bit weak, and there was an embarrassing incident where a mage was stabbed to death by a thief, the wisdom accumulated over thousands or even tens of thousands of years couldn't be underestimated. It was all because this world's magic was too low, and the mysterious professionals were too miserable. I wonder if Master Bo Cheng is interested in exchanging protective skills with me? Danny asked shamelessly. You want to learn necromancy? Bo Cheng smiled faintly. Ahem, Layla, shadow binders control the power of fire and shadows. You can learn the fire wizard that you got from Lisbon, but necromancy can't coexist with it. Tam reminded. Hey, I haven't officially become a shadow binder yet. Danny shouted. Tam turned around and stared at her coldly as if asking, I've invested so much effort in you, and you want to betray your master? Bo Cheng waved his hand and smiled. Priest Layla, I'm sorry but you're not a native, and necromancy secret arts are rarely taught to outsiders. Why? A rule left behind by our ancestors. Tam was silent for a while and said slowly, there are necromancers from other schools in Asia. Layla, if you really want to learn necromancy, I'll introduce you to a few corpse robbers. Corpse robbers? Necromancers need corpses and corpse robbers know where their customers are. You're a good person, Tam. Danny said affectionately. Necromancers and shadow binders can help with dragon hatching, the shadow binder said faintly. Ah. Bo Cheng frowned and said, necromancy originated from the Barren Lands, and only the wizards from the Barren Lands Undead Association are accepted. As for the other wild wizards, even the tolerant Asia doesn't allow necromancers to move around openly, and some places even kill them. Miss Layla, you have to be careful. What? Danny asked curiously. Wild necromancers have no restrictions, and their witchcraft theories are incomplete. They pursue power over wisdom and their actions are too inhumane. You have to understand that the Undead Association doesn't want to create terror, and our most fundamental pursuit has never changed: immortality. Moonsinger glanced at the entrance of the hall and said softly, Malacho is here. Everyone looked over and saw a muscular man in black armor walking toward the stage with heavy steps. The muscular man was wearing a full body armor, which was matte black in color. His steps were steady and powerful, and he looked very heroic and domineering, like a victorious general who had just returned from the battlefield. He's Malacho, the leader of the Tiger Party who's been in the limelight recently. At the same time, he's also the commander-in-chief of the Allied army in Volantis, so he often wears armor to attend meetings and put on a show. There are hundreds of Volantis here and all of them have the right to vote, Moonsinger whispered to Danny. Yeah. Danny's gaze was fixed on the Gith people behind Malacho, who were wearing golden tasseled toka robes. Why are the Gith people following Malacho? I heard that Malacho has always rejected the Gith people's invitation, and the Gith people are also staying in the Elephant Party's Nessisir mansion, she said doubtfully. Chapter 211. The Elephant Party is made up of sea merchants and moneylenders. The real war depends on the old nobles of the Tiger Party. Now that the alliance has formed the three major forces of Volantis, Queers, and Zingis, Marazzo is the military representative of Volantis. If Zingis wants to take back Slave Bay, they can't do without his support, Bo Ching explained softly. Danny had thought that the main characters of the banquet would be the Dragon Hatcher mages, but the 9 of them had been talking in the corner for more than half an hour, and not a single guest came to greet them. After Marazzo entered the hall, he walked directly to the Volantis nobles near the orchestra stage. He didn't even notice the mages. Didn't you say you were going to show the dragon egg? Danny asked with a frown. The shadow-binding knight looked away from Marazzo and shook his head. It's still too early. What's your attitude towards the mother of dragons? Danny asked Bo Ching. Now that the 3 kingdoms of Barbarian are established, the 3 sides probably don't want to participate in this matter, and there are no slaves in Barbarian. Well, the 3 kingdoms here weren't Shu Han, Chao Wei, Sun Wu. The Golden Dynasty of Barbarian was named after the color of the dynasty. The history of the land of barbarians was divided into 3 stages. 1. The Kingdom of Dawn before the Long Night. 2. The Long Night during the Osawar and High Period. 3. After the Long Night, the Golden Heavenly Dynasty or the Rainbow Heavenly Dynasty. In the legends, the Dawn Kingdom's emperor was almost always a god or the son of a god. It was uncertain whether it was true or not, but the Dawn Kingdom had existed for a very long time. It could almost be considered a previous mythical civilization, along with the Children of the Forest. After that, the Golden Dynasty went through 10 dynasties: the Hai's Grey Dynasty, the Chang's Indigo Dynasty, and the Murong's Emerald Dynasty. Well, the last 3 dynasties were more strange. Chagang Pearl White and Huazi. Similar to the Western Han and Eastern Han dynasties, the royal family of the same surname extended their lives twice. The strange thing was that after 2 consecutive revivals, the emperor cut off his manhood. The crown prince could get married and have children, but once he ascended the throne, he had to cut off his male root to help the emperor get rid of all distracting thoughts and dedicate himself to the country. Needless to say, this policy was quite effective. The barbarian lands turned from a weak country that was bullied by everyone to a prosperous second largest country in the world. The people lived and worked in peace and the empire expanded its territory. Even the people of Valeglia did not dare to provoke them. What was even more amazing was that they had also completed the first infrastructure project in the world of Song of Ice and Fire, which was to build a network of stone roads all over the land. Similar to Valeglia's avenue, the 1,000-year-old immortal stone path connected all the cities in raised land. It was ridiculously powerful. After a few thousand years, the barbarians were still using the stone path built by the eunuch emperor of the Huazi dynasty. Unfortunately, the eunuch dynasty did not have a third chance to extend its life. After that, there was the Jia clan Green dynasty and the Luo clan Scarlet dynasty. It was the Luo clan dynasty of Luo Bao who wanted to become Emperor Wu of Han, but had his head chopped off by the zebra people and made into a wine cup. The 9th dynasty was the Chai dynasty. This was the 10th dynasty, the Bu family's Azure dynasty. However, the Bu family's dynasty seemed to have reached a period of decline. Although the zebra people did not attack them, there were warlords in their own country. A general with zebra blood, Bo Xiong, occupied a trade town in the northwest, the Silk Road that connected the Western world. That Bo Xiong looked a little like in Lushan. There was also a remnant of the previous dynasty who learned a lot of witchcraft. He occupied a piece of land and raised the flag of the Chai dynasty. It was similar to Murong Fu, who had successfully recovered the Great Yen. With Murong Fu and in Lushan eyeing them from the side, it was no wonder that the son of the Bu family did not want to participate in the Mother of Dragons crusade. However, the barbarians have joined the United Nations, and the income from the sea trade is almost the same as the land tax. The imperial court is unable to cut ties with the sea trade city-states. Bu Qing sighed and said, "Without a doubt, the Dragon Queen is the enemy of the entire world. However, the Alliance army without dragons might not be her match. I really do not know how long this world war will last and how many people will die." then. Danny looked around and asked in a weak voice, "What are your plans for the dragon hatching? Do you really have the confidence to hatch a dragon, or are you using your protective skills?" The moment she said that, the air in the small corner seemed to freeze. The atmosphere was awkward and heavy. Danny acted as if she did not know and continued, "It has been almost an hour since we entered the hall, and not a single guest has come to greet us. What does this mean? The Volantis people look down on us. But according to the popular saying, the dragon hatching needs to be sacrificed to the loved ones of those with noble bloodlines. The dragon granny of the new Jais burned 2 small noble families, hundreds of people, men, women, and children, but she did not even hatch a single dragon scale. What kind of future do you think she will have? You will not give her a sum of money and send her out of the country, right? If you cannot hatch a dragon, I am afraid that your ending will be 10 times, no, 100 times worse than hers. We have signed an agreement, but there is no guarantee that we will succeed," the fire warlock said nervously. "You are talking about an agreement with a person whose entire family has been wiped out?" Danny sneered. "Then what do you think we should do?" The Call people frowned. "Let's have a good time tonight. Tomorrow we will just break up." Bo Cheng's 2 eyebrows almost stood up. He suppressed his anger and scolded, "You have not joined us yet, and you are already encouraging us to break up. What are your intentions?" "What intentions can I have? I want you to work on that 1,000,000 gold coin project after breaking up. Every one of you is powerful and knowledgeable. You are all talents." Danny stared at him without backing down. "Before I came, I thought that even if I would not be respected by the Volantis people, I would at least be able to talk and laugh with Mirajo. When your status is high, you naturally have the right to speak. But when I came over and saw it, my heart sank. Obviously, if there is a slight setback in the dragon hatching process, we will all be finished." Although it was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. Everyone's face turned ugly and became silent. After a while, Bo Ching breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Hatching a dragon can help me analyze the path of life and death. For the truth, I am not afraid of death. Yes, I am afraid of death, but I am more afraid of missing the opportunity to learn the truth," the fire warlock said seriously. "Makes sense." The black goat priest smiled and nodded. "Damn, they're all so brave. For the truth, they are not even afraid of death." Finally, the shadow binding knight said slowly, "We are already the top group of people in the extraordinary profession. We are irreplaceable. As long as the Volantis people do not want to lose to the mother of dragons, they must have their own dragons. To hatch a dragon we must live well." "Someone is coming," the moon singer whispered. A handsome blonde young man walked over and said politely, "Mages, Senator Nisisir has arrived. Senator Mirajo invites you over." When they were whispering, Mirajo stopped the orchestra and gave a campaign speech on the stage. His voice was full of passion, but the content was very boring. Even Danny, an outsider who had just arrived in Volantis for less than 2 days, could tell his campaign outline. In fact, when she passed by the park in the afternoon, she had already heard Mirajo's speech and seen too many elephants with slogans on their bodies. In summary, there were 2 points. 1. I want to fight against the mother of dragons. 2. I was born in the old nobility, and my ability to lead troops in war is the best in the world. After Mirajo finished his speech, another senator led a group of people into the hall. Then the blond young man came to look for the dragon hatcher mages. Danny stood behind the moon singer obediently and looked at the 3 mages on the stage chatting with Mirajo, Nisisir, and the other dignitaries. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and said in disbelief, "Valeglia Steel?" Her voice was really soft, and it was blocked by the wooden mask, but the moon singer still touched her. "Don't be rude. No one is paying attention to us. The Volantis people are all surrounding the 3 mages, the pyromancer said sourly. Well, the 3 mages went up the stage and the 2 senators were like hosts, introducing the 3 guests to the Volantis people. From time to time, they would ask a few questions about the dragon hatching. It was very lively. Danny and the rest were also standing on the stage, but they were very far away on the left side of the small stage. "Mirajo is wearing the Valeglia steel armor?" Danny asked in a low voice. "The Ararathon family doesn't know about this?" Moon Singer's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. "Ararathon has left Volantis for hundreds of years. I only know that the Megaya family belongs to the 14th Fire Peak family." Danny smiled bitterly. "Damn, I almost exposed it. Is this a secret that everyone knows?" Moon Singer did not think much and explained in a low voice, "You are not wrong. The Megaya family has the only Valeglia steel armor in the world." "How lucky," Danny murmured. "Yes, there are many branches of the 14th Fire Peak, but only his ancestor got a set of armor. Danny's eyes flashed with a smile. You misunderstood. I am the lucky one. Seeing Mirajo scolding the mother of dragons emotionally and waving his arms up and down, she could not help but wonder. In the afternoon, Mirajo's arm was still in a sling. How did he recover so quickly? Have you forgotten? Moon Singer glanced at her and said strangely, wasn't his arm broken by you? You mean? Danny was shocked. Tam slept with this consul? Yes, Mirajo is the noble. When he woke up in the morning, his right hand was in pain as if it was broken, but the arm itself was not injured. When the residual blood wizard power dissipated, it was restored to its original state. He and Tam have an affair, Danny said strangely. So? Moon Singer did not understand why she was surprised. Mirajo is a man and Great Wizard Tam is a woman. It is natural for a man and a woman to be together. Is it normal? Danny turned her head abruptly, and her eyes behind the wooden mask were full of disbelief. It's strange for you to say such things. How is it strange? You are wearing women's clothes. Don't you prefer men? Danny stammered. You like men. Oh no, you have a strange fetish. You like women. Moon Singer's sallow face flushed red, and she could barely suppress her anger. Everyone nearby looked over. Well, they looked at Danny and Moon Singer curiously with gossipy eyes, as if the two of them had performed a strange fetish in public. Calm down, I am not discriminating against you. Why are you so agitated? Danny was very calm with the wooden mask covering her face. She was not afraid of being seen at all. You are ignorant. Moon Singer took a step back and avoided everyone's gaze with shame and anger. Moon Singers are mostly women. If a man wants to become a moon singer, he must wear women's clothes and dress like a woman. Oh my god, you zebra people are really, really big shots. The shadow binder noticed Danny's movement and frowned. He whispered a few words in Mirajo's ear. Then the consul said loudly, members of the wizard group, please come to the stage and help us verify the authenticity of the dragon egg. Chapter 212. You're not even sure if it's real or fake? Danny was shocked. She tugged at Moonchant's sleeve and asked, have you never seen a dragon egg before? Moonchant did not seem to want to talk to her anymore. She pulled up her sleeve and walked forward without saying a word. All right, I apologize for my ignorance. I'll treat you to a big meal when we get back to the merchant's house, Danny begged. Moonchant snorted and explained with an awkward expression. The dragon incubator mages were formed 2 months ago, but Mirajo or Volantis only got the dragon egg today. After a few words, the 6 followers came to the stage. According to their status, Danny was not in the center position. She stood at the side. She saw 2 attendants place a 2-foot square round table with long legs in the center of the stage. Another gray-haired, long-faced middle-aged man came out of the crowd with a black lacquered wooden box the size of a medical box. Without saying a word, he put the box on the table and pulled out a key from his collar. As if he wanted everyone to see clearly, he raised the key up high and shook it before finally inserting it into the red copper keyhole of the wooden box. Opening the lid, the long-faced man took a look and nodded to Mirajo and Nessisir, saying, please check it. Bravosi! Danny exclaimed softly. The long-faced man's accent was exactly the same as hers, or rather, Priest Layla's. It was like they were all from China, but when they spoke in northeastern, Sichuan, Wuhan, and Wuxia dialects, experienced people would be able to tell the origin of the other party. The 9 free trade city-states including Slave Bay and New Guise, all spoke Valeglia. It was just that there were local accents mixed in every place so it was easy to tell. Color, texture, scale, weight. The shadow bind touched the box for a while and nodded to the 2 consuls saying, it's a dragon egg. The consul was a descendant of Valeglia's nobles. Of course he knew some techniques to identify dragon eggs. After the 3 big shots looked at it, the consul personally checked it again. After that, it was the turn of the 10 old nobles of Volantis. Dozens of people surrounded the small round table for more than half an hour before it was the turn of the 6 young mages. It was a dragon egg that was as red as the setting sun. It's a bit small, Danny commented after seeing it for the first time. Small? The fire warlock put down the dragon egg doubtfully and said, it's exactly the same as the dragon egg in the records. It should be real. Before the other 3 fire mages could do it, Danny stepped forward and took the dragon egg. As soon as she touched the dragon egg, her expression abruptly changed. Oh my god, it's true. Of course it's true, the Bravosi said unhappily. Danny looked up at the Bravosi and said, "This is not a stone egg, not a fossil dragon egg from Asia. You can even tell? Not simple." The long-faced man revealed a look of shock. "I've seen stone eggs in Kyle's." "I see." The long-faced man came to a realization and turned to the two archons. "It comes from the Westeros, the Targaryen family's dragon egg. It has a history of only 250 years. Compared to a stone egg, it's more likely to hatch a dragon." "Very good." Malakar nodded expressionlessly. "Is the contract complete?" the long-faced man asked. "As long as the dragon hatches successfully, we will definitely teach you all the secret arts," Nisisir said. The long-faced man looked around and hesitated. "Only two archons? Dofas will be eliminated, so there's no need for him to come. I represent the Elephant Party, and Malakar represents the Tiger Party. There are hundreds of nobles around as witnesses." "It's enough," Nisisir said. "Has Bravos and Volantis formed an alliance?" Danny asked the Moon Singer in a low voice. "I'm not sure. I really—" Danny glanced up at the dome. The huge black shadow fell rapidly. "What a pity." Boom. Colorful fragments scattered in all directions. A bright pillar of fire suddenly descended like a divine punishment, like a missile hitting the dome. Crash. The magnificent glass palace was like a toy that had been slapped by a titan. It exploded into pieces and colorful pieces fell like a storm. Before the people below could recover from the shock, a loud roar resounded through the entire place. Hiss. The demonic sound from hell made the people who reacted to it change their expressions. "Dragon!" Archon Nisisir screamed like a woman. Malakar's face was expressionless like a granite relief sculpture. Now, his face was extremely distorted as he looked at the black dragon descending from the sky in disbelief. 400 years later, a true dragon descended on the Tower of Babel again. If this was during Valeglia's time, it would be a great honor for the Tower Master to receive a Dragon King, but now? No. Boom. The bright red dragon flame with black smoke fell directly on the head of the Volantis Land Army commander. It was like throwing a pencil box with ice cream into a charcoal furnace. A brown liquid with a strange meaty aroma seeped out from the gaps of the iron boots. "Ah, demon dragon! Ah, the mother of dragons is attacking." The Volantis nobles shouted crazily as they ran around without thinking. They dove into the flames, rushed into the dark space around them, rushed out of the platform and fell to the ground. The glass dome shattered, and the wind howled at the top of the tower. The dragon flame was like a plow of death, flipping through the crazily shouting crowd, taking away lives one by one. Hiss, another white dragon fell from the sea of fire. It seemed to be competing with its elder brother, venting its scorching heat and terror without restraint. Volantis had long been prepared for an expedition to the east. Once the election was over, they would publicly declare war on the Slave Bay and the Dragon Queen. But this peaceful city itself was not prepared to accept the baptism of war. The two dragons were like demons that crawled out from hell, wantonly hunting the noblest people in the city on the platform. There was no mercy, no mercy. The handsome faces of the gods and goddesses melted in the dragon flame, and the dreamy heaven-like venue cried in the fire. The roofless platform of 800 square meters was big enough for a banquet, but in the face of two megalosaurus running back and forth with the dragon flame, the shortest dragon flame was at least 14 to 15 meters long. In 5 minutes they swept 7 to 8 rounds back and forth, and there was not a single groan in the entire venue. Everyone was dead. The black dragon seemed to have intelligence. After burning Mirajo to death, it had been blocking the entrance of the stairs. Hiss, hiss, the dragon's roar gradually disappeared into the sky, leaving behind a crackling inferno. Another 3 minutes passed. Plop. In the center of the venue where the fountain used to be, a few stacked burning corpses were pushed away. The pointed head of the moon chant popped out, shaking his wet hair vigorously. His chest was like a bellows that was being pulled at high speed and he was gasping for air. Cough, cough, cough. The thick smoke and the burnt smell made him cough violently. Cough, cough, gone. The demon dragon cough flew away. Cough, cough, cough. Plop, plop. The corpses seemed to come alive and rolled to the side. More than 10 black figures sat up in the pool. Watch, my hand is burned. Bo Ching hugged his right elbow and wailed. It's good enough that you're still alive. Cough, cough. Danny shook her head, looked around and coughed. The corpses are burning like candles. We can't stay here for too long. The binding Knight Tam struggled to get up and luckily said, Thank goodness you were smart enough, Layla. You pulled us straight to the pool and didn't try to rush to the stairs like the others. Come and help me, ouch, my leg was broken by someone. Danny looked closer and said in surprise, Consul Nisi, sir? You're not dead? This was not an act. At that time she did not even think of saving any Volantis. She pulled Tam with one hand and Bo Ching with the other, and ran straight to the pool in a snake-like manner. Oh, I didn't pull the moon chanter away because that fellow had grabbed onto my robe in a death grip. Help, cough cough, I can't breathe, help me get out of here. He only cared about wailing. Danny did not help him, but grabbed the moon singer who was about to run to the stairs and pushed him over. The consul immediately hugged the skinny zebra man like an octopus. The binding knight walked over to support the other side of the consul, and asked curiously, Your Excellency, why didn't the Mother of Dragons burn you to death? Danny still had a long sword on her waist and she took it down along with the scabbard. She pushed aside the burning corpses on the way and moved step by step towards the stairs. Other than the 5 of them, there were 8 people who survived. After all, the pool was 20 square meters and more than half a meter deep. As long as they did not faint or suffocate, the people at the bottom would be half alive. More importantly, the 2 dragons adjusted their angles, and most of the dragon flames flew over the pool instead of directly burning it. I'm not stupid. If I don't run when I see Malacho melting beside me, am I going to wait for the dragons to burn me? Narcissos groaned. Why did you think of running to the pool? Moonsinger asked curiously. This is wisdom. Narcissus grinned and said proudly, that black dragon clearly has a rider, which is that vicious woman. Her heart is like a poisonous scorpion, but she's not stupid at all. If I were in her shoes, if I was riding the dragon, I would also let the dragon block the stairs as I plan to attack the Tower of Babel. Sure enough, that devil is as vicious as expected. She will definitely kill us all. Damn, even you thought of this. Are you a devil? An old man from Volantis looked up at the dark night sky, and then looked around at the corpses that were burning with bloody flames and smoke. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he came to his senses. He wailed, Tragic, 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 too tragic, sob, sob, sob. This is war. Danny sighed with a complicated expression. Priest Corbett is dead. Dark, Lincoln, and Mace are also dead, the fire warlock said with a sobbing tone. You are still alive? Danny glanced at him in surprise. The face and clothes of the Westeros were black, and there was a large burning hole at the bottom of his robe. Dead, dead, all dead, sob, sob. The fire warlock looked around numbly and started crying without warning. His crying was like the fuse of a firecracker, and a series of wails sounded in the dilapidated hall that was filled with the smell of meat. Stop wailing. Come and move the corpses. The stairs are blocked, Danny shouted. Is there anyone still alive? Her words alarmed the people at the bottom. Across the pile of burning corpses, the people on the other side also started to shout and drag the corpses. It's Butler Fox, the shadow binder shouted. There are still people upstairs. Butler Fox, move the corpses away. The fire warlock who was sobbing was like a little girl who was being molested. With a sharp voice, he pointed to the northeast and said, Look over there, the Mother of Dragons hasn't left yet. She wants to burn the Black Wall. Chapter 213. Of course, there was more than one Tower of Babel within the Black Wall. Excluding the small nobles and merchants, there were more than 30 branches of the top nobles of Valeglia, including the 14 Fire Peaks. Almost every family in the 14 Fire Peaks had a black tower to welcome the Dragon King from the main family. Roughly speaking, there were 22 Tower of Babel within the Black Wall. Of course, like the Megara family in Maracho, the top floors of the rest of the Tower of Babel were remodeled, either with glass or wood domes, or with flower beds and swimming pools. But one thing was for sure, these families followed the tradition of the Son of the Sky of Valeglia, and the noblest people must live at the top floor. And in the room of the family master, there must be precious items passed down from the ancestors. For example, Valeglia swords, Valeglia books, statues, secret techniques. The Volantis never thought that the Mother of Dragons would cross 3,000 kilometers and launch a surprise attack on them. So, there were no dragon-slaying crossbows, no archers and no strong guards. Many of the top floors of the towers did not even have servants. It was empty, waiting for someone of noble character to ride a dragon and steal it. They got used to it after a while. What is the Mother of Dragons doing? Bo Ching looked in the direction of the fire mage's finger. In the darkness, the dark red dragon flame flashed and disappeared, leaving only flickering flames burning slowly. Ah, what a vicious woman. She wants to clear out all the family masters of the noble families and break the spine of the Volantis. Nisisir was stunned for a moment and shouted in realization. There were people cleaning up the corpses in the stairwell. Danny also stopped and shouted at the consul with her sword, "It's no use crying here. Hurry up and take out your trump cards. What dragon-slaying crossbows, dragon horn, witchcraft, and so on? Even at this time you are still hiding it." "No, there is nothing," Nisisir said, almost crying. "How can there be nothing? You are going to attack Slavers Bay. It's impossible that you did not prepare dragon-slaying methods, right?" Danny doubted. "If the real dragon is so easy to deal with, how can we Valeglia rule the world? Why should the Volantis cooperate with the Bravosi to hatch a dragon?" The consul looked at the burning wooden dome in the distance and howled in despair. "It seems like he really doesn't have any killing moves. Now I can relax. What about the dragon-slaying crossbows? Even the Gith people have dragon-slaying crossbows." She seemed to be more anxious than the Volantis people. The Gith people use ballistae to defend the city. They are placed on the city wall and have a horizontal range of more than 300 meters. They are very powerful and can kill elephant soldiers. However, its vertical flight altitude is less than 50 meters, so it won't have much effect on the megalosaurus in the sky. "Let's disperse." Danny waved her hand and dejectedly said to the shadow-binding knight and the others, "Look, these guys don't even have dragon-slaying crossbows and they're still planning to conquer Slave Bay." Ooh! A gust of wind blew from the ground, and the flames on the corpses not far away crackled. The staircase was opened and a gust of wind rushed up. "Hurry, hurry and rush over," the butler urged the servant loudly. Soon, more than a dozen slaves covered in wet sheets stepped on the scalding stairs and rushed up with a stretcher. "We have dragon-slaying crossbows, real dragon-slaying crossbows from the Westeros." Nessus climbed onto the stretcher and said, "Although Kor didn't join the Allied army, they are still a member of the United Nations. 3 months ago, they accepted an order from the Allied army to build dragon-slaying crossbows for us. Half a month later, the first batch of 1,000 ballistae will leave Kor and go south along the Rhone River to Volantis." Danny's heart tightened and asked, "Where did the Westeros get dragon-slaying crossbows? Did you bring them here?" She turned to look at the fire warlock. The slaves began to run down with the stretcher. Danny followed behind the consul, and the fire warlock and moon singer followed behind her. Well, other than Bo Cheng and the shadow-binding knight, the other low-level mages didn't get a stretcher. The blueprint of the dragon-slaying crossbow is strictly kept in the royal library. How could I come into contact with it? The fire warlock's blackened face showed a bitter smile. "Aha, that woman is indeed very strong, but this time she's really going against the entire world." Nessus sneered and said with a twisted face, "The Westeros are even more anxious than us. If the Allied army fails, the sea merchants will at most go home to farm. It's a bit hard, but their families won't have to worry about it." However, Lannister, Theon, Stark, Tully, Arryn, the Dukes of the Five Kingdoms didn't even have the chance to surrender. With the Mother of Dragons' crazy, tyrannical, and cruel personality, how could she not exterminate their families? "I'm crazy, tyrannical, and cruel? Good, very good. I see. Stark, Tully, Theon are all gone. The person who sent the blueprint should be Lannister, right?" Danny said with a smile. "No, the person who brought us the blueprint came from the Old Town. He represents the High Court's attitude." Nessus shook his head. When they walked out of the corridor, the doctors waiting in the palace immediately gathered around and cleaned the consul's wounds. "High Court?" Danny was shocked. What kind of fucking script was this? River Bend originally belonged to the Gardner family. River Bend's king's surname was Gardner. Tyrell was only the Gardner's butler and could barely be considered a mid-level noble in River Bend. During the War of Conquest, the entire Gardner family died in the Blazing Fury battle. As the head steward of High Court, Tyrell opened the city and surrendered. Aegon Targaryen rewarded him with the title of Duke of High Court. For 300 years, Tyrion had always been a loyal follower of Targaryen. During the War of the Usurpers, Targaryen's only ally was Tyrell of High Court. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong commander. Duke Mace Tyrell's fighting skills were too advanced. If Rando Tarly, Jon's close friend and Sam Tarly's father, led the troops, the Targaryen dynasty might have been able to survive. At that time, even Rhaegar's brother-in-law, Dorne Martell, only stood aside and watched the battle. That was why Viserys, Dany, Barristan, and Jorah Mormont had always thought that Tyrell could be an ally of Targaryens. Dany had even planned to visit the Citadel of Learning on this trip to the Westeros. But now, was there not a single loyal official in the Seven Kingdoms? After thinking for a moment, she asked tentatively, "What's Lannister's attitude?" "I heard that Lannister and Tywin have a marriage alliance. High Court might be conveying Duke Tywin's intentions. Perhaps. We sent an envoy to King's Landing to invite King Joffrey to join the alliance. Tywin Lannister didn't explicitly refuse. He only said that the Westeros had many things to do and couldn't support a war thousands of miles away." The consul drank a cup of poppy milk and fell asleep. The healer took the opportunity to set his bones. "Let's go." The shadow binder pulled Dany's sleeve. "It's time to leave." Dany shook her long black sleeve that was dripping with water and said unhappily, "You didn't even give me a change of clothes?" "Hundreds of nobles died. Who would be in the mood to entertain us?" Bo Ching shook his head. They chatted as they went down the stairs. "Where do you live?" "The merchant's house." "How we're going the same way." "I have something to do." Clang, clang, clang. As they were talking, a heavy and drawn-out bell rang above their heads. Is this calling for the Tiger Cloak army in the city to be under martial law? The shadow binder looked in confusion at the Valantian servant who was leading them in front. The black wall alarm bell was used to welcome the noble dragon king in Valeglia. Now it's mostly used to issue fire alarms. "It's burning up there." "It's a bit loud." "It might attract the mother of dragons," the fire warlock said worriedly. "This place has already been burned. Why would she come?" Dany sneered. Hiss boom. The dragon's roar pierced through the night sky like lightning. The bell stopped ringing abruptly. The sound of the house being burned by the dragon's flames could be faintly heard from the bottom of the tower. There was also the sharp wailing of the butler. Everyone looked at the fire warlock in unison. Their gazes were strange, making the Westeros shiver. I was just guessing," he said with a trembling voice. "Sigh, let's just split up. The Megalosaurus is too fierce." Dany sighed. Poor Consul Nessosaurus. He managed to escape with his wisdom and courage, but he was implicated by the fire alarm bell. "It's too tragic. We can't split up. After witnessing the power of the Megalosaurus, the Valantians will need us more and value our strength more." Bo Ching shook his head. "Also, I came all the way from the Barren Lands to hatch the dragon. It's more than 10,000 miles and took a few months on a boat. I don't want to go back just like that. I heard that Master Wood is preparing to." Dany caught a glimpse of the Valantians running in panic in the courtyard and immediately stopped talking. She trotted out of the tower quickly and stood on the lawn to look up. Sure enough, the windows of the palace on the top floor were spitting out tongues of fire. The entire floor was set ablaze. In the dark sky, the Tower of Babel was like a burning torch. On the ground, a team of Tiger Cloak army had rushed over. A large group of Valantians, old and young, walked out of their houses. Some looked at the burning black tower in confusion. Some shouted in panic, "It's on fire." There were also people who saw the figure of the Megalosaurus in the fire and heard a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. They screamed in fear, "The mother of dragons is attacking." More people thought of the fate of their relatives who attended the Black Tower gathering and couldn't help but cry. In the midst of the chaos, the 5 mages climbed onto 2 white elephants and passed through the crowd that had gathered around them. They slowly made their way towards the Black Wall City gate. "Did you know that Master Wood is going to Slaver's Bay to seek refuge with the Mother of Dragons?" Dany asked Bo Ching opposite her. She changed seats with the fire warlock. The Westeros, Tam and Moon Singer sat on a giant elephant. Dany and the barbarian necromancer sat on a castle. Mother of Dragons? No future. The barbarian shook his head. The sky is burning, the Megalosaurus is roaring, and her enemies are wailing in the fire. If I didn't pull you away, you would have been melted into a puddle of burnt grease by the dragon's flames like those hundreds of dead people. Sigh, even if that's the case, the Mother of Dragons did not harm the foundation of Volantis. You also heard that in half a month's time, Khal will hand over 1,000 dragon-slaying crossbows to the Alliance. Dany thought for a moment and said, "I saved your life, didn't I?" "Yes." "How are you going to repay me?" Dany grinned. Bo Ching was stunned and said, "I thought you were a warm-hearted good person." "I'm a good person." Dany nodded and said with a smile, "A good person wants to learn necromancy. What do you think?" The Necromancer Association. Bo Cheng's expression changed a few times. Seeing that Dany was staring at him without any intention to ease the situation, he gritted his teeth and said seriously, "The basic meditation techniques must not be leaked. I can only teach you 2 techniques." "That's fine." Danny already had the most powerful inheritance of the great wizard. She didn't need the meditation techniques of other wizard schools at all. Chapter 214 Volantis was like a bright pearl at the end of the vast plain of the Rhone River. The night market was still brightly lit. The street vendors were yelling enthusiastically, and the pedestrians stopped to look at their favorite products. Only a small number of Volantis people gathered at the intersection, pointing at the dim fire on the other side of the black wall, laughing and guessing which noble was so unlucky to have his house on fire. The giant elephant moved forward slowly, and the castle on its back shook with every step. Bo Ching sighed, "I wonder how they will react when they know the truth tomorrow." No matter how they react, it's useless. These people don't even have the right to vote. Danny shook her head and urged, "Tell me some taboos and common knowledge about necromancers." "Let me ask you a question first. Do you know what a necromancer is? Didn't you say that it's to study the mysteries of life and death?" "No, studying the mysteries of life and death is ideal. In reality, every necromancer has committed heinous crimes and should be executed. They should be beheaded and their bones ground to dust," Bo Ching said solemnly. "Oh, what do you mean?" Bo Ching thought for a while and said, "I won't talk about playing with corpses, blood sacrifice and summoning demons. Do you know how necromancers increase their magic power?" "Meditation?" "No, eating people. Babies are the best. Weird babies like dwarf babies are the best supplements. Wizard power is hard to come by, and the most common way for necromancers is to eat people." Bo Ching looked at Danny coldly as if she was the evil demon who ate dwarf babies. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Danny shrunk her neck and shouted, "You're the necromancer. You're the one who eats people." "I don't eat people." Bo Cheng's expression softened a little and he said slowly, "When I joined the Association of Necromancers, I swore in the name of my ancestors that I would never use evil means to practice witchcraft. Of course it's useless to just swear. I still have to take blood tests regularly. If the amount of evil spirits in my blood exceeds the limit, my status as a prince will be useless. I will be immediately arrested, doused in wildfire and burned to ashes." "You guys can even detect the Yin spirits in the blood?" Danny was truly shocked. She had the ability to collect and bestow spirituality. She could also see spirituality in her sea of consciousness, but she could not detect the spirituality in her blood and body, unless the blood was burned with fire. Because of this, she was even more certain that the humans in this world were one with their spirit and body. Yes, spirit and body were interdependent. It was invented by the people of Valeglia. Bo Cheng had a troubled look on his face. He gestured with his hands as if he didn't know how to describe the object. In the end he asked directly, "Do you know about the witch lens?" "What?" Danny suddenly stood up, and her head hit the roof of the wooden fort with a bang. However, she was too excited and completely ignored the pain. "The witchcraft lens can detect Yin spirits? Why are you making such a fuss?" Bo Ching was shocked. "Because I have a witchcraft lens at home. I was going to find a few blacksmiths in Kohler and have them melt it down to make armor. I thought the wizard lens could only observe large plant cells." "Cells? Oh, it's genes. Have you heard of genes?" "I underestimated you." Bo Ching looked at Danny in surprise and sighed. "Your knowledge is far beyond my imagination. In this era, the ancient knowledge of Valeglia has long been lost. I thought that other than the association, no one else knew about the secrets of genes." Danny sat down cross-legged and fell into deep thought. When she returned, she had to study the books she stole from High Priest Orlas's house. Valeglia's magic civilization and technology civilization were two completely different paths. She couldn't use the "I'm a modern scientific person" to look down on the ancient people of magic. Observing genes and Yin spirits is only one of the many functions of the witchcraft lens. After a pause, Bo Ching continued, "The people of Valeglia are very arrogant. Although they are unwilling to sell the witchcraft lens, they allow barbarian necromancers to work in the sorcerer tower as servants. They work for the sorcerers of Valeglia in exchange for the opportunity to use and research the witchcraft lens. In the next 2,000 years, countless barbarian necromancers rushed to Valeglia as servants and secretly learned their advanced technology. Finally, in the Huazi dynasty, when the barbarian empire was at its peak, after thousands of experiments, we invented our own witchcraft lens. Although the Necromancer Association's equipment isn't as powerful as the witchcraft lens, it's enough to observe Yin spirits." Bo Ching spoke passionately. It was as if he had returned to the glorious era when many heroes shed their blood for the prosperity of the country. Wuxia dynasty? Danny didn't empathize with him at all. With a strange expression, she asked, the era when the Emperor of Eunuchs was in power? Yes, that was when the barbarian empire was at its peak. They used up the last copper coin in the treasury and finally created the witchcraft lens before the Wuxia dynasty was destroyed. Bo Qing sighed. So that's how it is. Such an awesome eunuch dynasty was actually destroyed by you magi. But the witchcraft lens isn't an atomic bomb. It has no benefits for the country. They even cut off Gigi to govern the country. What a price they paid. It took them so much effort to become the second empire in the world, second only to Valeglia, but it was destroyed by a witchcraft lens. No wonder the City of Knowledge invested hundreds of thousands of gold royals to research the witchcraft lens, but it didn't even make a splash. In the end, they even planned to scam the Mad King. Fortunately, the Mad King was crazy enough to not be fooled by them. Otherwise, the Mad King's kingdom would still be destroyed. The several million gold royals that Tywin had helped him accumulate over the past few decades all went to that damned fatty Robert. Sigh, it's better to invest in the City of Knowledge and research the witchcraft lens. How is it not beneficial for the country? Bo Qing glanced at her disdainfully and said, do you know about the Long Night? You know about the Long Night too? Danny asked curiously. The Long Night was caused by the bloody chaos in the barbarian empire. The bloody chaos was caused by the fallen necromancers, the king of necromancers, the Bloodstone Emperor. At that time, the barbarian empire was still in its Dawn Kingdom period. The real world's first empire, Valeglia, was still herding sheep on the hills. It can be said that the fallen necromancers destroyed the barbarian empire and almost ended the world. Yes, the Bloodstone Emperor was the last emperor of the Dawn Kingdom. At the same time, he was also a powerful necromancer. In the legends of the barbarian empire, the Bloodstone Emperor used blood witchcraft and caused the world to enter the Long Night. So, the hero who dispelled the Long Night and saved the world was also you barbarians, Barbarian Tar? Danny said coldly. What's so good about Yesor Yahai? Almost every race wants to own him? You're not Koreans. Bo Qing didn't know what Koreans meant, but he knew that Danny was mocking him. The barbarian prince's face turned red and shouted, the history books of the barbarian empire are well preserved. It's written clearly in the books. Okay, let's say you're right. The barbarian empire has the witchcraft lens, which is beneficial for the study of necromancy. It can also prevent the birth of a devil like the Bloodstone Emperor. But the prophecy also said that the next Long Night is coming soon. How do you explain this? It's most likely that the red-robed priest is trying to mislead people. Or the Huang dynasty's descendant is the second Bloodstone Emperor. Danny's mouth twitched. She didn't know what to say. The barbarian Bu family was the first dynasty of the Azure dynasty. Before the Azure dynasty there was the Huang dynasty. Now that the Azure dynasty was entering the end of the dynasty, the Huang dynasty's descendants took the opportunity to restore the country. The king was also a powerful wizard. He was called the successful Murong Fu. Now Bo Qing was slandering Murong Fu as the Bloodstone Emperor, who caused the second Long Night. Okay, don't talk nonsense. I know what you mean. Necromancy is a taboo and must be treated with caution. But I just want to know more about your theory of yin-yang spirit. I have no interest in witchcraft like eating people and blood sacrifice. Danny waved her hand. Only do theoretical research? Yes. You're not going to become a necromancer? Yes. Hearing her affirmative answer, Bo Qing relaxed and said, don't mind me. I'm worried that you'll go astray and be blinded by power. With your talent and wisdom, you have the potential to become the Bloodstone Emperor. If you really cause the Long Night, it'll be my fault. Danny stared at him with a wooden face. Then Bo Qing began to talk endlessly about the origin of necromancy, its development, its final form, its current research field, and his expectations for the future. He talked a lot and didn't stop until the merchant's house. But it could be summarized in a few words. We barbarians want to live forever. After discovering yin-yang spirit, we started to study yin spirit. As a result, we formed the necromancer system and created the Bloodstone Emperor. After destroying the Kingdom of Dawn and almost destroying the world, we became honest and didn't dare to study yin spirit anymore. After the Long Night, we tried to separate yin-yang spirit for thousands of years. Valeglia's shepherds suddenly rose and invented the witchcraft lens. We were very jealous. After thousands of years and the price of a dynasty's decline, we finally created the witchcraft lens. After that, it became possible to separate yin-yang spirit. Since then, we tried to separate yin-yang spirit, extract it, and integrate it into our bodies to see if we can live forever. After getting off the car, Bo Ching asked for a room in the merchant's house and asked Danny to wait there. He ran back to the upper house and came back with a leather bag. He handed it to her and said, "This is for you." Danny opened it and saw 4 or 5 books. She looked up and asked, "What do you mean?" "To repay you for saving my life. One is the development of necromancers, one is basic incantations, one is Chai Jin's notes, one is Bo Yi's travels, and one is Bo Cheng's notes." He looked serious and warned her, "You have to be careful when using basic incantations. It's best if you only do research and don't learn them. Don't spread the contents of these 5 books. Don't even let other wizards, especially wild necromancers, know that you have them. Otherwise there will be endless trouble." Danny nodded and solemnly promised, "I am the only one who can read these books." Bo Cheng explained in a gentle tone, Chai Jin was the strongest necromancer in the Huang dynasty. He broke the limit of his lifespan and lived for 150 years. If he didn't die in a harem fight, he might have lived for a few more decades. Bo Yi was my ancestor. He went to Asia and even explored the easternmost land. He saw all kinds of extraordinary jobs and evil witchcraft. My notes. Do you remember that I bought Lisbon's corpse? Yes. I'm researching the relationship between Yang spirit and witchcraft. You can take it and have a look. After saying that, he got up and left. Although their clothes were dried by body heat, they were still sticky. Chapter 215. That night, Volantis wasn't peaceful. Danny had just finished showering and was about to go downstairs for supper when she was stopped in the corridor by a tiger cloak army. The shadow-binding soldier was carrying a brown leather case. She pulled Danny aside and explained with a serious expression, "The dragon egg was lost, and the Valeglia steel armor of the Megara family is also gone." "I didn't steal it," Danny shouted. Her voice was loud and confident, as if it really had nothing to do with her. The shadow-binding soldier ignored her and nodded. "I know, it's the mother of dragons. Not only did she steal the dragon egg in Maracho's body, but she also robbed 15 other Tower of Babel. She lost 12 Valeglia steel swords and some books and antiques." I already knew. It was because she knew that she had a great harvest that she was so excited that she couldn't sleep and wanted to go downstairs to drink some wine and have some fun. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many things on Blackie's back, White Knight would have continued to work hard. After all, there were 22 Black Towers in the Black Wall. The families that owned the Black Towers were all descendants of the great nobles of Valeglia. Naturally, they didn't lack 1 or 2 Valeglia steel swords. In other words, almost every family in the Black Wall had Valeglia steel swords. However, some people weren't generals and put their weapons in the Black Towers. Some people were skilled in martial arts and carried their swords with them. However, this kind of good thing could only happen once. If they went tomorrow night, the Black Dragon would be greeted with a barrage of arrows and ballistae. Moreover, even if they took the Black Tower, it would be empty inside. It would be even cleaner than a poor person's granary. So? Danny asked. Consul Dofus thinks that the Mother of Dragons might have changed her identity and hidden in Volantis, or even in the most crowded merchant's house. Therefore, the 5,000 Tiger Cloak army soldiers have sealed off this area and are specifically searching for the silver-haired, purple-eyed woman who deliberately changed her appearance, the shadow-binding soldier said. Damn, so smart. You guessed it all right. However, Danny was still very calm because she had prepared for the worst before entering Volantis. Even when she was shopping during the day, Big Black hovered in the clouds. At this time, Dahe was 500 meters above the roof. If things went wrong, Long Yen would fall. Moreover, Danny had an alibi. Everyone in the world knew one truth. Megalosaurus were intelligent, but their intelligence was limited. If one wanted them to do something delicate such as burning down the Tower of Babel, one would either have to have a controller or train them for a month or so in advance. However, snatching Maracho's corpse and dragon eggs was a completely spontaneous reaction that could not be trained in advance. It was like if you suddenly told a dragon, "Go to Old Wang's house on the street and buy me a pack of cigarettes." They would never be able to do it. Controlling the Megalosaurus remotely was something unimaginable for the people of Valeglia. So, like everyone else in the Black Wall, the shadow-binding sorcerer was certain of one thing. Danny Rise was definitely on the dragon's back. The undead consul, Nessasaurus, even swore that he had seen the evil mother of dragons on the black dragon's back with his own eyes. Moreover, White Knight was not a white lotus. With Dahe's help, no one was left alive during the robbery. The shadow-binding sorcerer took out a roll of parchment from the Tiger Cloak army and handed it to Danny. There was a painted portrait of a beautiful girl with silver hair and purple eyes. She had a small heart-shaped face, exquisite facial features, sharp eyes, and a single ponytail hanging on the left side of her chest. She was also wearing a beige dress. Hey, is this Danny Rise? She doesn't have a big head at all. She's 10 feet tall and 10 feet in circumference. She's a bit like me, Danny said in surprise. Except for her fierce eyes, her facial features were not unique. In other words, the artist had never seen Danny with his own eyes. This was a temporary sketch based on the descriptions of other people. It was like the male lead in a neon anime. They all had a kiwi face, covered their hairstyles and wore the same clothes. It was almost impossible to tell who was who. Yes, she looks like a lot of Volantis girls. The shadow-binding sorcerer returned the parchment to the Tiger Cloak Army's captain and said casually, I heard that 300 noble girls suspected to be Danny Rise were found in the Black Wall alone. Whether it was to rob the treasure or to teach the Volantis a lesson, the Mother of Dragons has already achieved her goal. She must have left long ago. The so-called search is just to give an explanation to the families of the nobles who died tonight. After all, there are indeed a lot of people who died. Then why are you looking for me? Danny asked doubtfully. The shadow-binding sorcerer waved his hand and said to the Tiger Cloak army, Go and wait. After the guards left, she said, I came to ask you if you want to join the dragon-hatching mage group. It's already so late. Can't you ask me tomorrow? Also, the dragon eggs have already been lost. How can we hatch dragons? Why don't we all go our separate ways and look for other bigger projects? The shadow-binding sorcerer shook the leather case in his hand and explained, Half a year ago, I went to call with an invitation written by Mirajo to bring High Priest Corbett to Volantis. Now he has died tragically in the dragon flames, and even his body has not been found. It is reasonable for me to go to the Black Goat Church personally and explain this to the bishop. Of course, the more important thing is to find another high priest to replace Corbett's position. It just so happens that there is a river boat called Summer Star, heading north to call in the early hours of the morning. They are in a hurry. As for the dragon eggs, there is not only one dragon egg in the world. Elios promised me that he will find at least one more in the short term. Elios Chihita, the Tiger Party candidate? You found him again? Danny's expression was strange. In the afternoon, the first group she met at the riverbank in the West City was the campaign team led by Elios' son. The shadow-binding sorcerer was neither angry nor embarrassed. He nodded and said, He took the initiative to find me. Elios is also a noble. I have no reason to reject him. I think his son is already in his 20s. Danny's mouth twitched. As long as you can use it, Tam said calmly. Okay, as long as you're happy. Then, do you want to join the Dragon Incubator team? If you do, pack your bags immediately and follow me to the dock. I will personally help you become a shadow-binding sorcerer on the way. To be honest, I'm a little scared. So many people have died. Danny's face was filled with fear. She hesitated and said, And if there is a first time, there might be a second or third time. We can't avoid it every time. The risk is too high and there are no benefits at all. It's not worth it. I see. The shadow-binding sorcerer nodded. She squatted down and opened the leather case. She took out a golden mahogany box. It was 1/2 meter long and as thick as a wrist. She handed the box to Danny and said, There's a glass candle inside. It contains a meditation technique. Try it. Tam, you're so considerate, Danny said, touched. Don't be so excited. It's only a level 3 meditation technique. You saved my life tonight. The shadow-binding sorcerer waved her hand. Since you said so then, Danny said shyly, why don't you teach me your level 1 meditation technique? Tam's green eyes looked at her with a complicated expression. He sighed and said, I also cultivate this meditation technique. This glass candle was a gift from my master 20 years ago. Danny was touched and embarrassed. She stuttered, It's been 20 years. I didn't expect you to be so old. I couldn't tell at all. The shadow-binding sorcerer stood up and swayed. He gritted his teeth and said, 20 years ago, I was only 8 years old. Danny felt even more embarrassed. She quickly changed the topic and asked, But you're not weak, right? Compared to a level 3 meditation technique, you're not weak. The meditation technique is not static. When your understanding of the world increases, the meditation rune may change or perhaps evolve. 10 years ago, my meditation technique reached level 2. So, do you understand why I'm so obsessed with dragon hatching? If I complete the hatching, my understanding of the mysteries of magic will increase. Maybe my meditation technique will increase again. All meditation techniques can increase in level. Other than the Creator, even the gods are only a part of the world. Their understanding of the truth is also one-sided. Danny's eyes flashed. But I heard that the great wizard of Valeglia's meditation technique is perfect. Indeed, it's perfect to the point that it can't be improved. But are there only humans in this world? That's true. Danny nodded thoughtfully. Valeglia's people had never been able to cross the boundary between humans and gods. Priest Lalo's complete meditation technique shouldn't be too far behind the great wizard's legacy. Then, she asked curiously, why don't you teach me the current level 2 meditation technique? Danny didn't believe that Tam was hiding something. He even gave away the glass candle that was passed down from his sect. Don't you understand? Tam sighed and slowly explained, because I had some enlightenment, my meditation technique leveled up. But can my enlightenment be the same as yours? I can't even be sure if it's right or wrong. If I describe the meditation runes in my mind to you, not only will you not be able to grasp them, but you will also damage your consciousness if you forcefully cultivate them. After thinking for a while, Tam squatted down and opened his suitcase. He took out a black leather book and handed it to Danny. My diary. It can help you understand the supernatural world and the basic information of the shadow binding nights. But don't spread it. There's a lot inside. So burn it after you read it. After the shadow binding night left, Danny called the waiter over and asked him to book a room for her. She started reading while waiting for her meal. It was a little scary, as if she was reading a ghost story. For example, Tam cut open a living person's chest and sacrificed the squirming organs to the evil god. The shadow binding night described it vividly. Even his emotions and mental journey weren't left out. In the dark and cold basement, a lonely candle flame flickered. The shadow was like a twisted poisonous snake that crawled up the bloody altar and drilled into Dick's sacrifice chest. His bright red heart first turned dark red, then black red, jet black, gray black. Finally, it shriveled into a layer of gray-colored mud shell. The shadow let out a sharp and joyful, gagaga sound. My entire body trembled and I was almost unable to move. However, Dick wasn't dead yet. He looked at me with his dark green eyes. His gaze was filled with curses and pleading. I wasn't sure which emotion was more. Suddenly, the muscles on his face scrunched up and he let out a sorrowful groan that came from the depths of his soul. It turned out that when I was absent-minded, the squirming shadow extended its greedy tentacles towards his light green liver. Dear guest, the pork lung soup you ordered is here. Danny, who was engrossed in the story in the book, jumped up in fright. Ah! The maid with the wine pot tattoo on her face looked at her blankly. She mumbled, Dear guest, your pork lung soup. Under the faint yellow candlelight, the soup in the white porcelain bowl glowed with a faint green light. Danny forced a stiff smile and said, Do you have fried grasshoppers? Give me a plate. Chapter 216. Other than the sensational ghost stories, there were also many erotic descriptions. It was comparable to the erotic novels on the internet. Of course, Tam wasn't an immoral web writer. He was using eroticism to gain more views. He was doing serious business. By combining with men with bloodline power, the shadow-binding sorcerer would absorb a mysterious medium from their bodies. With that medium they could cast vicious blood witchcraft. The outside world's evaluation of the shadow-binding sorcerer is biased, but it's generally correct. Danny closed the diary with a complicated expression. Tam was very considerate. If Danny really became a shadow-binding sorcerer, according to the diary's records, she could perfectly repeat the witchcraft experiments that Tam had done. It was equivalent to the shadow-binding sorcerer teaching her step by step. However, Danny didn't want to learn evil witchcraft at all. She could only disappoint Tam's good intentions. Although she couldn't use it, Danny had increased her knowledge. Her ability to guard against blood witchcraft had increased by a lot. She really owed the shadow-binding sorcerer a huge favor. When she returned to her bedroom, she opened the gold-threaded mahogany box and took out the glass candle that was twisted into a lightning bolt. She actually sensed the coordinates that she had left behind a few days ago. Without hesitation, Danny locked the door and drew the curtains. She sat cross-legged on the sky-blue mirror carpet in the bedroom and placed the glass candle in front of her. It was 40 centimeters shorter than all the glass candles she had seen before. The surface of the gray crystal had thin silver veins that looked like blood vessels. She looked around and couldn't find a pedestal for the candle. She directly grabbed the end of the glass candle with her hand. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the grayish light suddenly exploded, and strands of silver threads danced around the crystal candle as if they were solid. Every time Danny's gaze came into contact with a silver thread, a rune would appear in her consciousness. She knew that this was the witchcraft inheritance of Tam's school. She ignored the information of the runes. The 9-colored spiral in her body was slowly spinning. Her witchcraft power outlined a set of strange runes at lightning speed. Danny's consciousness became blurry, as if she had fallen into a huge whirlpool. She kept spinning and falling, and countless illusory figures flickered in front of her eyes, but in just a moment she adapted to this scene, and her mind became clear again. After an unknown period of time, perhaps it was only a moment or perhaps it was only a few hours, Danny felt that her wizard power was being drained madly. It was like a swimming pool that had its floodgates opened. Although there was a lot of water in the pool, it was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Danny lost a third of her wizard power, the whirlpool in front of her disappeared, and a layer of light red gauze appeared in front of her body. Use more strength, fuck me. A familiar voice, the one-eyed faceless being howled like a wild wolf, seemed to be in pain, but also seemed to be in joy. Who is it? The man roared and threw a dagger behind him. Almost at the same time Danny jumped back. Snatch. The dagger was nailed into the door 2 inches deep. The tip of the dagger vibrated at a high frequency. No one. The man got up with a bang, shook the thing and looked around. The room was small and simple, less than 30 square meters. There was only a single bed and a bedside table. The clothes on the floor were messy and the door was locked from the inside. There was no sign of it being opened. Damn it. The man cursed a few times and pounced on the naked woman on the bed. But this time the woman let him do whatever he wanted. She did not say a word, her head tilted to the side, and her single eye was vigilant of the door. Slap. The man seemed to be very dissatisfied. He slapped her and scolded, "Bitch, why are you not screaming? Am I not working hard enough?" A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes and she moaned softly. Tuna Tavern? Back to Astapor again. The fog in Volantis was thick tonight. The sky was dark, the stars were rare, and the streets were noisy. The night here was gray and the stars were bright. She could only hear the crashing sound of the waves crashing against the stone cliffs. The dark sea was just behind her. This was the dock area. Danny stood on the roof and could vaguely see the shop sign across the street. A new free man took a loan from the Queen to buy the hotel. It was late at night and the hotel was closed. Across the wall she could see a few moving flames in the sky. Those were the patrols on the pyramid. After the dragon's horn was stolen, a large net was spread out on the 32nd step of the pyramid. The Unsullied would regularly check for gaps in the net. Let's see what the Faceless One is doing. With a thought, Danny slowly merged into the roof from the soles of her feet. Well, it was very similar to Obito and Naruto. Like Kuei-shi, Danny was not a physical body at this time, but a spiritual body projected by the glass candle. As soon as the projection came, she was found by 2 people holding hands in the room. Facing the flying dagger, Danny felt a sense of crisis and subconsciously somersaulted backward. Her wizard power was suddenly consumed rapidly, about 1/10, and then she went through the wooden door and fell into the corridor outside the room. After a moment of daze, she realized what had happened. She suddenly became excited and immediately tried to enter the inside of the wall. Just now she was too fast and didn't have time to feel the corridor. After part of her body entered the material body, her wizard power began to be consumed rapidly. But at the same time, Danny found that she could almost teleport in the physical wall. With a thought, she came to the roof and saw the surrounding scenery. Except for excessive wizard power consumption, there was almost no flaw. Oh no, it was not without flaws. When Danny tried to go back to the pyramid, she just took 2 steps and she encountered an invisible wall. Then she instantly understood that she couldn't leave the coordinates for a certain distance. Should it be 20 meters? Maybe even farther. After eavesdropping for a while outside the door, the 2 of them only cared about holding hands and only exchanged a few words. However, Danny also guessed their identities from the content of those few sentences: a sailor and a prostitute. The Faceless One was just released for 2 or 3 days. When he left, he didn't have a copper coin. Was it to raise money to buy a ticket? Maintaining the spiritual body also consumed wizard power. In less than 5 minutes, Danny's figure flashed and completely disappeared. Volantis, the merchant's house, 2nd floor, Danny's bedroom. Phew. She gasped for breath. She didn't sweat, but she was tired as if she had just run a marathon. The farther the distance, the more wizard power was consumed through the glass candle projection. Danny could understand this. But a week ago she had just met Kuei-shi. That conversation lasted more than 10 minutes. Kuei-shi was 1,500 kilometers away from Astapor in a straight line. Danny could observe the wizard power form in other people's spiritual see through their eyes. Of course, she couldn't see the basic runes, but she could guess the other person's profession and skill through the wizard power form. In Volantis, the person with the most profound skill was the unlucky Corbett, the high priest of the Black Goat sect, who was burned by the dragon flame. The black goat that the other person believed in seemed to be real. Similar to the red-robed monk, he could ignore the age of chaos and practice as a priest. It was normal for him to be more powerful than Tam and Bocheng. But the wizard power of Corbett's black goat form wasn't even 1/10 of Danny's 9-colored vortex. In simpler terms, Danny's chakra was as abundant as a tailed beast. Kuei-shi, on the other hand, was more durable than a tailed beast. Even if one ignored the fact that Danny wasted half of her wizard power going back and forth through the wall, Kuei-shi was only the first person among the younger generation of Asia, not an old monster who had cultivated for hundreds of years. That guy's inheritance and talent must be much higher than Tam's. His magnanimity was also extraordinary. Tam and the others only wanted to find the truth of the universe from the process of dragon hatching, but Kuei-shi had his eyes on the source of the miracle from the beginning, the mother of dragons, Danny Rise. Touching her right wrist, Danny secretly decided that when she returned to Astapor, she would reverse project Kuei-shi to see where that guy's nest was and what he was doing. Early in the morning of the 2nd day, Danny was still floating in the dark and sweet land when she was awakened by a drum-like knock on the door. "Who is it?" she shouted through the door. It's me. It's Baristan." Danny got up angrily, opened the bolt and walked to her bedroom. White Knight put the plate piled with sausages, bread and milk on the table in the living room and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that you would leave early this morning? Aren't you tired after a night of torment? Go back to your room and get some sleep." Danny buried her head under the duvet and said in a muffled voice, "I'm so excited that I can't sleep." The old knight began to eat and didn't disturb her anymore. At noon, when she went downstairs for lunch, Danny found that everyone was discussing the matter of Dragon Mother burning the city. This matter had spread and caused a sensation in Volantis. The guests in the merchant's house were secretly whispering about how many nobles died in the Black Wall and how many treasures were lost. A midsummer archipelago sea merchant wearing a bird feather cloak patted his chest and vowed, "Last night I was discussing business in the East City. I saw the Tower of Babel burning like a torch with my own eyes. The dragon flames from the mystic dragon's mouth were like the water of the Rhone River, endless and overwhelming. Believe me, Volantis is finished. The Black Wall is in ruins and all the old nobles are dead." Someone immediately retorted, "I saw Elios giving a speech in the Fountain Square this morning. He called on all the people to unite. Those who have money will contribute, and those who don't will join the army to avenge the dead." Another merchant from Mir was selling high-end lace at a low price while saying fearfully, "There's no other way. The Mother of Dragons has led an army of 200,000 across the Dothraki Sea and will go south to Volantis in half a month at most. It's better to sell it at a low price than to have it destroyed." "Really? Is this true?" The other sea merchants were shocked. "Of course. The army will be at the back and the Megalosaurus will go first. This is the Dragon Queen's fixed tactic. Astapor, Mirin and Yuan-Kai all fell like this. The Megalosaurus will go around first or spit fire to burn the house, or spread a crusade, and then the army will surround it. The defending army will lose its momentum and the city will be easily taken down." The Mir merchants swore. Panic gradually spread, and merchants began to sell the goods in their hands. Then it formed a wave and more merchants joined in, cutting off their flesh to stop their losses. Danny noticed that almost all the goods sold, as long as they were below cost, were eaten by mysterious people. "Someone is profiting from the national disaster," she whispered to the White Knight. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Danny and the White Knight returned the key to the door, carried their luggage and rode out of the merchant's house. They saw a group of Unsullied trotting over. "Get out of the way, make way for the consul." The Unsullied shouted loudly. "What a coincidence. When we entered the city in the evening 2 days ago, we met Dofa's team. Now that we're leaving, he's coming to see us off again. Now that 2 consul who were sure to be re-elected have died, and there are only 4 days left until the voting, I wonder if he has a chance to turn the tables. The White Knight said strangely. No hope. You heard it that day? Because of his cowardly attitude towards the Mother of Dragons, even the freedmen by the roadside looked down on him. Danny shook her head. The giant elephant carrying the tall fortress stopped 50 meters in front of the merchant's house, and a group of slaves knelt in the square nearby. The tiger cloak army protected the giant elephant. Dofus stood up, holding the fence of the tower, and shouted to the standing merchants and freedmen, "No army has entered the plains of the lower Lorne River. Volantis is as stable as Mount Tai. Someone is deliberately spreading false news, causing the sea merchants to sell their goods at low prices." As Dofus preached again and again, more and more merchants walked out of the merchant's house and surrounded the giant elephant. There are only 4 days left in the term, and there's no hope of being re-elected, but he's still so conscientious. Danny's expression was complicated, and she sighed. The Volantis people are blind. Dofus is far smarter and more rational than Malakar. Chapter 217. After leaving the city gate, Danny rode her horse for more than 10 miles. In a small forest, Danny rode Whitey again. After flying west for another half an hour, the 2 dragons landed in a swamp near the Lone River. The White Knight took off his leather boots, rolled up his silk pants, and stepped on the smelly mud. One after another, he carried back 2 huge sacks from a patch of green reeds. One of the sacks contained armor and swords. It was soaked with water, and the bottom half was stained with black mud. The other sack was piled on top of it. The books and dragon eggs were not wet. Wow, what a harvest! Danny whistled and looked at the armor excitedly. As soon as she touched the helmet, a strange stench hit her nose. It was like the pork she bought from the supermarket in the summer and forgot to put in the refrigerator. Well, Marazzo's armor is too big for me. Danny immediately threw the helmet on the grass in disgust. Baristan picked up the helmet like it was a treasure and wiped the mud on it with his hand. Burn it with dragon flame. I'll wear it. Looking at his, "I've been waiting for this for a long time" look, Danny nodded silently. Okay. There was no hope for the armor. She began to look for a suitable long sword. To reduce the weight, I threw away the scabbard. Baristan helped her choose a long sword that was 3 fingers wide and 1.2 meters long. I remember it's called Clear Sky. It weighs about 7 caddies and is 1.5 meters long. It's a little light for me, but it's just right for your majesty. Well, not bad. The sword is good and the name is okay. Danny waved the sword, but it felt a little sluggish. The center of gravity is wrong. The hilt needs to be heavier. I've thought about it. Baristan took out a ball of golden thread from his backpack. I bought it at the blacksmith this morning. Let me help you tie it. After looking at the weapon, Danny held the red dragon egg in her arms and carefully felt the weak breath of life in it. It was like a candle flame in the vast land at night. This dragon egg belongs to the Targaryen family. How did it get out? I'm not sure. After the blood dragon's mad dance, almost all the dragons died, but there were still a few dozen dragon eggs left. The kings of the past all tried to use wildfire to hatch the dragons, but all of them failed. The dragon eggs were burnt and destroyed. Just the fire in the Midsummer Hall 40 years ago had caused the loss of 7 dragon eggs. Perhaps someone took advantage of the chaos and concealed the number of destroyed dragon eggs. Baristan guessed as he tightened the string on his sword hilt. No, it's not the dragon egg from the dance of the blood dragon. The Bravosi said it himself. The dragon egg came from 250 years ago. Danny shook her head. This is too long ago. I don't know anything about it. You can go to Old Town and ask the academicians. They have studied the history of House Targaryen, White Knight suggested. Previously, Danny and White Knight had planned to travel to Astapor Volantis, 2,500 kilometers, Dorne, 2,000 kilometers, Old Town, 2,000 kilometers, King's Landing, 1,700 kilometers, Hajian, 800 kilometers. Yup, the above data was based on the distance in a straight line. Danny could fly on a dragon, but the others would have to make a big detour regardless of whether they were on a boat or a horse. The situation has changed. Old Town isn't as safe as we thought. Danny told White Knight about the Dragonslayer crossbow with a heavy expression. Because of Marjorie Tyrell? How is that possible? White Knight was puzzled. Even if he wasn't good at politics, he understood that the High Court didn't have to be so ruthless with just a widow queen. Yup, Little Rose Marjorie was also a weirdo in Game of Thrones. During the War of the Four Kings, Renly married Marjorie, the first daughter of House Tyrell, in order to win over the High Court. A few days after they got married, King Renly died at the hands of his brother Stannis, leaving Little Rose a widow. The Stags and Rose's alliance went bankrupt. Later, under the efforts of Tywin, Rose allied with the Lions. As the price for the alliance, Cersei's son Joffrey was engaged to the little widow Marjorie. On the day of the wedding, Joffrey was poisoned to death by House Tyrell, leaving Marjorie a widow for the second time. According to the plot, Marjorie was about to marry Joffrey's brother Tommen, but Tommen was only 9 years old. Thus, Little Rose gave herself the bandit title of Virgin Queen. I still have to go to the City of Knowledge. After thinking for a moment, the old knight said seriously, Your Majesty, there are 2 goals for this trip to the Westeros. First, investigate the current situation of the Seven Kingdoms and help Sir Mormont understand the current situation of Bear Island. No, the above 2 goals are not important to me. Leaving Slave Bay and leaving enough time for Count Butcher to clean up the Gith nobles in Meereen is my main goal. After causing a ruckus in Volantis, I will find a chance to appear in the Westeros again. The perfect proof of ignorance, the Queen was on official business and everything was done by Scholar Laidler. This way, even if Scholar Laidler went on a killing spree and slaughtered all the Gith nobles, Dany would at most hold a public trial and then kill Masu. Of course, she could not say this to the old knight. She still wanted to be a bright and kind queen. Without a doubt, the old town is the city of scholars. The news of the Seven Kingdoms will gather there. At most, you can change your appearance and hide your identity, Whitebeard continued. Can I disguise myself as a shadow binder? Dany asked. Well, the old town is not only the city of scholars. Before Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, the main church of the Church of the Seven Gods was also there. The appearance of a shadow child would probably attract more attention, the old man said hesitantly. Okay, dye your hair, trim your eyebrows and apply lipstick. This world also has hair dyeing technology. The dye extracted from plants is applied on the surface of the hair like paint. It can be washed with soap and restore the original hair color. This is an advantage, but at the same time, it is also a disadvantage. It is easy to be discovered that you have dyed your hair. Then the 2 took out craft paper from their backpacks and wrapped the books and swords. Especially the books, they would bury them in the ground later and could not be soaked in water. They found a relatively dry highland and dug a hole to bury the package. They covered it with a messy layer of grass to make it less eye-catching. Well, the dragon egg was not buried. Dany put it in her backpack and was ready to carry it with her. She wanted to hatch it as soon as possible. After all, the night was coming, and there was not much time left for her to develop. One more dragon meant one more power. Then Dahe and Little White attacked together. The dragon flame burned Valeglia's armor red, but it did not melt. They used their swords to pick up the helmet, throat armor, plate armor, arm guards and other parts and threw them into the water. Sizzle! After a puff of white smoke, the black armor that used to be dull and smoky became black and gray. It looked like a shoddy product hammered by a third-rate blacksmith on the street. Ah, the burning is uneven. There is a color difference. Dany laughed. Good to fool people. The knight took off the chain armor excitedly and began to put it on. Dany also went to help. After this back and forth, it was already past noon. After eating some barbecue, the 2 climbed on the back of the Megalosaurus again and flew straight to the west. It was a coincidence. Yuan Kai Volantis, Rhys, Young Halberd City and the old town were almost at the same latitude. The 2 dragons only needed to fly straight to the west. This time, they did not need to cross the dangerous Devil's Avenue. The 2 dragons' speed was more stable. They glided at about 200 kilometers per hour at an altitude of 6,000 meters. 2 hours later, they left the land and entered the summer sea. For several hours, the sea and the sky were the same color as the blue sea. Around evening, a prosperous island appeared in Dahe's vision. Thousands of sailboats were moored on the sparkling Red Sea. Dany immediately ordered the 2 dragons to lower their altitude. Rhys was also a colony of Valeglia. It also had a Tower of Babel for the Megalosaurus to take off and land. Well, Rhys had also joined the Allied army and was Dany's enemy. So, Dany was a little reluctant to do it. Starting from the dock, there was a beautiful palace-like passion garden. Well, it was a place for bed slaves to attract guests. It was commonly known as a brothel. Forget it. I'll only rob the nobles of the Tower of Babel. I won't disturb the common people. Little White muttered and landed on the empty platform below. The Black Tower in the Golden Roses was 30 meters high. The top platform was 400 square meters, half the size of Mirajo's Black Tower. There was no glass dome and there was no one on the flat ground. Under the dim sky, the two dragons landed lightly. The whole process did not attract anyone's attention. Whitebeard jumped off the black dragon first. His iron boots made a crisp bang sound on the black stone platform. Who's up there? Hank, did you hear it? There's a sound on the top platform. Let's go and see. The guard's alert call came from the stairwell. The old knight acted as if he did not hear it. He pulled out his long sword and shouted to Danny on the white dragon's back in a relaxed tone, "I'll go down first. After cleaning up the enemy, I'll inform His Majesty." Sure enough, he was used to robbing people. The first time he robbed the Black Tower of the Oris Belleris family, the old knight was still hesitant and kept refusing. Now, without Danny's order, he jumped off the black dragon skillfully entered the stairwell, and skillfully cleaned up the guards in the palace. After a while, there were a few screams of the guards before they died. Barristan poked his head out from the stairwell and shouted in a strange tone, "There's an accident. Your Majesty, you have to come and see it in person." "What accident?" Danny's body tilted, and like a slide, she lightly slid down the white dragon's wings. This made her feel emotional. She thought back to a year and a half ago, not long after the two little dragons were born. Every morning she would carry the three little guys in a basket to the wilderness to practice flying. Every time she threw them up, her movements were so gentle, for fear of breaking their slender and almost transparent wing bones. Now, the thick carpet-like wings could bear her weight of more than 50 kilograms, including mail armor and backpack. With complicated thoughts, Danny walked down the stairs and entered a magnificent palace. The mire carpet was embroidered with colorful flowers and naked girls. There were two porcelain vases at the door that were as tall as a person. Behind the low couch was a purple wood screen from the Midsummer Islands. The sunset passed through the mosaic glass on the window, projecting the halo of a giant crown in the air. Compared to the Pyramid Palace in Slave Bay, the aura of wealth was not to be outdone, and the artistic details were even better. In such a magnificent palace, the two corpses lying on the carpet were a bit of a killjoy. What was even more of a killjoy was the three men and one woman kneeling on the carpet. Two delicate naked men, one with golden hair and one with purple hair, a naked woman with long golden hair and milky white skin, and a blue-robed young man who was holding his wrist and moaning softly. At his feet, there was a bright sword and a crossbow that was broken in two. "What happened?" Danny asked. "Acquaintances," Barristan said awkwardly. Chapter 218. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in Prince Omolin's residence? The woman raised her head, her large blue eyes staring at Danny as she questioned. "You should be asking how you came in and why you came down from the platform." Danny dragged a soft stool and sat in front of the three of them. "Let them put on their clothes." Sitting on the chair, Danny could not help but lower her gaze and see something disgusting. Although her gaze was fixed on the woman, there were strands of blood flowing out from her crotch. It made Danny feel nauseous. "Behave yourself," Barristan threatened. Then he walked to the window and pulled down the lace curtain embroidered with the words, "Bright Moon over the Sea," and threw it over the three naked men and women. "Kit, are you from the Westeros? Which family's young master came to Reese to have fun?" Danny turned her gaze to the youth who was holding his wrist. He had blonde hair, blue eyes and white skin. He was 17 or 18 years old. His face still had some childishness. His facial features were delicate, but he had a masculine air about him. His gaze was sharp. The other three were most likely at Serapi and had been pulled out of the bedroom by Barristan. There were broken crossbows and long swords on the carpet. Then the youth must have used the crossbow and longsword to attack the White Knight. Even the maid at the entrance of the bedroom was killed, but he did not die. Obviously the old knight's so-called acquaintance was him. As a Kingsguard, the acquaintance must be a noble from the Seven Kingdoms. "I am Henry Hathar, son of the old town's Earl Ladon Hathar." "Who are you?" the youth said proudly. "Earl Hathar?" Danny touched her chin and thought for a moment. She suddenly turned around and stared at the woman who had snatched most of the curtains. Upon closer look, the youth's appearance was similar to hers. "Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" Danny looked at Barristan and smiled bitterly. "Fortunately, it was me who came." The old knight nodded emotionally. "If another White Knight came here, then the situation would be too awkward and unimaginable." Lady Linus, I remember that you are now married to a prince of trade? Danny asked tentatively, turning to the woman. This is the residence of Prince Trego Molin. Who are you? You know me? Linus asked doubtfully. I rode a dragon here. Danny turned around and shouted at the stairs. Black Diamond, roar for them. Dahe didn't howl foolishly. It climbed down the platform along the wall like a gecko and firmly grasped the relief sculpture on the wall with its claws. Boom. It smashed through the mosaic glass window and stuck a ferocious dragon head in. Hiss hiss. 2 streaks of white smoke with sparks of fire came out of his nostrils. His blood-red vertical pupils with a hint of black coldly sized up the 4 captives in the room. Dragon. Humphrey Hyder's eyes bulged as he groaned, Dragon, it really is a dragon. The sea merchants weren't lying. The alliance is real and the dragon is real. He turned his head abruptly and looked at Danny, saying in disbelief, You're Daenerys Targaryen? Why are you here? Aha, you know about the alliance? Danny asked with a smile. I thought they were bragging. After all, the dragon has already. Humphrey shook his head and smiled bitterly as he turned to look at Dahe, who had retracted his head. I was ignorant. Now do you know why I'm here? Burn down Reese City? Humphrey's face was pale and his voice trembled. So I'm not that cruel. Danny waved her hand and smiled. Besides, my dragon is still too young and doesn't have the ability to burn down a city. I came here today with 2 goals. Kill 180 princes to establish my authority, and steal a few dozen. Oh, Reese only has 3 sky towers. This is going to be difficult. She rubbed her chin as if she was troubled. Kill 180 princes. Humphrey's face twisted. How could she say that she wasn't cruel? That was a prince of trade. Even if his status couldn't be compared to the dukes of the 7 kingdoms, he was definitely above the level of an earl. And she even said that she wanted to steal. Even the cruel Meg was not as cruel and greedy as you. Reese doesn't have that many princes. Linus, who was cowering at the side, couldn't help but say. Danny glanced at the 2 young men who were barely covering their crotches and asked Linus, Since we're from the same hometown, I can do you a favor. Tell me, where is your dead husband? I'll kill him for you on the way. Which husband? Mormont? I don't know which city he's working as a mercenary. If you must kill him, you can go to Bravos and look for him, Linus said with a confused expression. Bam. Barristan slapped his helmet and tilted his head, as if he couldn't bear to look at the scene in front of him. Danny stared at the woman for a long while before asking, How did that Yora Mormont offend you that you must kill him? Linus had an expression that said, You're being unreasonable. She felt wronged and said angrily, I didn't say that I wanted Mormont dead. Was you? You said that you would do me a favor and kill him. Could I have guessed wrong? Seeing that she was so self-righteous, Danny couldn't help but look at the White Knight in confusion and asked, The 3 of them didn't mess around. They were in a daze. Fortunately, His Majesty didn't see it. The scene was unsightly and inhumane, the old man said disdainfully. Linus's face was full of shame and anger as she glared at the armored knight. How is it unsightly? Her brother Humphrey blushed and turned his head away. These 2, Danny pointed at the 2 young men, are submissive. They're definitely not Prince Amaran. There's nothing wrong with having sex, but they're just your lovers, right? It's fine to have an affair behind your husband's back, but you rely on the Prince of Trade to make a living. Would it be good if he knew? So I'm going to help you murder your husband. You can at least get half of the family property, right? In the future you can find whoever and how many lovers you want. Hearing this, Linus's expression was strange and she wanted to say something but stopped. Dragon Queen, you've misunderstood. The golden rose and the purple rose are my bed slaves. My husband Shui Ge knows about this and even encouraged me to practice the 7 cries of spring. Sometimes he would also join in. Lizzie is the capital of lust and literature, and it's different from the 7 kingdoms. Oh right, there's a lust garden in Slaves Bay, right? The situation here is actually similar to Yuan Kai. You should be able to understand it easily. In the end, she still had a puzzled expression. I've known about Lizzie's openness for a long time, but this? Sai, your husband is awesome. Danny sighed with a twisted expression and then asked doubtfully, Why should I understand you? Everyone is saying that after you took down Yuan Kai, you took in 8,000 bed slaves. There are both men and women and you change 7 or 8 every night. Linus mumbled. Danny glared at her and she lowered her head in fear before asking, Who's saying that? Is there a Gith diplomatic group here too? Everyone on the streets knows, but the Gith people have been here before. But after the Prince Council announced that they were joining the alliance, they left and went up north to persuade the Taroshi people. Linny's whispered. Nodding, Danny asked about her previous doubts. Why did you say that killing Maul was a help to you? When she said that she was going to help this woman, Yura Maul's name came out. Obviously, the big bear's death must have been beneficial to her. I'm not Cui Ji's wife. Lizzie believes in the goddess of lust. Here, married men can openly have mistresses. Linny's looked ashamed. Clearly, she had not completely thrown away her identity as the old town of Hyder. After a pause, she continued, Maul and my marriage was blessed by the 7 gods. Even if he promised not to disturb me again, according to the laws and customs of the 7 kingdoms, we're still husband and wife. But if he's dead, I'll be completely free. The Church of the 7 Gods allows for divorce. All you need to do is to go to the other side of the strait and find a respectable monk and dissolve the marriage under his witness. Why do you have to kill? Danny sneered. Linny shrunk her neck and stuttered, not knowing how to explain. No one is willing to conduct the divorce ceremony for her, Humphrey said with a look of shame. They're all calling her a whore behind her back. No monk is willing to sully their reputation, and the Hyder family will not allow this to happen. Linny's glared at her brother and shouted righteously, What's wrong with me choosing the life I like? Yes, my actions are shameful in the Westeros, and even against the teachings of the 7 gods. But in Lizzie I'm carefree and no one looks at me differently. At this point she turned to look at Danny. 200 years ago, a Targaryen princess even voluntarily gave up her inheritance and noble status, and went to Volantis to be a prostitute. Business was good and she thought that it was her own pursuit. She lived a happy life. Damn, are you serious? Is that true? Danny looked at the White Knight suspiciously. He shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Danny turned to Linny's again. How do you know? Don't forget, I grew up near the City of Learning. Hank, Sandy, what happened? Why is the door locked? A man's shout suddenly came from outside the palace gate. Meeting Danny's questioning gaze, Linny's whispered, Butler. Can you send him away or can my knights kill him? Scram, don't disturb me. Linny's roared in the direction of the gate, like a lioness who was disturbed during her mating season. The butler immediately begged for mercy and retreated. Looks like you have quite a high status here. Danny said thoughtfully. Of course, this tower originally belonged to Kuig's wife, and now it's my palace. Linny said proudly. Well, let me tell you a piece of good news. Danny touched her chin and said with a strange expression, Your marriage with Mormont is completely dissolved. What? He swore an oath to be my White Knight. White Knights could not marry, and even if it was a holy marriage, it would be automatically dissolved. Neither party would be blamed, and it would not be considered a breach of oath. Some married knights would even send their wives to the Sisters of Silence, the nuns who could not speak in order to put on the white robe, but were unwilling to leave their wives for others to fuck. You. Linny's face twisted, and a line of words was clearly written in her big blue eyes. You actually picked up my broken shoes? Danny immediately possessed the dragon's soul, and a black light appeared in her eyes. The powerful pressure made her swallow her words. Huff huff huff. Hyder and his brother looked at her in shock, gasping for breath. The other 2 young men simply rolled their eyes and fainted. Chapter 219. You're also here in Reese. To liberate yourself. Danny dispersed her draconic aura and looked at Henry Foley strangely. No, I'm here to seek help. Henry Foley looked at her in awe, then lowered his head and said honestly, after Duke Tywin died, King Balon, who had lost his deterrence, went back on his promise to only go up north and not down south. He first attacked Lannister Port and then took down the Shield Islands. From the Monday River downstream of Hiding, to the old town at Whispering Bay, to the Redwine Straits north of Qingting Island, there were Iron Seed soldiers everywhere. For the old town, for the kingdom, I came to Reese alone to seek help from my dishonorable sister. Where did Earl Pixter go? The Qingting Island fleet under his command is the strongest of the 7 kingdoms. Barristan couldn't help but ask. The 7 kingdoms of the Westeros had a total of 5 regular naval fleets. Lannister Port's Guard Fleet, Redwine family's Qingting Island Fleet, Dragonstone Fleet led by the Royal Family, White Harbor Fleet in the north, and Tymon Island's Iron Fleet. The White Harbor Fleet was ignored because the House of Stark didn't support and didn't have the financial resources to develop a navy in the north. All along, the White Harbor Mandalay family's navy could only fight pirates and didn't have the ability to engage in large-scale naval battles. During the reign of Mad King Aerys, the Dragonstone fleet was the strongest. After Robert usurped the throne and King's Landing fell, the huge naval fleet escorted the pregnant Queen Layla and little Viserys back to Dragonstone Island. Seeing that Robert was gradually unifying the country and the fleets of the Seven Kingdoms were converging on Dragonstone Island under Stannis' command, the Long family's naval fleet already had the idea of surrendering to King's Landing. But that night Dany Rise was born. The storm born wasn't just for show. The unprecedented storm completely destroyed all the fleets on both sides and sank hundreds of warships into the sea. Since then, the Dragonstone fleet became the second-rate fleet and the Iron Islands fleet became the leader. But Balon Greyjoy was looking for trouble and started a rebellion 5 years after Robert's ascension. At the beginning of the war, through a sneak attack, they blocked Lannister's fleet at the port and burned them all. However, with the power of one island against 7 nations, there was no chance of victory. In the end, the Iron Fleet was taught a lesson by the royal fleet led by Stannis. Stannis was the Duke of Dragonstone Island. He commanded the Royal Navy, which was the rebuilt Dragonstone Island fleet. After Greyjoy's rebellion, 2 fleets were crippled at once. Lannister suffered the most. Even after 10 years they still hadn't recovered. They had enough to protect themselves, only Port Lannister, but not enough to attack. From then on, the Dragonstone Island fleet once again took the top spot on the power rankings. Not long ago the rebellion of the Four Kings broke out, and Tyrion burned Dragonstone Island's fleet to the ground. Over the past few decades, the 7 nations had undergone many changes, but the Qingting Island fleet had been hiding in a corner and developing. Now, it had become the #1 navy in the world. Logically speaking, even if 10 years had passed and Taiman Island had recovered and rebuilt the Iron Fleet, they should not have been able to bully Gao Ting. After the rebellion of the Four Kings, Stannis retreated to Dragonstone Island and even hired a pirate fleet from the other side of the strait. Seeing that Blackwater Bay was sealed and King's Landing sea trade was almost cut off, the Iron Throne spent millions of gold royals to build a new royal fleet and also dragged Count Pyst from Qingting Island to help. Finally, the Qingting Island fleet was dragged into the water. Dany sighed to herself. Henry Foley continued, although the Qingting Island fleet had regained control of Blackwater Bay and King's Landing sea trade had been restored, Dragonstone Island was easy to defend and hard to attack. In order to reduce his losses, Blackwater Bay belonged to King's Landing and not Qingting Island. Count Pyst used a more time-consuming siege technique in an attempt to deplete Dragonstone Island's food reserves, but, time came aggressively. Dragonstone Island was not taken down, and the Qingting Island fleet was trapped in Blackwater Bay. I had no choice but to ask for help. I'm afraid the people of Lys can't help you, right? Dany sneered. They sent their entire fleet to Volantis, a total of 200 longships. I only arrived in Lys yesterday afternoon. Henry Foley looked at his bitch sister expectantly. How many warships can Chuege send to help me? None. Chuege dotes on me, but he's not stupid. No one would do something that only has risks and no benefits. Linny shook her head. The High Court has money. They can pay him. Henry Foley emphasized. High risk and low returns. It's not as good as sea trade. Linny still shook her head. Your father, siblings and countless relatives and friends are in Old Town. Henry Foley said angrily. Everyone in Old Town is calling me a bitch behind my back. She sneered and sighed. If it was another time I might be able to persuade him. But now the alliance is about to set off. I can't do anything even if I want to. After all, that's an iron fleet with 100 longships. It's useless to send 8 or 10 ships to help. Seeing Henry Foley looking at her expectantly, Dany shrugged and asked, Didn't you hear? The alliance is about to set off for the east. The target of those hundreds and thousands of warships is me. Your Majesty, you will fight back to the Westeros, right? Henry Foley asked. Targaryen debts must be repaid. When the Megalosaurus grows up, when I defeat the alliance, when I take down Volantis, Lys, Queers and maybe Tyrossai and Myr, when 1,000,000 knights and 100 Megalosaurus are formed, I will try to cross the Westeros. At this moment, or even for the next 10 years, I will not take a step into the 7 kingdoms. Dany said coldly. The 2 Haidar opened their mouths wide and knelt there in a daze. They looked at Dany as if she was a lunatic. As expected of the daughter of Mad King Aerys. Crazy. But isn't this madness acting up a little too quickly? Aerys had only slowly awakened the bloodline of the Mad King, after being a wise ruler for more than 10 years. Go. Henry Foley swallowed his saliva and asked hesitantly, Your Majesty Dragon Queen, let's not talk about anything else, but where did the 100 Megalosaurus come from? Clap. Danny clapped her hands and shouted, That's a good question. Hurry up, take out the dragon eggs, Valeglia's steel weapons, witchcraft secret techniques, magical artifacts. Take them all out. Take them out for what? Linny's asked foolishly. Robbery? Robbery? The two pairs of similar blue eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The poor Haidar siblings' worldview was completely shattered at this moment. Didn't I say it before? I came to Lys for 2 reasons. Kill the prince and steal the Black Tower. Danny said matter-of-factly. But you are the queen. Henry Foley shouted in disbelief. Danica shot him a sideways glance and asked, Child, have you never participated in a martial arts tournament before? I'm not a child. I'm 2 years older than you. Henry Foley's face turned red as he shouted, Also, my idol is the fearless Barristan. I started participating in tournaments when I was 11 years old. I even defeated Sir Mark Mullendal the last time in Luminous Water City. Sorry, your idol is now a robber and a habitual one too. Danny glanced at the White Knight who was twisting his body uncomfortably and said, Since you have participated in a tournament before, you should know that the losers will hand over their armor, sword, and warhorse. Now that you have lost, are you willing to hand over Valeglia's steel armor, weapons, and the world's steed? 7 gods above. Can you explain it this way? Valeglia's steel armor, Valeglia's steel longsword, and then the world's steed, dragon? What the fuck? Henry Foley's mind was filled with 1,000 curses. There was only one thought left in his mind. I have to hurry home and inform my father that Hathar and the old town have to take sides again. Although the Dragon Queen has the blood of madness disease, her shamelessness is enough to make up for the defects brought about by her insanity. There is no other way, the shameless are always strong. After a while, Linny's recovered from the shock and shook her head, saying, No, there is nothing here. This is the Black Tower, the castle of Valeglia's great nobles. Danny emphasized. Let's not talk about the dragon egg. Anyway, I have already snatched one in Volantis. But there is no steel sword? Your Majesty, Chui Gu is not a descendant of Valeglia's great nobles. He bought this Tower of Babel from the fallen nobles, Linny's explained. What about the sword? He didn't buy a sword? I don't know. It was more than 100 years ago. Anyway, there is really no Valeglia's steel sword here. Linny's raised her hand and swore solemnly, I swear in the name of my father, I am telling the truth. Danny looked at Barristan. The old knight was now very familiar with his work and would not let go of any suspicious places in the palace. No, he shook his head and said. Danny stared at Linny's and said coldly, I can't go back empty-handed. Seeing that we are from the same hometown, I cannot kill anyone. But you have to tell me where the good stuff is and where a large number of trading princes are gathered. Dragon soul possession again, raising her voice. I will speak. Linny's collapsed on the ground. Half an hour later, the bright red dragon flames flowed like water and filled Prince Chuiji's Tower of Babel. Thick smoke rose and the blazing flames illuminated the sky. Not long after, half of the city was alarmed. The Mother of Dragons is here. The Mother of Dragons is here to kill. The Mother of Dragons. Sob, sob, sob. Lady Linny's cried loudly as she was surrounded by servants. Half of her brother Sir Henry Foley's body was dyed red with blood, but he still held his sword and did not fall. He said to the people around him with a cold expression, The Mother of Dragons seems to be very familiar with Rhys. She directly asked why Prince Chuegu was not at home. She wanted to take revenge on Rhys because Rhys is a member of the Allied army. My sister was crazy in love and naturally refused to reveal the prince's position. In the end, she was almost killed by the Mother of Dragons. Fortunately, that woman did not know that I was a guest in the Black Tower. While she was not paying attention, I quietly opened the bedroom door and from behind her. I know that sneak attacking a woman is not in line with the spirit of a knight, but for my sister, I did not care. Unfortunately. Sigh, I have to say that my swordsmanship is still not as good as hers. I was lucky enough to protect my sister, but the others? Sigh, even the amiable butler Debron? At this point, Sir Hyder's eyes turned red and 2 streams of tears flowed down. The nobles and rich merchants from the nearby Garden of Desire were shocked and terrified. They comforted the 2 pitiful siblings while looking around for the Megalosaurus. But the sky was a murky green color and nothing could be seen. The Hall of Bliss is on fire. Someone suddenly shouted and everyone looked over. A 30 to 40 meter tall pillar of fire rose from a palace near the city center, and the rolling waves of fire could be seen from 2 to 3 kilometers away. Not good. The princes are in the Hall of Bliss. Chapter 220. The Dragon Queen is angry. She's riding her dragon and robbing the Alliance's capital. 2 Volantis senators were burned, nearly 300 nobles were devoured by the dragon's flames, countless nobles' mansions were plundered, and the losses were uncountable. Dukes of Tarosai, please be careful. The Dragon Queen set fire to the Hall of Bliss. 12 princes and 35 nobles were slaughtered. Tragic, tragic. Another 10 nobles' mansions were plundered. 8 Valeglia steel swords, 1 sea monster horn, 2 dragon horns, several family heirlooms, countless jewels and books. Princes of Mir, please be careful, and be careful. The Dragon Queen has transformed into a devil dragon, specifically devouring the nobles of the free cities. As the saying goes, without the lips, the teeth are cold. Governors of Pentos, please be careful and please reconsider joining the alliance. The Dragon Queen is tyrannical, angering both men and gods. Bravos, the head of the 9 free city-states, please come out and uphold justice. Even if His Majesty the Sea King is unwilling to join the alliance because of the slave trade, please intercede on his behalf. Let the Faceless One give the alliance a 50% discount, or even 30%, it's too expensive. On the night of the attack, the people of Lith thought that they were an exception, but early the next morning Volantis messenger crows finally crossed 2,000 kilometers and brought them a black message. Well, it flew for 1 day and 2 nights, much slower than Danny's dragon. Now the people of Lith understood that the Dragon Queen had gone mad, and was madly taking revenge on the alliance. So, countless messenger crows began to fly to other trading cities. In a few days the notoriety of Mother of Dragons, Danny Lith, spread across the continent of Ursos. But this was a story for later. As a super social butterfly, Linnes knew the situation of the nobles of Lith like the back of her hand. Who had Valeglia swords, who had large diamonds and strange treasures, she told Danny one by one. She even took out a map of Lith from her bedroom and marked it one by one. Danny also returned the favor. Not only did she cooperate with the siblings to put on a show, she even let go of her backer, Prince Chuego. At first, Henry had suggested that his sister become a Black Widow and use Danny to kill Chuego and his wife so that she could monopolize the Amaran family's wealth. This way they could also send dozens of longships back to the Westeros to save the old town. But Linnes was unwilling. She said, I wear gold and silver here, eat and drink well and spend hundreds of thousands of gold radiance coins every year. But I don't have the ability to manage the sea trade. Even if I get half of Chueji's family fortune, I won't be able to squander it for more than a few years. The prince is my lover and also my long-term meal ticket. As for going back to the old town with you to lead a hard life, don't even think about it. I've lived in heaven for a few years and you want me to go back to hell? You might as well kill me. Humphrey blushed and stared at his sister in disbelief. For the first time he realized that his family also had the mad blood gene. It must be the side effect of the marriage with Targaryen. His sister's madness was more terrifying than the Dragon Queen's. As an admirer of the fearless Barristan, it was normal for Knight Humphrey to have such thoughts. But Danny secretly praised Linnes for having self-awareness. But she would grow old one day. What should she do when that time comes? Look for the big bear to be the hero? It seemed, together with the 8 steel swords that Rhys had obtained, Danny had obtained a total of 20 swords during her trip to the west. It was a great harvest. Other than the weapons and the precious jewelry that Linnes had been coveting for a long time, she also found 2 horns in Rhys's body. The fake dragon's horn and the broken sea monster's horn. The dragon's horn was as big as a bull's horn and was made of Valeglia steel. It was very light and did not feel heavy when hanging it around her waist. If it was purely used as a marching horn for the army, the horn's sound would be loud and long, and it would be easy to blow it. But calling it the dragon's horn was a bit boastful. It was not made of a dragon's horn, and there was no dragon soul sealed on it. How could she control the Megalosaurus? But the sea monster's horn was a bit interesting. It was made of a dragon's horn, but there was no dragon soul sealed. Or rather, there might have been a dragon soul once, but now the runes were broken and the dragon soul had dissipated. Danny could also sense the mysterious Valeglia runes in it. As for the specific effects, it still needed to be studied. Reese was a narrow island that was nearly 200 kilometers long. Danny found a cliff cave that was rarely visited by people and stuffed the jewelry, books, steel swords, and the fake dragon's horn into it. She put the sea monster's horn in her backpack and carried it with her for research. It was already late at night. The two wrapped themselves in blankets and leaned against Dahe to rest for the night. In the early morning of the second day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. They ate something casually and continued their journey to the west. While they did not go north to Tyrasai and Mir, they were able to successfully attack Volantis and Reese all because of a surprise. They crossed the heavily guarded city walls, descended from the sky, and went straight into the weak core of the other party's mansion. No one would place a siege crossbow or ambush a large group of soldiers near the bedroom, so they succeeded time and time again. But if the other party was alerted, first, valuable items such as Valeglia's steel sword would be hidden in an inconspicuous place that no one knew about. Then they would ambush a large number of siege crossbows. At that time, if Danny dared to ride a dragon and charge in, there was an 80% chance that she would not be able to return. Yang Halbert City, the capital of Dorne, was located at the easternmost tip of a sandy peninsula and was surrounded by the sea on three sides. At around 6 o'clock in the morning they set off from Reese. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the two dragons passed Yang Halbert City and flew another 5 kilometers to the west. They landed in a desert on the south bank of the Green Blood River. Well, Dorne had the only large desert in the Westeros. Although the entire Dorne territory was surrounded by the sea on three sides and there were two rivers that stretched thousands of miles in the territory, 80% of the land lacked water. For example, the dark green river in front of them seemed to be 4 to 5 miles wide, but the flow was extremely slow. The river was so shallow that they could see the silt at the bottom of the river. It was close to noon. The white sun shone brightly and the yellow, scalding sand was sandwiched in the middle. It was as if one was in a steamer, steaming hot. Well, the main thing was that the clothes were not suitable. The leather armor was not breathable. They should have paired it with the mail armor. Do you feel uncomfortable? Danny tugged at the brown leather vest and asked the fully armored knight beside her. It's all right. I've been to Dorne many times and I've always worn the armor of the Kingsguard. The old knight was not only fully armored, he also had a gray wool cloak that reached the ground. The two of them walked along the river for more than a mile. After crossing a sand dune, they found a ferry on the wide river. 7 or 8 wooden rafts were parked by the river. More than 10 children were playing by the water. On each raft was a woman with a sunburned face. Some of them were washing turnips and carps by the rafts, while others had already started a fire to cook. It was a very strange wooden raft. A low-ceilinged house was built on the wide boat, like a matchbox in the middle of a phone. It looked very simple, but the patterns on the boat were beautifully carved. It had an attractive and unique foreign charm. They are the orphans of the Green Blood River, Barristan said in a low voice. After the defeat of the Loyner people, they were forced to leave the vast and rich plains of the Lorne River. Finally, under the leadership of Queen Nymeria, 10,000 broken ships crossed the narrow sea and integrated the last of the people into Dorne. However, there were also proud Loyner people who were unwilling to give up their ancient river traditions. Due to the developed branches of the Lorne River and its wide basin, the Loyner people were used to living on the river boats. Some of the Loyner people who fled regarded the Green Blood River as their mother river and still lived a carefree life on the river. This group of Loyner people who could not integrate into Dorne were called the Orphans of the Green Blood River. It sounded a little pitiful, but in the Dorne Hill where there was an extreme lack of water, this group of orphans lived the happiest lives. Where are the guests from? Seeing Danny and the armored knight, a bearded man in a gray robe immediately came out of the matchbox to solicit business. Don't ask me where I'm from. I'm going to Yang Halbert City on the other side, the white knight said in a skilled tone. Okay. The bearded man shouted at the children swimming in the river, which roughly meant, Guten Taiwa, come back for dinner. When the two naked boys climbed onto the raft, Danny and Barristan also entered the matchbox and sat down. The man then set up the pole and drove the raft slowly to the north bank. As for the woman washing the vegetables behind the matchbox, she only smiled at Danny when she got on the boat and continued to do her work. After half an hour, the raft finally reached the opposite bank. It was almost the same scene as before. 7 or 8 rafts were anchored side by side on the bank. The women were cooking, the men were resting in the house, and the children were playing in the river. Their lives are too lazy, Danny whispered to the old knight after paying the money and going ashore. This is their life, the customs of the river people brought over from the Norn River. So, no wonder they were eliminated. It seemed that the main ethnic group of Westeros, the ancestors, the Undulls, the Loinars, were all refugees eliminated in the Urso's ethnic struggle? It was not easy for the guys to keep Slavers Bay. Dany muttered in her heart. Dorne's land area was close to 500,000 square kilometers, but its population was the smallest among the 7 kingdoms. It was not even comparable to the north, which was less than half of Slavers Bay. However, Young Halberd City was not desolate. Merchants from the Midsummer Islands, Myr, Tarosai, and other city-states came and went. The natives of Young Halberd City had olive skin and long black flowing hair. Most of them wore scarves or straw hats to block the sun. It had to be said that the sun in Dorne was really strong. It felt like there was a magnifying glass above one's head. Dany also sold a wide-brimmed hat with gauze hanging down the edge. Young Halberd City, the sun and the halberd. The sun represented Nymeria's loiner, and the original emblem of the Martell family was the halberd. More than 1,000 years ago, when Nymeria married Mors Martell and unified the entire Dorne territory, the new Martell family began to use the halberd that pierced through the sun as their emblem. If you think about it carefully, it's vivid and meaningful. Young Halberd City was brown in color. The brown gravel streets and brick houses were not as tall and clean as Volantis, nor were they as exquisite as Lys Gardens. The style was simple and monotonous, but it was very practical. With Prince Martell's old palace as the center, it was surrounded by 3 curved walls. The streets and houses were in between the curved walls. To use a common analogy, the layout of Young Halberd City's walls and streets was somewhat like an 8 trigrams array. Yes, the most simple 8 trigrams array that was copied after being extremely castrated. However, it did have the effect of confusing people. If not for the experienced Barristan leading the way, Dany would have gotten lost in the circular streets that were almost exactly the same. After more than an hour, they finally passed through the 3 curved walls and arrived at the administrative center of Young Halberd City outside the old palace. Chapter 221. The old palace was very simple and crude. It was the most unadorned palace Dany had ever seen. There were 2 tall towers with a 4-meter-tall gray hall sandwiched between them. Look, the tower on the left has a slender body and a 10-meter-long gold-plated spike at the top. White Knight pointed at the tower outside the window and introduced, "The Spear Tower represents the spear of the Martell family. The one on the right has a golden dome and a beautiful hall with stained glass walls. The Sun Tower represents the son of Loiner. The hall in the middle is the banquet hall, where Prince Martell formally entertains his guests." They had already entered a wooden restaurant opposite the old palace. They sat by the window on the 2nd floor and observed the old palace while drinking Dornish orange juice. The reason why the old palace was called that was because Marlon Martell had built a new palace 15 kilometers west of Sun Halberd City to marry Daenerys Targaryen. It was called the Flowing Water Garden. Oh, the Dany list from 130 years ago. It was unknown whether the previous generation of Targaryen was too useless or if the Dornishmen really added points to their guerrilla warfare skill to divine level. In short, the other 6 kingdoms had already submitted to the Long family. However, the Dornishmen rebelled today and tomorrow. From Aegon the Conqueror 300 years ago to St. Bailey 150 years ago, the Dornishmen had been rebelling against the Targaryens for almost 2 centuries. The Dornishmen had the least population and the most resources. However, the Long family had the Megalosaurus. Dragons were not extinct in the early days of the dynasty. However, the Dornishmen almost made the Targaryens bleed dry. Not to mention the Targaryens who died at the hands of the Dornishmen, even the Megalosaurus, Miracis, died on this land. To be honest, when Dany saw the history of Dornishmen conquering Dornishmen, her first thought was that it was another 3,000 unsullied men defending Kohler. She did not understand. While it was true that Dorne's environment was harsh, with lots of sand and complicated hills, and the Dornishmen were unruly, it was precisely because of this that there was very little land for people to live in. Everything else aside, he only needed to take down Sun Halberd City. Sun Halberd City had fallen into the hands of the Targaryens many times, seal off the route of the Green Blood River, and then send the Megalosaurus to burn the crops and fruit groves on both sides of the river. After 8 to 10 years, let's see how many Dornish people would be left. Among the 7 kingdoms, Dorne had the smallest population, less than 500,000. Most of them were still gathered at the Green Blood River. Ignoring the other places, as long as the Green Blood River was controlled, How could the Dornishmen survive? Yet, just like the 3,000 Unsullied, the Dornishmen also cheated. Or perhaps Targaryen and the other 6 countries were collectively given the idiot buff. After fighting for nearly 200 years, they lost and could only rely on marriage to end the war. If Dany were to deal with the Dornishmen, she was confident that she could reduce the casualties to less than 1,000. 1 dragon would be enough. There was no need to care about the castle. She only needed to clear out the crops, factories, docks and ships. It didn't matter if the Dornishmen were convinced or not. She only needed to insist on beating Dorne back to the Stone Age within 20 years. If she was given 50 years, she could even end the Dornishman civilization and make all the Dornishmen unable to even write their own names. They would completely become a group of primitive savages. Alright, I digressed. Dany wasn't the first Dany Lith of the Targaryen family. 100 years ago, the Targaryen family couldn't endure anymore and married Martell in humiliation. Both parties exchanged sisters. You marry my princess, I marry your princess. The princess who married Martell was called Dany Lith. To put it bluntly, Dany Lith was a variant of Dany C. Even Dreamwalker, Dany C might not necessarily be the first generation. Who knows how many Dany ancestors the Targaryens had in Valeglia in the past 6,000 years? Do you want to meet Prince Martell? White Knight asked softly. Meet him for what? He isn't the most loyal ally of the Targaryen family, but he must have a common enemy with you. Barristan slowly spat out a name. Tywin Lannister. Tywin is dead. I don't think Prince Martell is that easily satisfied, White Knight said. You heard it on the way here. His younger brother, Oberyn, died at the hands of the Arcane Mountain. His Highness the Prince locked up the rioting sand snakes in an attempt to keep the peace. Dany spread her hands. Speaking of Oberyn Martell, one couldn't help but sigh. The fate of the spearman was truly tragic. The judicial system under the Seven Gods doctrine had a tradition that Dany felt was abnormally deceitful. It was a trial by martial arts. Any criminal, as long as he resolutely refused to admit his crime during the trial, even if there were witnesses and material evidence, he could challenge the plaintiff in a martial arts contest as the defendant. For example, Wang Wu raped Zhang San's wife. After that, the village chief led the villagers to arrest Wang Wu and tried his crimes in public. However, Wang Wu quibbled, the man who was on top of Zhang San's wife wasn't me. He just looked a little like me. If you don't believe me, let's have a trial by martial arts. The 7 gods will prove my innocence. Zhang San was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he could only challenge Wang Wu to a duel. If Zhang San won, Wang Wu would be a rapist and deserve to die. If he lost, not only would Zhang San lose his life, Wang Wu would also completely wash away the stain on him. Of course, if the village chief was completely sure that Wang Wu was a rapist, he could also reject his request for a trial by martial arts. Or he could help Zhang San find an awesome representative to kill Wang Wu. However, looking at the history of Westeros, there were almost no nobles or members of the royal family who came forward to stop the trial by martial arts. Yes, only the great lords and the royal family had the right to stop it. They were equivalent to the village chief of Wang Wu and Zhang San's village. For example, Tyrion in the Purple Wedding was accused of regicide and kinslaying for poisoning his nephew Joffrey. He was guilty of the most heinous crimes and deserved to be cut into pieces. Queen Cersei hated this idol to the core. When all the evidence was against Tyrion, he proposed a trial by martial arts. Cersei couldn't reject him. She was the queen regent. Tyrion originally wanted to find the mercenary Bronn to represent him. After all, they were old acquaintances. Bronn stood out to represent the imps in a duel with Lyssa's Grand Knights in the Eagle Nest. However, Cersei arranged for the Magic Mountain to represent him. In theory, he was the current #1 knight in the Seven Kingdoms. Barristan was old, Arthur Dayne was dead, and talents were declining after the Knight era. Furthermore, the conditions were not low. As long as Bronn rejected Tyrion, Queen Cersei would help him marry Earl Stockworth's daughter. Oh, this was different from the plot of Game of Thrones in Dany's memory. In the end, the person who represented the imps was the Red Viper Oberyn Martell. He was the younger brother of Prince Dorne and the brother of Dany's sister-in-law Ilya. The Magic Mountain killed the Princess of Dorne and her child. Oberyn wanted to take revenge for his sister, nephew and niece. He almost succeeded. However, he talked too much and even had lucky. After all, he was a spearman. This was the same as the plot of Game of Thrones. The poisoned Magic Mountain, who was lying on the ground waiting for his death, suddenly grabbed Oberon's leg and pulled him down. Then he used his bare hands to crush the Dornishman's skull. Oh, with such strength he didn't even need a pair of walnut pliers to eat walnuts. Logically speaking, with his sister, nephew and brother dying consecutively in the hands of Lannister, the Magic Mountain was Tywin's loyal hound and represented Cersei in the duel. Prince Dowling would have rebelled if he had even a little bit of courage. After all, he was Prince Martell of Dorne. How hard was Martell's bone when he was in the House of the Dragon? He couldn't crush an army of 100,000 and the wrath of the true dragon couldn't melt him. He was a fierce man and a fierce woman. However, when it came to Prince Dowling's generation, he shrank back like a tortoise. Thus, Dany didn't even need to ask around. At this moment, everyone in the streets of Young Halberd City was talking about the cowardly actions of their prince. Oberon was very popular in Dorne. When the news of his death spread, the entire Young Halberd City was in an uproar. They didn't even need to mobilize a large army. During that period of time, Oberon's illegitimate daughters were also very active. Every day they would post nonsense about taking revenge for their father on the streets. Yes, Dorne's illegitimate son's surname was Sand, and Oberon had the bandit title of Red Viper. Thus, his many illegitimate daughters were collectively known as Sand Vipers. Oberon had at least 8 Sand Vipers, but he didn't have a single son. It was very strange. However, after a few days of the Sand Vipers' ruckus, Prince Dowling suddenly took action and locked up his nieces who were causing trouble. The entire Young Halberd City instantly fell silent. Silence was impossible. There were more and more people who whispered behind his back that the prince's spine is as useless as his legs. It was to the extent that Dany only walked around Young Halberd City once before she heard 7 or 8 people talking about this matter. To be honest, she was a little disappointed and also a little shocked. The reason why she stopped in Dorne was because Dany remembered very clearly that according to the plot in Game of Power, the Sand Vipers had already successfully rebelled. They had poisoned Cersei's daughter, Princess Myrcella, and stabbed the cowardly and easily bullied Prince Dowling to death. They were preparing to launch an attack on the Iron Throne. Only such a big event was worthy of her staying in Young Halberd City for a while. It wasn't the first time that the plot had deviated. Although she was disappointed, she could still accept it. However, through this incident, Dany discovered one thing. The coward Dowling's control over Young Halberd City and Dorne was far beyond her expectations. Even if countless people secretly expressed their dissatisfaction with Prince Dowling's pacification, Young Halberd City's politics were stable, the economy was prosperous, and the people lived and worked in peace. There wasn't even any undercurrent, let alone a major upheaval. Dany could see that Prince Dowling might not have the courage to forge ahead, but he wasn't cowardly. He had made a safer choice for the people in Dorne. No matter how good the people of Dorne were at guerrilla warfare, their strength was limited. They had more than enough defense, but they were lacking in offense. Leaving the familiar environment of Dorne, they were no different from soldiers in other places. If they couldn't even get past the Highlands and the Stormlands, how could they deal with the King's Landing? Well, Dorne was very far from the King's Landing, about 2,000 kilometers away. There was a part of the River Bend and part of the Stormlands in between. Because of this, Dany wasn't interested in Barristan's suggestion. Let's rest. Dany stopped talking and looked up. A red shadow flashed across her purple eyes. She was confused for a moment. She shook her head and said in a low voice, "Did you feel it? We are being watched." Barristan got up quietly and called out to the waiter standing by the corridor, "1 pepper-stewed chicken, please." With a few words and a few routine actions, he had already inadvertently scanned his surroundings. A few crows flew past the window, but there was nothing unusual. "No one is watching us. Are you sure you are not mistaken?" The old knight sat down and asked doubtfully. "This." Dany heard him and stood up to look around. She didn't even miss the street outside the window, but she didn't find anything. It was close to 2 in the afternoon, long past the mealtime. Although they weren't the only 2 people in the lobby, it was very empty. There were only a few silk merchants discussing business in low voices. "Leave immediately after we finish eating." Dany frowned. Chapter 222. The sun was scorching and the world was filled with light. The white light of the sun, the yellow light of the desert, and the hot light. Dany was wearing a veil hat and riding a horse in the desert. The veil in her ears fluttered in the wind and she shouted in surprise, "Wow, this sand horse has great endurance." She was riding a slender gray horse with short hair. It was as fast as the wind and its steps were light. According to the old knight, this was a sand horse that was a specialty of Dorn. It would not be tired even if it ran for 2 days straight. It might be a little difficult to run 1,000 miles in a day, but most sand horses could run 500 miles in a day without any weight. Danny did not believe it at all. If there was such an awesome war horse, all the cities in the world would come to Dorn to look for stallions. However, after running in the desert for more than an hour, she had to believe it. The sand horse's strange running style gave them great endurance in the desert. In modern society, scientists had simulated the movement of ostrich foot tendons and created an exoskeleton equipment that allowed the wearer to run at high speed and for a long time. The sand horse's leg muscles and running style had a similar effect, but they were only suitable for the desert environment. If they were to go to flat mud, the effect might not be as good. How is it? Baristan looked around sharply and asked, "Do you still feel like you are being watched?" It's vague. At first, my spiritual sense felt something strange, but it was not strong. If she had not entered the dragon spirit state and pulled Big Black into her spirit realm immediately, Danny would have thought that she was drunk and hallucinating because of the strong aftereffects of the Dorn wine. Not long after we left Sun Halberd City, the feeling of being watched disappeared. This is very strange. If the other party found out about our identity, even if they did not greet us, they would have sent someone to continue watching us. In that case, let's leave Dornhill quickly. The races, costumes, and customs here are different from the other 6 countries. The old town has a large population, so we will not be so conspicuous, the old knight said. Danny nodded and summoned the 2 dragons. She left the 2 sand horses in the desert and the 2 continued to travel west. After flying for more than 2 hours, it was close to dusk. They watched the red sun gradually bury in the desert from an altitude of 3,000 meters. The vast red light on the earth was intoxicating. Danny had never seen such an infectious sunset before, nor had she ever seen such a huge red sun. It seemed like little white would catch up to the red ball if it was just a little faster. She was very worried. What if they hit the sun? The stunning scenery intoxicated the white knight. He shouted, "Seeing such a sunset, I have no regrets in my life." Danny was also very excited. She opened her arms and shouted, "We still have a long time in the future. We want to see sunsets all around the world, Summer Islands, Snake's Lizard Horn, Sosros, the Jade Sea, Barren Land." She did not stay idle during the flight. Baristan still had to hold on to the belt that extended from both sides of Big Black's neck to stabilize his body. Danny did not fall off the dragon's back even when she was lying on the dragon's back. Little White would subconsciously adjust her position to keep her balance at all times. So Danny had extra energy to do other things such as multitasking. She could look at the scenery while studying the blood dragon dance that she got from the dead Lisbon. That guy made up the name. When Danny held the heritage iron plate and tried to use her mental power to sense the runes, a QR code was immediately imprinted into her mind. She skillfully used her wizard power to decipher the information within. Fire manipulation, incomplete, for the disciples of the 4th Peaks Milaris branch. It was divided into 3 major realms. Fire magician freely controlling the form of fire. Flame spirit gathering the fire elemental energy in nature to form a rootless fire. Fire demon king transforming other elements into fire elemental energy and even igniting all high energy elements. The fire devil king of the highest realm made Danny's heart surge. Igniting all high energy elements, what did that mean? The mental power, wizard power, and magic in the body of an extraordinaire were also high energy elements. As long as she was willing, she could burn Tam, Lisbon, and Bo Cheng into a torch with just a glance. Sigh, why is it incomplete? Danny was very regretful. The iron plate only recorded the runes of the first 2 realms. It was no wonder that the iron plate did not even have a basic wizard password. Fire mages could learn it regardless of their bloodline or talent in witchcraft. It was specially prepared for the disciples of the 4th Fire Peak. The process of sketching the runes was far more difficult than Danny had imagined. It was even more difficult than the coordinate spell that she had groped for from scratch. Before leaving Volantis, she had been assembling the QR code, bit by bit like building a building of blocks. There were about 30,000 basic runes in the first realm. She had not used all the runes in the 108 rune tables, only having 32 types. Many of the runes were repeated, and some of the runes had only appeared once or twice. Comparing it to the Lisbon 64 rune table that the fire mage had given her, Danny realized that there were 7 runes that were repeated too infrequently. The fellow had not been able to distinguish them at all, and had instead created another 5 runes. After 2 days and 2 nights, Danny had only completed the construction of the runes of the first realm when she arrived in Dorne in the morning. While flying to the old town in the afternoon, she began to reassemble the rune incantation of the second realm. 150,000 basic runes, using 82 types of runes. Lisbon was almost half wrong. It was no wonder that he was panting and exhausted his wizard power after only burning Tyrion's beard. The second realm required even more time. Danny tried for a few hours and realized that she would need at least 10 days to complete it. Back then she had used 4 days to figure out Kuei-shi's coordinate spell, and only 2 days to assemble the runes of the coordinate spell in her mind. Even though there were not many coordinate spell runes, 15,000 runes and 24 types of basic runes, those runes were completely foreign to her. If not for Tam's inheritance, Danny would only know how to use them, and would not be able to recite the incantations. Yes, reciting the incantations could reduce the consumption of wizard power. Magical incantations had their own unique pronunciations. Not all 15,000 runes had to be pronounced in the same way. For example, the one-dimensional English, understand, was a long string of words, but it was impossible to pronounce the syllables of every letter. The two-dimensional rune language was more refined. "Hey, Your Majesty, there's a situation," Barristan suddenly shouted, waking Danny from her meditation. "There are white knights below," he said solemnly. The old knight did not need to learn witchcraft runes. He was bored and sprawled on the soft cushion, looking at the scenery below with his binoculars. Having been a white knight for 40 years, Barristan was all too familiar with the attire of the Kingsguard. In the Dorne Desert, knights wearing white porcelain armor and pure white cloaks were too conspicuous. What's the situation? The two dragons began to slow down, circling around the clouds. Using Blackie's vision, Danny saw a group of riders galloping in the desert, heading towards the Green Blood River. There were 6 riders, both male and female, riding on sand horses. Other than the white knights wearing bright white armor and white cloaks, the rest of them were wearing curtained hats to avoid sunlight. There must be royalty below. The smallest girl in the middle is most likely Princess Theon Messiah Byra, the old knight said with certainty. The white knights only served royalty, and there was only one royalty in Dorne, Princess Messiah, who was sent to Dorne by Tyrion. Messiah? Danny frowned. What kind of plot was this? Could the White Knight be Jaime Lannister? He came to Dorne with the mercenary Bronn to save his daughter? They're going to cross 7 gods above. The White Knight shouted in horror. 6 riders arrived at the Green Blood River and stopped their horses. Suddenly, more than 10 armored warriors armed with crossbows emerged from a wooden raft house by the river. Almost without exchanging a few words, the White Knights immediately drew their swords and charged towards the wooden raft. A tragic scene happened. At such a close distance, the crossbow arrows almost pierced the Kingsguard's horse into a sieve. The Kingsguard was also brave. He killed the enemy, 2 soldiers before he died. With a cold flash of the axe, the White Knight's arm was cut off at the elbow, giving him no time to cry out. The axe drew a beautiful arc, and his head, which was the size of a rice cooker, splashed into the river, blood gushing out from his neck. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, and a White Knight went to meet the 7 gods. I probably won't be able to meet the 7 gods, but I might be able to meet the Mad King Aerys and usurper Robert in hell. Ah! Danny exclaimed softly. The White Knight's tragic death was shocking enough, but the other unforeseen event was even more shocking. Originally, the 6 riders were surrounded by the ambush. The others seemed to be planning to surrender. Only White Knight rushed forward. But, when the ambush was distracted by the berserk Imperial Guards, her companions suddenly turned hostile. They drew their swords and hacked down the defenseless Messiah. If that was really her. What's going on? The two were confused. That guy ran away. Let's go ahead and stop him, the White Knight suggested. What if our identities are exposed? Danny hesitated. Kill him, Barristan said without hesitation. Only an animal would hurt a little girl. Sir, please pay attention to your position. You belong to the Long family now, but the girl below is a Lannister. Although she was complaining in her heart, Danny thought about it and agreed to his suggestion. Sir, take off your gloves, she shouted. What for? I can't go down. What do you mean? The old knight was confused, but he still struggled to take off the lobster gloves on his right hand. Raise your arm, Danny shouted again. So, the old knight raised his right hand above his head with a confused expression. Huff huff. Whitey suddenly accelerated and circled around in the sky. When it arrived behind Blackie, it suddenly did a side flip, almost belly up, and flew over Barristan's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Danny, who was hanging upside down on the dragon's back, moved her lips and gently tapped the old knight's right wrist with her finger. Before she fell, Whitey's body twisted like a snake, carrying Danny and flipping her body. The entire process was as delicate as acrobatics. Ouch. Even though the old knight had been in battle for a long time and had been injured countless times in his life, he still held his wrist and cried out. What's going on? It feels like my soul was burned by fire, the old man said in confusion. Hee, centaurs are actually quite smart. The best way to deal with the shadow children is to never let them touch you. Danny smiled strangely and continued, you can go down now, you'll understand later. Chapter 223. The red sun completely disappeared into the endless sea of sand. The sky in the west was like a dark purple tapestry. The desert itself turned from gold in the day to red in the evening, then to purple after sunset. Not long after, it would turn into an indigo color. You two bastards dare to chase after me? The knight lightly swung his long sword, leaving a dark red wet mark on the sand. Not far away, two sand horses that had lost their masters ran away, neighing, leaving two gray-robed soldiers lying on the ground, their blood staining the yellow sand. After killing the last two soldiers, the knight slowed down and rode towards the southwest, away from the Green Blood River. Just as he crossed a sand dune, the knight stopped his horse and shouted at the two people below, "Who are you?" "Barristan Selmy." The white knight did not lift his helmet, but he still reported his true identity. "Barristan the Fearless?" The knight took a few steps forward and asked in surprise, "Sir, I haven't heard from you for a few years. When did you come to Dorne?" "You." The white knight carefully looked at the man's appearance and clothes. He had a clean-shaven chin, a huge hooked nose, dark purple eyes, and thick silver hair that fell over his shoulders was split in half by a strand of black hair in the center of his forehead. He carried a huge sword on his back, and his purple leather armor had a family emblem in the shape of a black sword. The old man looked familiar, but he did not recognize the family emblem at all. "Who are you?" "I have never seen the family emblem of the black sword," the old man said directly. "Oh, this is not the family emblem." The young man raised his right hand and slowly pulled out the huge sword on his back. He looked down at his chest and smiled. "I gave myself a nickname, Star of Darkness. This black sword symbol, haha, my personal emblem, you see it? This is it. You want to fight with me?" The white knight said coldly. "Let's not beat around the bush, I can feel the murderous aura on you." The hooked-nosed young man licked his lips and said with his eyes shining, "Actually, I am looking forward to it, really?" Danny's mouth twitched as she said, "Don't kill him." "I understand." "Ha, old man, you're boasting shamelessly. I'm going uphill and you're going downhill. I have a horse and you don't. You're already over 60 years old. Even if you were 40 years younger, you would still lose today." Dark Star sneered and whipped his horse forward. That bastard actually kicked the spur of his horse and pulled it to the side, charging towards Danny, who was wearing a veil hat. With a sigh, Danny looked at the young man with eyes full of pity. Sure enough, the scene where Barristan hurriedly came to the rescue that the young man expected did not appear at all. Although he did not know Danny's identity, he could tell that White Knight valued her a lot. His vision blurred, and the woman in front of him moved at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the side of the warhorse, in the opposite direction from where he had swung his sword. The young man missed his attack. Although he held back 70% of his strength, his body still swayed. With this small opening, Barristan took a step forward and grabbed the blade of the greatsword with his hand. He was not worried about the iron gloves being cut. He pulled with all his strength and pulled the young man's body to the side. The young man had no choice but to let go of the sword. However, the next moment he felt a pain in his back. With a bang, he was sent flying from the saddle by the scabbard and fell on the sand. "You." Turning over, he saw the long sword in White Knight's left hand. The long sword was still in the scabbard. His face was ashen as he muttered, "Impossible, this is impossible." "Kid, you have probably been living a smooth life and have never met a pay-to-win player, right? Indeed, the iron gloves in the shape of a normal lobster would not be able to snatch the blade of an opponent of equal strength. Before snatching the opponent's weapon, the blade would have already cut through the metal plates protecting the finger. However, the old knight was wearing Veleglia's steel armor. Not to mention a surprise attack to steal the sword. Even if you were to fight 10 rounds with him, you would only lose and never win. Which family are you from? The old knight asked. The young man was not stubborn. If he told the old knight his family background and identity as a nobleman, there was still a chance that he could pay for his life. If he did not say anything, he would probably be killed by the old knight. Angelo Dane. I come from the Dane family of High Hidden City, he said. The old knight was surprised at first, then he looked relieved. Fortunately, you are not Dane from Starfall City. The name of Sword of Dawn is not tarnished. These words hurt Darkstar deeply. He roared angrily, I only lost to you because of a wrong judgment. If we fought again, it would be hard to say who would win. How is that a disgrace to my family name? Barristan said coldly, you killed Princess Marcella. She was only 10 years old. She was still a child. Also, they had always treated you as a companion. You betrayed them and assassinated the person you should have protected. How did you know? Gino Dane's eyes widened. He stammered, did you join that coward Dowling? Then he said doubtfully, that can't be right. You don't even know who I am. You can't be the pursuer sent by Aelio Hedda. I was nearby. I saw everything, the old knight explained. I admit I really wanted to kill her. Unfortunately, I failed. Gino sighed with an unpleasant expression. He explained, from the beginning I did not agree with supporting Marcella to become king. Dowling was too weak and was unwilling to start a war. But as long as that little lioness was killed, the King's Landing would definitely declare war on Dorne. Only then would Dorne's shame be washed away. Who supported Marcella's ascension? Dany asked. Araine Martell. Dany knew her. She was the eldest daughter of Prince Dowling and the heir of Prince Dorne. Why did she do that? She started a war to avenge Oberon and Ilya. Her goal was roughly the same as mine. But she was too stupid. She tried to push Marcella and her brother Tommen to fight for the throne. I'm going to laugh my head off. It seemed like this fellow was the representative of the Dornishmen's radical faction. What is the relationship between Dane of Hyrene City and Sword of Dawn? Dany looked at the old knight. The main family and the branch family, the lord and the vassals. Dane of Starfall City is the main family. I see. Just like Stark and Call of Carhold City. Dany nodded. The Long family could also be imitated. These branches had almost never rebelled. Theon of Baela seemed to be a branch family of the Targaryen family. The first Duke of Phoenix's Rest, Theon of Theon Baela, was said to be Aegon's illegitimate brother. In the end, could it be because of the illegitimate bastard bloodline? Darkstar complained, my family's history can be traced back 10,000 years, all the way to the legendary Dawn era. Why is that relative of mine the only Dane that people remember? Obviously he is the greatest knight of this era. Barristan said calmly. He has a great sword. Darkstar said indignantly. Perhaps, but more importantly, he has a great heart. No matter what the situation is, that relative of yours will never harm a child. You can tell that to Lannister. How did Prince Rhaegar's 2 children die? Gino sneered. Barristan glanced at Dany. After getting her signal, he walked forward and took out Ser Gino's belt, tied his hands, and threw him to the other side of the sand dune. Your Majesty, what do we do now? He asked. Let him go. Let's not get involved in the affairs of the Dornishmen. To be honest, if this Dane came from Starfall City, Dany might have thought of pulling him into the team for the sake of the orphan of a loyal vassal. However, this fake strength aside, his temperament was too extreme. In other words, he was too egotistical and had his own ideas. This was not the way of a vassal. The old knight nodded and walked back to throw Darkstar's greatsword on the ground. Then he left without looking back. Wait a minute. Gino shouted, but the two ignored him. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Dany, rise. This time the two who were leaving reacted. Dany suddenly turned around. What did you say? Gino's face lit up. He quickly asked, You are the Dragon Queen Dany Rhys Targaryen, right? Dany did not deny it. Instead, she asked curiously, How did you guess? You really are the Dragon Queen. Yes. So, the news of the slave rebellion at Slaver's Bay and the dragons and queers are also true? This news is outdated. Dany squatted beside him and asked, How did you guess my identity? The fearless Barristan, the glorious Kingsguard, I know him too well. The hook-nosed man pursed his lips at the armored knight. Or rather, we all know him. He can lack anything in his life, but he can't live without a king to be loyal to. When that brat Joffrey took off his white robe, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were guessing which king they would see him again. Renly? Stannis? Robb Stark? There were even people who went to the Iron Islands to ask if Sir Barristan was so hungry that he offered his knees to that idiot Balon. These words were so vicious that the old knight's hand was on the hilt of his sword. What about me? Am I wrong? Dark Star glanced at Dany and asked, Who are you following now? Sigh, the people of the Seven Kingdoms have seen through the old knight. Sir Barristan chose justice. He is serving justice, and I am just doing what is right. That's all. Dany said matter-of-factly. The old knight was so touched that his eyes teared up. However, her words that seemed to be defending the White Knight made Dark Star's eyes widen. Can humans really be so shameless? The hook-nosed man's mouth twitched a few times before he continued. When we couldn't find Sir Sammy in all the Westeros, we had two guesses. He was assassinated by Joffrey, or he lost his will to fight and hid in a corner waiting for death. However, I saw a living knight, an armored knight who was full of energy. He wasn't dead, he wasn't depressed, he was strong and powerful, and his martial arts were superb. That leaves only one reason the knight has a new king, a king from the Westeros. Coincidentally, I heard the legend of the Dragon Queen at the docks. I know that a Targaryen is not only alive, but also hatched a dragon and became the Queen of Astapor. At first, I didn't believe in the legend of the dragon, but after seeing the two of you, when there is only one possibility left, no matter how unbelievable it seems, it is still the truth. At the end, the young man couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Why are you so foolish? Dany sighed. What? The young man was stunned. The old knight pulled out Devour Son and said coldly, You seem smart, but you are really stupid. Hey, wait. The hook-nosed man's expression changed as he shouted, I have something to say. It's useless to say anything. Accept your fate. The old knight raised his long sword and slashed at the young man's neck. I want to be a Kingsguard, sir. He closed his eyes and used the last of his strength to shout in despair. The sharp blade stopped 3 centimeters away from his neck. A gentle breeze blew and large pieces of silver hair fell to the sand. What are you trying to do? The old knight asked, puzzled. Although I have been mocking you and even gave myself the name Dark Star to show my disdain for Dawn, I've always admired you. I've always admired you and Sir Arthur Dayne since I was young. I've always wanted to be a glorious Kingsguard, a great knight like the Sword of Dawn. The so-called indifference, the so-called belittlement, is just to cover up the unfulfilled desire in my heart. I really want to be a guardian knight of the true king. Jane Dane shouted these words almost in a sobbing voice. At this moment, Dany's vision blurred. She seemed to see a long-haired delinquent kneeling on the ground and crying, Coach, I want to play basketball. Chapter 224. It was a pity that Dany was not Ainsley's coach. If I make you a Kingsguard, won't the world think that I arranged for you to assassinate Myrcella? Perhaps even Prince Dalong will suspect that I'm behind this and deliberately sow discord between Dorne and the King's Landing. Dany shook her head repeatedly. This boy is cunning. Perhaps he's lying to save his life. Although the White Knight said so, she still moved Devour the Sun away from Dark Star's neck. Even if there was a possibility that a person's last cry was an act, it wouldn't be a complete lie. I'm Dark Star and I only exist in the night. The white robe may be too conspicuous for me. Your Majesty, let me join you and do something you want to do but can't. The hook-nosed man shouted. Well, although I like to hear this, I can't say it in public. If I agree, won't I automatically admit that I have something to do? Let me ask you, since you yearn for the glory of the Kingsguard and aspire to become a legendary knight, why don't you go to the King's Landing? With your identity and fighting skills, I think neither Robert nor Cersei will refuse a Dane, even if he's the counterfeit Dane next door. Dany stared at Dark Star, not missing the slightest expression on his face. I admire Sir Barristan, but I'm not him. The hook-nosed man glanced at the Iron Knight and said firmly, I have my own thoughts and ideals. Robert is not a wise king and Cersei and Lannister are a group of rebels. I'd rather be Dark Star and wander in the endless desert of Dorne than wear a dazzling white robe and serve those people. The old knight could not help but clench his sword again. He really wanted to cut someone. Don't be angry, sir. The young man sighed with a complicated expression. You're not a Dornishman. You don't understand how angry and humiliated we were when what happened to Princess Elia and her 2 children came to Dorne. In that case, no Dornishman would go to the king's landing to flatter the usurper. There's a saying that Dorne has as many strong men as there are sand. But did you notice? Starting from Robert, Joffrey and Tommen, they had many white knights under them, but from start to finish, none of them came from Dorne. In the past 15 years, Dorne seemed to have left the Seven Kingdoms and did not participate in any of the Westeros affairs. Myrcella entered the Flowing Water Garden, and Prince Oberyn represented Dorne in the council. This could have broken the deadlock, but you have seen the result. To put it bluntly, the current royal guards. I'm ashamed to be associated with them. In the end, the hook-nosed man said disdainfully. The old knight himself also looked down on his former brother. Not only was their martial prowess weak, but their pursuit of glory was even worse. When Joffrey took off his white robe that day, not only did his brothers not admonish the king, they even laughed loudly at their own captain without the slightest sense of loyalty and honor. However, no matter what he thought, he had been a white knight for 40 years. Now that he was once again the captain of the White Knights, he could not help but snort coldly and say, "Just a while ago, when you shamelessly tried to assassinate the child that you were supposed to protect, only the Kingsguard stepped forward and died bravely in battle. Oakheart did not do it to protect the little lion." The hook-nosed man sneered and asked, "Alex Oakheart was your sworn brother for 10 years. How could he not know how to protect the king? Think about it, if you had taken his place back then, would I have had the chance to assassinate Princess Myrcella?" The old knight was stunned. This was what he did not understand. No matter when and where, protecting the king was the fundamental duty of a white knight. Back then, the enemy did not intend to kill him, so there was no need for a white knight to throw his life away. Also, it was because he left Myrcella's side that the Dark Star took advantage of. "I saw that white knight standing in front of Princess Iraine," Dany said hesitantly. That's right. That glorious white knight was one of Iraine's lovers. Perhaps he thought that he was her one and only. Perhaps he was ashamed, or perhaps he was worried that his lover would be crippled or killed by the prince. In short, at that moment, there was no trace of his king in his heart. How is this possible? The old knight muttered in disbelief. What's impossible about it? From the moment the Kingslayer killed his king, the White Knight was no longer the pure and noble White Knight of the past. The Dark Star mocked loudly. His smile was bitter and his eyes were bleak. "You yourself successively pledged your allegiance to Targaryen, Theon, and Lannister. I did not." The old man's face turned red as he argued, "I am a White Knight. I only serve the king." "Suit yourself." The Dark Star chuckled and continued, "Jaime first killed the king and then committed adultery with the queen. He even gave birth to 3 bastards who stole the king's kingdom. Alex Oakheart was seduced by a woman and gave up his king. The hound who took your place, Sandor Clegane, fled when the king needed him the most during the siege of Stannis. He fled. Burrows Bronn was a coward. He personally handed over the king he was protecting, Tommen, to the bandits, Tyrion's men in disguise, in order to survive. The remaining few were even worse. The Kingsguard, who was known as the strongest knight of the 7 kingdoms, was actually torn apart by the ragged commoners on the streets despite being fully armed. Tsk. The substitute Kingsguard who joined in the past 2 years was even worse. Loras Tyrell of High Court, everyone knows that he is a Kingsguard. I really wonder why he joined the strong Kingsguard. Do you dare to take a bath with him? That Osmond Kettle Black, a mercenary whose name I have never heard of before. I heard that his work is big enough and that Queen Cersei is very satisfied with his service. This is the current Kingsguard. I would rather kill the young than join them." The hook-nosed man said firmly. Not only was the old knight shocked, even Dany was shocked. The Kingsguard had fallen to such a state. "I currently have 3 Kingsguard under me. Other than Sir Barristan, there is also Jorah Mormont, a knight who exiled himself for selling slaves and a eunuch who was born in the Meereen arena. Other than being able to eat, he has nothing to boast about. If I were to take in someone like you who assassinated children, the quality of my Kingsguard would not be worse than Tommen." Dany chuckled as she teased. This time it was Dark Star's turn to be stunned. Could it be that this was an era of comparing the worst? Why was it so difficult to find a wise ruler to rely on? You have the dragon, whoever has the dragon will rule the world. You liberated Slavers Bay, you are virtuous, whoever has the virtue will win the hearts of the people. You dared to come to the 7 kingdoms alone to investigate the enemy situation, you are brave and smart. Now, in the 7 kingdoms, You are the only one who has the qualifications to be a king. Dark Star's tone was a little sorrowful and aggrieved. He could only pick the best out of the best. The heavens did not give him a choice at all. How about this? Danny thought for a while and said, I will give you two choices. First, swear in the name of the Dane family that you will not reveal my secret, and I will let you go. Second, I will give you a few missions that will send you to your death, and after you complete them, I will consider making you the number one substitute. Number one substitute? If there is a shortage of people, I will let you join the King's Guard as a substitute. Dark Star's expression was blank and the word fuck was spammed in his mind. Give me a few missions that will send me to my death, and consider making me the number one substitute. Yes, I admit that it is wrong to assassinate children, and it is reasonable for you to look down on me. But I am a noble Dane, a noble family with 10,000 years of history, a relative of the Sword of Dawn. You can't humiliate me like this. But when he was still hesitating, Barristan immediately advised, Your Majesty, this guy does not have the spirit of a knight, and is not qualified to be your King's Guard, even if he is the number one substitute. And with just a few words, it is impossible for us to see through his character. Didn't the muscular Beavos also become the number one substitute for half a year? He only followed the Queen to fight wars for a month, and was immediately promoted to an official King's Guard. Without waiting for Dark Star to refute, the old knight continued, One more thing, if you include him, 4 of the 7 King's Guard spots will be used up. To be honest, other than me, Mormont, Beavos and this Dark Star have bad reputations, and their family backgrounds are not good as well. They will not be of much help to your great cause of reviving the kingdom. My family's messenger? The hook-nosed man almost exploded in anger. At least he is a far cry from Starfall City's Dane. Starfall City's Dane family had a very high status, and before Nymeria brought the Loyans to Dorne, Dane had been the king of Turbulent River for thousands of years. Even though Nymeria unified Dorne and abolished all the other kings, in order to protect her rule, she had no choice but to marry the current Sword of Dawn. Yes, Sword of Dawn was not an exclusive title for Arthur Dane, and the Dane who held the Dawn Greatsword in the past was the Buddhist Sword of Dawn. As for Nymeria's marriage, it was unknown how many times she had married in her life, but in Dorne she had married a total of 3 times. The first time she married Martell, the Martell family back then was not the first Duke of Dorne. Relying on the Loyans' advanced technology and secret water magic that Nymeria brought, Martell began to unify Dorne. But in order to unify Dorne, war was necessary. Dorne had as many strong men as sand, and there were many ruthless kings like the Sword of Dawn. Not long after, Nymeria's first husband, Mors Martell, died on the battlefield. Then, Nymeria married Earl Euhal of Prison Gate Castle, and took the central part of Dorne into her hands. But not long after, her second husband died in battle, and Nymeria married again. This time she found the current Sword of Dawn, Davos Dane. Sword of Dawn, number 1 in the world. This title was definitely not undeserved. No one could kill him, and Nymeria, who had a bumpy road in love, did not lose another husband. If one looked at the map of Dorne, one would know how awesome Nymeria's marriage method was. She controlled Martell in the lower reaches of the Greenblood River, Prison Gate Castle in the Sulphur River Basin, and Starfall City in the Turbulent River Basin. The 3 local tyrants controlled the western, central and eastern parts of Dorne, which had a long and narrow terrain. Once she took down those 3 men, Dorne would be hers. Although the position of Prince of Dorne would eventually be inherited by Martell's children, Davos and Nymeria also had children. In other words, Dane of Starfall City and Martell of Young Halberd City had the same grandmother. Thus, Dane of Starfall City had a very high status, far surpassing Dane of High Hidden City. Chapter 225. Your Majesty, you should try your best to keep the position of the King's Guard. After the long winter, when we restore the Targaryen dynasty in the Westeros, the remaining White Knights can be used to rope in the nobles, the old knight advised. What he said made sense. Look at the Mad King Aerys, the White Bull of the old Count Hightower, the son of the Guardian of the West, Jaime Lannister, Prince Dorne's uncle, Levon Martell, Oswell Heen of the Heen family in Hellenberg, and Don Swordsman of Starfall City. Even the lowest-ranking Barristan and John Derry, one was the heir of the Count of Harvest Hall, and the other was from Derry City of Hadjian. Yes, Baristan gave up the title of count and gave his inheritance and fiancée to his cousin. The Derry family was once glorious for thousands of years. At that time, even the Tully family in Fujian was not as good as them. It was only in the recent few hundred years that they slowly declined. However, the Derry family was the most loyal royalist. As a noble in Fujian, they did not care about the Tully Duke, who was directly under their lord, and stood firmly on the side of the Targaryens. For example, Sir William, who brought the orphans of the Mad King Dany, Rhys and Viserys to escape from the Westeros, was a Derry. Well, the White Knight John Derry and the royal family's martial arts instructor, William Derry, were brothers. Aerys Kingsguard was probably the most brilliant generation of the Kingsguard in history. However, such a strong Kingsguard could not bring the Mad King and his son, which showed how much of a scam they were. If Doe was placed on the Iron Throne, the Dragon family would be safe and secure. The old knight's words could be said to be the advice of an experienced strategist. However, there was a problem that he did not understand. The long winter would not be so easy to pass. I need someone who is smart and brave, loyal and not afraid of death to do something, Dany explained. What is it? I'll do it, the old knight patted his chest and volunteered. Her Majesty the Queen would not bear to send you to your death. Dark Star, who was lying on the ground, sneered. Yes, Dany nodded and looked at the hook-nosed young man. She said bluntly, it's very dangerous. I can't guarantee your safety. Dark Star fell silent and asked with a frown, tell me about it first. What is it? Something that concerns the fate of the world. Jenordane's handsome face started to twist again. Be more specific, he said. Dany rubbed her chin and said slowly, currently of the 9 free trade city-states, Volantis and Rhys have already been confirmed as members of the alliance. Tarosai, Mill and Coer joined the United Nations that sealed off Slavers Bay. They even promised to seriously consider sending troops to join the alliance. Pentos, Novos and Rolas had relatively weak military forces and were too far away from Slavers Bay. Their current attitudes were unclear. Lastly, Bravos had the strongest naval power among all the cities. They might be hostile to me, but they would never join the Slave Master Alliance. Since the enemy has joined vertical, I can also join horizontal. But although I am the strong Qin, I still lack a few Zhang Yi and Su Qin. Although the two of them didn't understand a few words, they understood the general meaning. You want me to be your representative to negotiate with the other city-states? Dark Star grinned and looked regretful. How did you provoke so many enemies? I thought that Lannister and Tyrell were already insurmountable mountains, but compared to the 9 free trade city-states they, sigh. He really regretted it. If he knew that she was so hated, he wouldn't have joined in the fun. He didn't care about the suffering of the slaves at all. The Dornishman thirsted for revenge and the blood of lions. He only wanted to serve a wise master and rise to a high position while taking revenge, becoming a legendary knight that everyone praised. Dany sneered and provoked him. Aren't you the Dark Star? After taking on such a title and wanting to surpass Baristan and Sword of Dawn, how can you not do something earth-shattering? Or perhaps, you only have this little bit of tolerance and vision, and you only know how to bully children and bully them? The hook-nosed young man was not enraged, nor was his face flushed with excitement. He calmly thought for a moment and said, I failed to assassinate the little lion. Prince Dowling will definitely blame me for his daughter holding the princess hostage and fighting for the throne with Tommen. In the coming days, I will be wanted by the King's Landing and Dorne. I can't even return home. I can leave the Westeros and hide for a while. Oh, you agree? Dany raised her eyebrows and asked. What should I do? Go to Bravos first and ask the Sea King why a faceless one would assassinate a liberator of slaves. Also, I had a meal at his house back then. Why didn't he talk about our old friendship? Dark Star's eyes widened and he was stunned. Gulp. He swallowed hard and shouted in disbelief. Your Majesty, just tell me, how many enemies do you have? Well, you should ask, who are my allies in this world? Dany tilted her head and said. Alright, who are your allies? Your family's high-hidden city. What? Dark Star was confused. Since you have joined me, the high-hidden city of the Rapids will naturally be tied to my chariot. Dany said matter-of-factly. At this moment, the hook-nosed youth's face twisted like never before. I want to get off. This White Knight reserve slot should be left to other great nobles. Dane of High-Hidden City is not blessed enough to enjoy it. Sigh, this child has been eating sand in Dorne. He has not seen the world. He is scared silly. Dany muttered to the White Knight beside her. Why don't you think about it? If I am so easy to deal with, why would they form an alliance? Oh, you're right. The youth came to his senses and looked at the woman in the veil hat seriously. He could not see her face, but she must be much younger than him. Her tone was relaxed and her attitude was casual. Obviously, she did not care about the World Alliance and the legendary Faceless One. This woman is not simple. How do I prove my identity to the Sea King? He asked seriously. Are you really going to accept this mission? Danny smiled. Gino Dane's lips curled into a confident smile. He said calmly, Your Majesty, you are right about something. Dorne is really small compared to the world stage, and I have never been afraid of challenges. The White Knight frowned. After a long while, she used her sword to cut open the belt on Gino's wrist. She said helplessly, Swear the oath first. Gino held his silk pants with one hand and supported himself with the other. He got up and nodded. All right, I hiss. Two beastly roars that made one's heart palpitate suddenly came from the lead black sky. The unfamiliar voice and the fearful atmosphere made Gino Dane's expression change instantly. Dragon. The shadows fell. The figures of the megalosaurus could be vaguely distinguished. One was a white dragon and the other was a black dragon. Burp, the white dragon seemed to have burped. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a fireball the size of a wash basin. It was round and spinning. It was bright red, like a small sun rising in the dark desert. Gino Dane was not the only one who was shocked. Even Barristan was speechless as he looked at the sun that was suspended in midair. Gino's pupils suddenly shrank. He actually saw another girl wearing a veil hat jump down from the white dragon's back. When he turned back, the girl who was standing beside him just now had disappeared. Or perhaps, did she really appear before him? Darkstar shuddered. He suddenly felt that everything in front of him was blurry. It was as if he had fallen into a dream. His previous understanding was being broken one after another. Everything suddenly seemed so unreal. You haven't even seen magic before? Danny took off her veil hat, revealing a head of black hair that was as black as ink. Under the bright red fireball, the girl's smooth and fair cheeks could be seen clearly. Her small and delicate facial features and heroic spirit exuded from her. She was a beautiful girl with a valiant disposition. She looked very energetic. However, Gino completely ignored the appearance of the queen opposite him. All his attention was attracted by the fireball above her head. The wash basin-sized fireball seemed to have a life of its own. With every step she took, it would float a certain distance away. When she walked to the left, it would also float to the left. It was always 2 meters above her head, no more, no less. Magic? What kind of magic is this? The old knight was shocked. It's a skill to control fire that I exchanged from the fire mage during the last transcendent gathering. It's a little trick for street acrobatics to earn money. Danny raised her right hand up high as if she was holding it up. The fireball slowly descended. The bright red light reflected on her cheeks and made her blush. In the end, the fireball floated an inch away from her palm. As the lava-like ball spun continuously, the hot air waves spread out and blew Danny's hair behind her head. This is a little trick? Gino Dane's throat was dry. He was not an ignorant country bumpkin. He had seen too many fire mages perform at Young Halberd City's pier. However, he dared to swear in the name of his ancestors that he had never seen such a powerful flame in his life. This was power. The Dark Star was a knight, not a mage. He could not sense things like magic or witchcraft. However, when he first saw the fireball, his instincts as a swordsman warned him to stay away from it. Once it explodes, he would be finished. Yes, he had a feeling that it could explode at any time. The fire mage uses normal flames. I use dragon flame. That's all. To be honest, Danny herself was very shocked that it could have such an effect. She was prepared to ride the dragon and land on the sand to personally accept Knight Gino's pledge of allegiance. However, when she realized that the sky was dark, she had an idea. Why not use the dragon flame as the source of the flame and try out the fire control technique she had just learned? No matter what, she did not expect the effect to be so good. The dragon flame that was filled with natural magic was like a lump of dough. She could easily knead it into a fireball according to her will. It was as if the flame came from her body. Danny suddenly turned her head and met Whitey's bright golden eyes. She seemed to have seen through his thoughts. The fire I spit out, Mommy, you can play with it however you want. It must have something to do with the will of the megalosaurus itself. Alright, stop daydreaming. Hurry up, come and swear the oath. Oh, Under the red light of the fireball, Gino and Dane knelt in front of Danny and solemnly swore in the name of his father, Dane ancestors, the Dane family name and High Recluse City to swear loyalty to Danny Rise. It was an oath of a knight to his lord, not an oath of a white knight to a king. Gino had not completed his mission and could not even be considered a reserve white knight. However, Danny's performance was still very effective. Facing the Dragon Queen, who not only had a dragon but also knew mysterious and powerful magic, the usually rebellious Dark Star also gave 60% of his loyalty on the spot. When Danny promised to reward him with a steel sword of Veleglia, the excited Sir Gino immediately gave another 20% of his loyalty. Chapter 226. Looking at the bright red fireball that had shrunk to the size of a cantaloupe, Danny's expression changed. It had been burning for 3 hours since nightfall. The fireball had shrunk from the size of a wash basin to the size of a cantaloupe. Perhaps it could last for another 3 hours. Now I'm starting to understand Veleglia's dragon and magic civilization, she said slowly. They were in a small campsite behind a sand dune. The three of them sat together and stared at the fireball in the middle that was radiating light and heat every second. They looked at it quietly with blurred eyes as if they were witnessing a miracle. Can everyone in Veleglia do this? Dane asked curiously. Maybe only the great wizards can do it. Danny thought of one of the requirements to become a great wizard, a dragon dreamer from the 14th Fire Peak family. She had tried it before and as expected she could control the fire of ordinary wood, but her movements were jerky and could not last long. The fireball she made was like a squashed rubber ball, the size of a fist, and lasted for only 5 seconds. The dragon dreamers used fire witchcraft to control the dragon flame of Megalosaurus, but it was different. Through the soul connection they seemed to be able to borrow part of the power of Megalosaurus. Without a doubt, Megalosaurus did not have an oil barrel in its stomach. It was similar to the tailed beast in Naruto, which used its own spiritual power to combine with the fire magic elements in nature to form a magic flame. This was verified by Danny herself. She opened Blackie's mouth and checked carefully. There were no holes for oil to spray. In other words, Megalosaurus converted magic into dragon flame. The dragon flame had magic power, and as the master, Megalosaurus could control this magic power. The dragon dreamers could connect with Megalosaurus souls and gain control of the dragon flame magic power. Just like what Danny had done, he could easily control the dragon fireball. On the contrary, the fire of firewood was mostly the wildfire of nature's will. In order to change their shape they had to fight with nature's will. It was harder to control than the dragon flame, which had a higher energy level. Of course, for ordinary fire mages, nature's will was definitely easier to deal with than Megalosaurus's will. Only in the hands of the great wizard of Megalosaurus could the fire control spell be used to its full potential. Just like how I used the magic of the Megalosaurus to light up the fire and roast the meat, the people of Veleglia must have gone one step further and invented a spell to extract magic from the magma. It's incredible, Danny murmured. Baristan was worried that the queen would fall into a fanatical pursuit of witchcraft. He could not help but advise, Your Majesty, no matter how glorious Veleglia used to be, it has been destroyed, which means that their path was not right. I just feel sorry for them. Danny understood his good intentions. She smiled and sighed. This world is too peaceful. It has developed steadily for millions of years, and we haven't encountered any alien civilizations. What alien civilization? Dark Star asked curiously. Danny thought for a moment and said, In the era without large ships, Westeros and Ursos did not communicate for millions of years. It was like two independent worlds. The children of the forest are to Westeros what we are to this world. They are content with the status quo, believing that a peaceful life is as eternal as the rising and setting of the sun. Then, the ancestors who used bronze weapons came. In less than 10,000 years, the children of the forest with a history of millions of years were almost extinct. So, open your eyes and imagine that there is another world outside the known world. Its development is not weaker than the magic civilization of Veleglia. What would our ending be? This? The greatest ambition of the two natives was to become a legendary knight that was praised by others. The civilization war was as far away from them as the Milky Way. That's impossible, right? How can there be another world outside the world? Dark Star said, confused. In the end, he was still young and had a flexible mind. His ability to accept new ideas was stronger. Although he said it was impossible, he felt that the Dragon Queen's words made sense. The children of the forest might have had the same idea as you. Then in the face of danger they became extinct, Danny said calmly. Barristan frowned. Your Majesty, aren't you thinking too much? We are not scholars. There is no need. Scholars? Danny smiled bitterly. I don't know what's wrong with scholars. After thousands of years of development, the magic civilization has not been created. The development of science and technology is almost stagnant. Sai, let me ask you, how long did it take for Valeglia to become the overlord of the world? Less than 1,000 years. After following Danny and collecting so many secret books of Valeglia, the old knight had roughly flipped through them and knew a lot of secrets. 1,000 years. From a nomadic people who didn't even know how to forge iron, to a super civilization that can extract the power of earth fire. This is the normal path of development. The technological civilization on Earth started from the Renaissance in the 14th century. In the 20th century, people on Earth were able to use nuclear energy. The development speed was almost the same as that of Valeglia. But what about scholars? The scholars were not even comparable to the undead association of the barbarians. At least they had their own ideas of development. Although the speed was slow, they were always moving forward. Even the witchcraft lens had been copied long ago. Therefore, Danny wanted to know more about the lower city of knowledge and see what those people were doing. Your Majesty, you are so special. Dark Star looked at Danny with a complicated expression. 90% of the kings think about hunting, banquets, and masquerades. The wise kings only think about governing the country and stabilizing the royal rule. No one thinks about the problems from the perspective of the whole world and the whole human race. Genord's dark purple eyes shone with sincerity. The conversation with Your Majesty has almost given me a new lease of life. I just don't know what solution you have. I mean to avoid being invaded by an alien civilization. Haha, there is only one way, and that is to work hard to improve the level of our civilization. Danny was in high spirits and her tone was sonorous. I'm still young and I have plenty of time. In 5 years I will conquer the slave city-states of the world. Then, in 2 years I will take back the Iron Throne. After that, in 3 years I will establish a perfect new social system. 10 years later, I will plan 2 development paths for this world: technology and magic. For the future, you can think about it this way. Every city will be the capital of Valeglia without slavery. In the end, she added a line that was common in some novels. It will be a great era where everyone is like a dragon. Although it was common, the 2 natives were excited when they heard it for the first time. Well, it was impossible to be excited. They did not understand it at all. The future was still too far away. In the early morning, after sending Dark Star a coordinate spell, the 3 of them went their separate ways. Danny and Barristan rode on the dragon and continued westward. Genord looked for a ship to Bravos. When they passed by Starfall City in the afternoon, Danny deliberately let the dragon hover above the city for a while. She wanted to admire the glorious ruins of the Sword of Dawn. In the end, she saw an ordinary riverside mountain city. There was nothing special about it except that the tower was a little tall. However, when the White Knight saw the white stone sword tower at the edge of the cliff, she was so sad that she almost cried. Your Majesty, I confess to you that the person I love most in my life is Lady Ashera Dane, the old knight said with a complicated tone. But I am a Kingsguard. I swore that I would never marry. It is useless to confess my love to her. So, you love her so deeply and she did not know until she died. Unrequited love? Why did she commit suicide by jumping into the river? Danny asked curiously. Ashera Dane. Other than her identity as Arthur Dane's sister, Danny knew little about her. She only heard that I'd had an affair with her and had a child named Jon Snow. That was nonsense. The old knight said gloomily. Ashera had a miscarriage. Maybe she was heartbroken by the loss of her child, or maybe it was because of the man who tarnished her reputation at Heron Castle. Id Stark? Yes. Some say that his illegitimate child is Ashera's child. No, her child was not saved. If the child was still alive, she would not commit suicide, the old knight said with certainty. How can you be sure that the child's father is Id Stark? Although he had never seen him, Sir Yora always had admiration and complaints whenever he mentioned him. He admired his integrity and complained that he was heartless. I don't think he would do something like making a noble woman pregnant before marriage, right? Danny asked curiously. In Heron Castle, I saw the 2 of them fall in love with my own eyes. That kind of, sigh, I can't be wrong. At this point, Danny did not have the nerve to ask any more questions. They crossed the turbulent river and left Dorn Hill. They entered River Bend, which was only about 500 kilometers away from the old town. In the evening, the two of them landed at the upper reaches of Honeywine River and walked to Rose Avenue. They bought 2 horses at a small inn and leisurely walked to the old town in the south. It had to be said that the infrastructure of the Westeros was really bad. There were official roads from King's Landing to the Seven Kingdoms. The Rose Road in River Bend, the Bone Road that passed through the Stormlands and reached the borders of Dorne, the Golden Road that led to Port Lannister in the west, the River Road that led to River Bend and the King's Road that led to the north. However, these national roads were actually dirt roads in the countryside of the Celestial Empire. The simple texture made Danny feel like she was back in time. There was a mistake. The main road to the market in her hometown was at least scattered with gravel. However, when she went to the vegetable fields to pick cucumbers and tomatoes, she often took such dirt roads. River Bend was still relatively peaceful. Under the orange sunset, farmers were rushing to harvest the crops in the golden wheat fields. Merchant caravans passed by them from time to time. It was a very lively rural scenery. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing a sweet fruity fragrance from the apple forest. She let go of the reins and let the horses move freely. It seems that the situation of the Westeros is not as bad as we thought, Danny said to White Knight with a smile. Da-da-da. The two of them were leisurely riding on horseback. Suddenly, a group of riders in old brown leather armor rushed from behind. They waved their whips wantonly and sang tuneless songs loudly. They happily rode to the south. The dirt on the ground immediately brought up a yellow earth dragon. Danny could not help but lower the tool hanging on the brim of her hat. However, she also noticed the lyrics of the riders. The general idea was, sharpening a sword for 10 years, testing it today, defeating all opponents and becoming the Night King. Freedom Knights. White Knight looked at the group of disheveled riders and was puzzled. They are going to participate in the martial arts tournament to make a name for themselves. The old town is going to hold a martial arts tournament. Danny suddenly understood. Most likely. I wonder which hider is hosting the tournament. The old knight said slowly. Danny laughed and said, that little hider has already run to Reese to seek help from my sister. They still have the mood to hold a martial arts tournament? Chapter 227. It turned out that Danny's guess was wrong. The nobles of the old town did not lose their sense of purpose. Most of the time, especially during Robert's reign, the tournament had 2 purposes. 1. To provide the upper class with an opportunity to gain glory. 2. To provide entertainment for the poor commoners so that they could temporarily forget the hardships of life in the real world. To put it bluntly, the tournament was the Western medieval version of a large-scale reality show. Music theory was still valid here. Danny understood this principle even though she had not participated in the tournament. It was all because she had learned the techniques of the tournament. Just like how her etiquette teacher taught her the common etiquette of various cities and races, Barristan also taught her the showy moves of the spear competition. On the real battlefield it was useless. She, who had personally participated in many battles, was fully qualified to say this. Why did she say so? The highlight of the tournament was the spear duel. 2 fully armored knights would stab each other with long, brittle pieces of wood. They were not allowed to stab the horse, neck, face, or thigh. Points would be deducted. They were also not allowed to swing their weapons. They were only allowed to stab each other. Generally speaking, they were only allowed to attack the thickest part of the chest plate. There was also a low wooden fence between the 2 riders. There would not be any accidents like tripping over the horse's hooves or colliding with the horse's head, which often happened on the real battlefield. Moreover, it was a turn-based, smooth charge from the beginning to the end. There was only one chance to stab in between. It was like an elegant lady taking a stroll in the courtyard. This kind of skill was useless on the battlefield. That was not right. The spear competition required high horsemanship, strength, and eyesight. To put it simply, those who could become the champion of the tournament might not have actual combat ability, but they definitely had the talent to become a powerful knight. Therefore, other than entertaining the public, the feudal lord could also use the tournament to select warriors. If one wanted to train killing skills, the tournament was useless. However, as a sport to train the body in horsemanship, it was very qualified. Danny had always been disdainful of the spear-charging technique, but her body had honestly practiced with the old knight for a period of time. The two came to the old town and saw a large number of tents outside the city wall near the Honey River. Blue, white, gray, sky blue, red, tattered, gorgeous, as wide as a palace, as short as a large sleeping bag. The setting sun was like blood. Within the fenced area, the tents were like cobblestones by the river, densely piled up under the city. The shields of the knights were hung at the entrance of each tent. A long line of silk pennants with the family emblems, if any, fluttered in the wind, and fine steel swords and gilded spurs reflected a dim red light in the sunset. At this time the sky was already dark. The banquet was in full swing in the camp, and the string music did not stop. Pillars of smoke, like the white birch forest in the winter wind, rose densely and twisted into the dusky sky. From afar, the singing of the singers and the sound of the harp and strings of the musicians could be heard wobbling into the distant Rose Avenue. When Danny got closer, she saw a huge manatee with a tree trunk as thick as an arm pierced through its body. The charcoal under the manatee was bright red, and the fat above the manatee was dripping with oil like a stream. The smell of pepper, laurel, and burnt apples made the passers-by swallow their saliva. Her throat moved and her stomach rumbled. Danny stared at the yellow manatee and said to the old knight without turning her head, "I also want to participate in the tournament." The old knight gently advised, "Not all riders are qualified to participate in Sir Tyrell's banquet. Even if you enter the camp now, you won't be able to eat those delicacies. Besides, even though the manatee looks fat, its meat is a little coarse and not as delicious as beef." By asking the riders by the road, Danny and the rest also understood the ins and outs of this tournament. As expected, the organizer was the family of Count Hathar, known as the heir of the Count of Laughing Bailey and Linny's elder brother, Bel Hathar. However, outside the pure white tent with golden edges in the middle of the camp, which was as gorgeous as a palace, hung the flag of the High Court Tyrell family, a golden rose blooming on a green field. The second son of the High Court Tyrell family, Valiant Garland, had also come. They had joined forces with the Hathar family to gather free riders in the old town to deal with the increasingly rampant Taiman pirates. The tournament was like a huge magnet, attracting all the free riders of High Court, Dorne, and even the Western region and the Royal Territory. They had never thought of recruiting a group of fierce leaders from the free riders, but it was easy to find 3,000 to 5,000 elite riders. There was no such thing as a mercenary in Westeros, but there were many similar professions. As a knight civilization in the Seven Kingdoms, there were almost no foot soldiers or mercenaries. In other words, if you didn't even have a horse, employers wouldn't even consider you, and mercenaries wouldn't get any business. According to status, Westeros knights were roughly divided into 4 classes: free riders, a wild knight with a sword, a broken leather armor and a poor horse; mercenary knights, free riders hired by the lord; productive knights, knights granted land by the lord; noble knights, nobles with titles and land. Danny and Barristan's current identities were wild knights, and there were as many of them as there were hairs on a cow in the Seven Kingdoms. Of course, there were very few female knights, and most of them had a hard time making a name for themselves. For example, Beauty Brain and Beauty Malice, both of them had aspired to become great female knights since young, but in the end, it was fine to be mocked, but for the strong and ugly Brain, if not for her main character Aura, she would have been strengthened many times over. Malice didn't have the status of a count's heir, and was born in a normal mercenary knight family. She didn't meet her Jaime Lannister saved Brain, and the key was that she didn't look as safe as Brain, so she couldn't survive in the Westeros. According to the red-haired Lila, her lord led a few knights and knocked her sword away, knocked her off her horse, and then ridiculed her while taking turns with her. Left with no choice, Meryl could only cross the ocean and become a mercenary in the neighboring trading city. However, her teammates weren't anything good either. After getting drunk, they went berserk, and more than half of the mercenary group took turns with her. Like a beast, they cut off her breasts, bit off her ears, chewed off her nose, and finally left a deep cross scar on both of her cheeks. She was able to survive all because of her extraordinary willpower and unyielding spirit. Fortunately, the Ragged Prince took her in, and the reputation and atmosphere of the wind-blowing group was much better than other mercenary groups. Malice met a wise lord, and slowly revealed her talents, and became an officer of the wind-blowing group, an interrogator. Well, it was said that Malice could torture the person being interrogated for a whole month before they died. The world of ice and fire was too cruel to women. Noble girls were taken for marriage alliances, or played with by nobles of higher status. Her family was mostly happy about it. Girls from normal families were even worse, the beautiful ones were strengthened by their lords and the ugly ones. Sigh, no matter how ugly you are, can you be uglier than Beauty Brain? Even she couldn't keep her chastity many times. As for abilities, it was fine if it was a high warrior or high magic, but strong people like Brain and Malice might be able to defeat a male warrior one-on-one, and if they were lucky they could win 1-on-2 or even 1-on-3, but when there were more than 5 enemies, even Arthur Dane couldn't guarantee his life. After passing through the tournament camp and waiting in line to pass through the city gate, the old knight leaned close to Danny and whispered, "Lady, women can't participate in the tournament." The sky was dark, and there were already torches on both sides of the city gate. Because of the tournament, there were more wild knights coming from all over the world, and there were many riders and carriages waiting in line at the city gate. The tournament this time is mainly to recruit riders, and there are no restrictions on the identity of the participants. Who would know if I'm a man or a woman if I wear a helmet? Danny asked with a smile. The rules of the tournament were mostly fixed, but depending on the venue and the host's personality, some small details could be different. For example, a lord who was a devout believer of the 7 gods and held a tournament in the name of the 7 gods at his doorstep, it was very likely that only regular knights with holy oil were allowed to participate. But the tournament was a social event that everyone in the Westeros knew about, almost similar to the Asian Spring Festival. In most cases, as long as you had a horse, anyone could participate in the tournament. Even if the rules didn't allow women to participate, no one would check the competing knights' little Gigi one by one. Catching a glimpse of people looking over, Danny's expression didn't change. She pursed her lips and continued, "I know how Barristan got the title Fearless. 50 years ago, in the tournament at Dark Harbor, Barristan, who was only 10 years old, picked up a set of armor from somewhere and participated in the tournament as a mysterious knight, and even dared to challenge Prince Duncan. In the end, he was defeated by the prince and his helmet was lifted, causing everyone to laugh loudly at him. But Prince Fran was very fond of him. Not only did he express sympathy and appreciation, in the end, he even gave him the nickname Fearless Barristan. The old knight was like a living history book. He even knew the first generation of men who broke off their engagement. The armor was not picked up. The old knight shook his head sadly. At that time he was the knight squire of Sir Manfred Swan, and when they learned that he had the idea of participating in the tournament, the sons of the knight pooled their money to make a small set of armor for him. "50 years had passed, not to mention the Grand Knight who had served him. Even his childhood friend was no longer alive. It was really sad to think about it. The old town was a bit similar to Volantis, both wrapped around the mouth of the river into the city, but the Honey River was not as wide as the Rhone River, and the water volume was much lower. There were many gray stone arch bridges on the river. There were also a few small islands in the center of the river, many of which were built with tall houses, connected to the banks by stone bridges, and there were also arched stone bridges between the neighboring islands. Ignoring the Western architectural style, Danny had the illusion that she had come to the Qinhuai River in Jianghu, where 3 or 4-story brick buildings stretched out colorful paper lanterns on both sides of the river. Passers-by walked leisurely along the river. There were brightly lit flower boats on the river, the smell of cosmetics, the laughter of women and the sound of zither could be faintly heard. God, the base is even bigger than the old Great Pyramid of Gith, the towering tower. It really lives up to its name. In fact, outside the city, the tower could be seen stretching into the Indigo Night, the 240-meter-tall building. Its top floor was burning with flames, providing the most clear direction for the ships coming to and from the Whispering Bay. After getting closer, she was shocked to find that the towering tower occupied the entire island. It was as huge as a big castle, roughly more than 10,000 square meters. Of course, the towering tower is one of the 9 wonders of the world. Chapter 228. The towering tower is one of the 9 great man-made miracles. Danny turned her head and saw that the one who spoke was a young man in a gray robe who was about 18 or 19 years old. He had an ordinary face and a normal height. Only 2 things caught her attention. The young man had brown eyes that were a little cross-eyed, and there was a white mark of an open book on the chest of his gray robe. This cross-eyed man was an apprentice of the City of Knowledge. And he was the kind of apprentice who was not smart and had bad grades. From the style of his gray robe and the mark of the City of Knowledge on his chest, Danny knew that he was a scholar apprentice. But he was already so old and he still called himself our old town. He had stayed in the old town for a long time, which meant that he had been studying in the City of Knowledge for several years. After several years he did not have a scholar necklace on his neck. If he was not a bad student, what was he? A scholar apprentice? How many years have you been studying in the City of Knowledge? Danny asked with a smile. 5 years. Looking at Danny's smiling face, the young man blushed and unconsciously looked away. It was really miserable. After 5 years he still could not forge a single chain from his master. A chain represented a graduation certificate of a certain subject. The scholar necklace meant that the scholars were Westeros servants. Even when they were sleeping they would not take off their necklace. The necklace was made of links made of different metals, and each metal represented the knowledge of a certain field. Repeated metals were allowed to appear on the links, which meant that the scholar had a deep understanding of the field. For example, black iron represented Raven studies, and stainless steel represented military studies. If the necklace of an enemy scholar had 2 or more stainless steel links during a war, you had to be careful. At the very least he was a Zhaoqua who could talk on paper. What's your name? Danny asked again. Pater. Pater, I can tell you clearly that the Towering Tower is definitely not on par with the 9 great man-made miracles. You can read Lomas Longlegs' book as a travelogue, but you can't take the ranking of the buildings in it seriously. There was no printing in this world. If a book was written by hand, the distribution range of the book was often very limited. If you randomly took a book from the bookshelf and threw it into the furnace and burned it, there was a 50% chance that it would be completely lost. However, Lomas was an exception. According to the ranking of Chidian writers, he was a top author. The fellow had been to almost every corner of the known world except Soros, and had written 2 extremely popular travelogues, 7 natural sights, and 9 man-made structures. Because he had traveled to so many places, he even got the nickname Long Legs. Among them, the 9 man-made wonders are the most famous: the Avenue of Valeglia, the Great Wall of the Impasse, the Titan of Bravos stone sculpture, the Triple Wall of Kars, the 3 Great Bells of Novos, the Long Bridge of Volantis, the Palace of 1,000 Rooms in Shannis, the Great Pyramid of Gith, the Old Gith now in ruins 210 meters high, and the Tower of the Old Town. Obviously, he was born before the destruction of the ancient Valeglia civilization. Otherwise he would not have listed the 9 wonders. Danny, who has traveled to Valeglia through the tributary of time, can responsibly say that except for the Great Wall of the Northern Region, Valeglia Avenue, and the Old Great Pyramid of Gith, the others are just to make up the numbers. Miss, have you been to those places? Pater asked enviously. Danny nodded and said, I have been to some places. The relief on the surface of the Triple Wall of Kars has some artistic value, but it is not very exquisite. The Long Bridge of Volantis and the Tower of the Sky here are not as difficult as the Avenue of Valeglia in terms of engineering and technical difficulty. In fact, you will understand if you think about it carefully. The people of Valeglia can build a long bridge, can build an avenue, can build a triple wall, and can build 3 bells. How magnificent is the place they live in? This? Pater seemed to have never thought about this question before. He was stunned and said, That's right, most of the 9 wonders are related to Valeglia, but they are only considered the outer buildings of Valeglia. My lord, there it is. At a fork in the road, the old knight pointed to a small island in the river. The strong cider there is famous, you can try it. You want to go to the Feather Wine Bottle? That's right, except for the price, the accommodation there is very good. It is clean and tidy, spacious and comfortable. It is close to the Honey Wine River, the scenery is beautiful, and it is convenient to travel. Pater was surprised and enlightened. You have been there too? The White Knight asked curiously. The cross-eyed young man nodded and said, The Feather Wine Bottle is very close to the City of Knowledge. We often go there to drink. I am about to go there now. After a few words they found that they were going the same way as Pater. Danny and the old knight were too embarrassed to ride on the horse, so they turned around and led the horse while chatting. Danny explained her background to him. Her father was a great noble in Westeros, but her mother's ancestral home was in the continent of Ursos. She died in childbirth when she gave birth to her, and she had never seen her father in her life. Well, her name was Layla Vesuvius. She was a female knight with money and leisure, traveling with her knight attendants. Pater sympathized and envied this poor bastard daughter. He sympathized with her background and envied her for being able to travel freely. Except for her name, Danny did not lie. But naturally, the apprentice thought that she was an illegitimate daughter of a noble family in the king's territory. My biggest wish is to save money to buy a donkey and take turns to ride it around Westeros with Rosie. The young man could not help but reveal his dream to the young and beautiful female knight beside him. You don't want to be a scholar anymore? The white knight asked curiously. Oh, didn't you hear? I have a lover, Rosie. Danny laughed. Scholar, white knight, night watcher, friar, these were the four major eunuch occupations in Westeros. They could not marry, had no right to inherit, and gave up everything in the world, dedicating their life to serving. Scholar, lord, white knight, king, night watcher, the wall, friar, the seven gods. Not yet, not a lover. Pater stuttered with a red face. Rosie was a waitress in the feather wine bottle. When the hotel waiter came to help them with the horse, Pater said goodbye and pulled the girl with the sweet dimples to a corner of the hotel. The front hall of the feather wine bottle was a 3-story wooden building that tilted slightly to the south. On the open platform at the top of the building, there was a basin of torches that guided the river boats. The boats that came and went would also stop by the island to bring in passengers, wheat, turnips, smoked meat and other supplies. There was a green grass field in the backyard of the wooden building. A few 2-story courtyards were distributed among the grass field. They were considered the best houses in the world. Because she was not sure how long they would stay in the old town, Danny paid a high price, 10 silver deer, to rent a small courtyard by the river for half a month. The courtyard was less than 30 square meters and there was a garden of Chinese roses. The 2-story wooden building was quite clean. On the first floor was a large living room with a fireplace. It was about 50 square meters and looked a little spacious. On the second floor were 2 bedrooms. After putting down their luggage, they came to the front hall of the restaurant. The dining hall was the size of 2 basketball courts. There were tallow candles that were as thick as a child's arm on the 4 walls. There were also kerosene lamps hanging from the ceiling. Under the dim light of the candles, there were 30 to 40 rectangular wooden tables that were filled with people. Half of them were scholars and apprentices in gray robes. They found a table with only one person and sat down. When the waiter served the dishes, Danny looked around and asked curiously, "This house is a little crooked. Why didn't they renovate it? Anyway, there is no sign of it collapsing." The old knight shrugged and said uncertainly, "It is said that this wooden house has a history of 600 years. It has lasted for hundreds of years. Maybe it can last for another 100 or 200 years. Bullshit. Won't a wooden house rot?" Danny sneered. "Are you from another place?" The gray-haired scholar with a necklace on his neck sneered, "You must not know what kind of wood the beams and pillars are made of." Danny looked at the pillar next to her. It was pale white under the mottled green paint. Her heart skipped a beat and she exclaimed, "Weirwood. Oh, you are quite knowledgeable." The old scholar was surprised. Oh my God, how much weirwood was used. If the dragon was the most miraculous animal, then the weirwood of this world was the most miraculous plant. Not to mention its relationship with the old gods, just look at the characteristics of this material. First of all trees had a lifespan. Weirwood was the only one that could live forever without external interference. Secondly, weirwood of wood and Valeglia steel of steel, both of them had immortal characteristics. Valeglia steel would not rust or wear out and weirwood would not decay. Therefore, even the people of Valeglia used weirwood to build the door of the Black Tower. The immortal Black Tower, the immortal wooden door, the true legacy of thousands of generations. The gray-haired scholar took a sip of green cider. The high concentration of alcohol made his nose shine like a light bulb. After taking a breath, he explained with hazy eyes, "In the early years, weirwood was everywhere in the Westeros. After the invasion of the Undulls, the monks of the 7 gods thought that weirwood was a symbol of the old gods, so they chopped up all the weirwood south of Neck, burned it, or collected it to make wood." Danny was speechless. The 7 gods, a fake religion without gods, had successfully expelled the true gods. This was almost a god's version of the Lisbon incident. A wild mercenary without any supernatural power stabbed the number 1 of the young generation, of the Western supernatural world to death with a knife. Dinner was a castrated chicken stuffed with leeks and mushrooms, crispy fried pork ribs dipped in plum sauce and crab shark soup. It was very sumptuous. Danny had a great appetite and ate until she was full. Leaving the old knight to drink and inquire about the 7 kingdoms, she went back to take a bath, changed her clothes and sat cross-legged on the mat. She took out a glass candle from the wooden box and began to activate the beacon on her right wrist. There was no response at all. The gray light that filled the bedroom seemed to have a life of its own. It first shrunk into a ball the size of a fist, then the room dimmed. Without any warning, it suddenly exploded and scattered. Strange gray light rays bounced back and forth on the wall like soft silk. Her spiritual power could not contact Kuei-shi through the gray light. Blocked me? Danny had a strange expression. Kuei-shi left a soul imprint on her wrist. The imprint was part of Kuei-shi's soul. Therefore, through the imprint she could find Danny at any time. Her unpredictable whereabouts and ambiguous prophecies made Kuei-shi very pretentious every time she appeared, until Danny cracked her mark, witchcraft. With the same principle, Danny could also locate Kuei-shi through the mark. Last night she encountered a problem with magic. She planned to find an old friend to teach her from a distance tonight, but found that she was blacklisted. Well, just like how she blacklisted Kuei-shi. Ha, whose signal is this? Just as Danny was about to urge the shadow binding night again, she was shocked to find that she had inexplicably found a new communication channel. Chapter 229. A witchcraft bottle? Or should I say shake it? Both of us activated the glass candle at the same time, and there's a 1 in a million chance that our witchcraft frequency is the same. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? No, the other party didn't notice me, but I can. The gray light at the top of the glass candle had stabilized and was no longer expanding or contracting. There was an illusory colorful light at the center of the candle. It was as bright as snow, as bright as gold, and as bright as the blue sea. Danny's expression was indescribable. There was shock, confusion, and uncertainty. She could sense the other party, but the other party knew nothing about her and was still going on. The other party did not use the same coordinate witchcraft as she did. The sorcerer seemed to be fumbling around randomly, observing everything that he could see through the light of the glass candle. Danny understood that state. She might be able to see the future or the scene of a certain place. She might be able to see some blurry scenes of the past, but there was a 99% chance that she did not see anything. Everything was just an illusion. This was common knowledge in the supernatural world. Anyone who had come into contact with the glass candle and had a little bit of inheritance would know this. That was why Danny had never thought of using the glass candle to peek into the future. The sorcerer on the other side is very close to me. He's most likely a sorcerer from the City of Knowledge. This explains why I can sense him, but he knows nothing about me. That's because the glass candle in the City of Knowledge came from Valeglia. If the great sorcerer did not leave a backdoor in the glass candle, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Danny's expression became more and more certain. She had almost guessed the whole story. She was just waiting to verify it. Let's give it a try. With that thought in mind, a sliver of spirit energy slipped into the illusory light like a loach. Old town, City of Knowledge by the Honey Wine River, Crow Island in the middle of the river. In the misty night city, the sky was heavy and dark. The white crows that were noisy during the day were also quietly nesting in their nests at the top of the tower. In the circular tower below the crow's nest, the entire floor was an open room. The round stone room was more than 100 square meters. There were books and scrolls everywhere. Some were placed messily on the table and some were simply stacked on the floor. The surrounding walls were almost covered by tattered, colorful maps. A fire was burning in the hearth. A copper kettle was placed on top of the fire. The kettle's spout was emitting a humming sound. Under the flickering candlelight, the white steam gurgled like misty clouds. There was a tall black candle in the middle of the room. It was 1 meter tall, thin and twisted. The candlelight was evenly distributed in the room. It was neither brighter because it was close to the room, nor dimmer because it was far away. It was a glass candle. There were 2 people standing by the candle. One of them was a short and stout man who looked like a butcher, and the other was a short-haired young man with long limbs. The butcher wore a chain made of countless metals around his bull-like neck. He was a scholar or even a doctor. The young man also had a rope around his slender neck. The rope was connected to 3 links. He was an apprentice scholar. Professor Marwin, something doesn't seem right, the handsome young man said softly. What did you see, Sphinx? Professor Butcher stared at the light without blinking. The young man's expression was conflicted. He didn't know how to describe it. It seems like someone is looking at us through the flame, but I'm not sure if it's an illusion. It's not an illusion. A pleasant female voice rang out from the flame. Ah! The Sphinx's eyes bulged as he screamed in fear. Professor Marwin was confused. Why are you screaming? When he turned to look at the young apprentice, the professor saw in horror that the young apprentice's agate eyes were dyed gray. Two beams of gray light flowed out like tears and gathered at his mouth. Gradually, the gray light gathered into a large ball. It was a human head. A human head slowly crawled out from his apprentice's mouth, followed by a torso for limbs. This scene, compared to a gray light figure crawling out from a human's mouth, Sadako crawling into a TV drama, was nothing. Even the experienced professor was shocked. Oh no, the glass candle is connected to hell. It's attracting the evil spirits. He took a few steps back to the table. His hands reached behind him and found a short dagger. He immediately pounced on it. How ignorant. You don't even know me? The light figure had already landed on the ground. It slowly expanded into a normal woman. Her face was blurred. She was about 1.7 meters tall with long limbs. Who are you? The color and style of the woman's clothes couldn't be seen clearly, but there was a flame mark on her chest. Professor Marwan felt that it was familiar. Fire sorcerer, the inheritor of Valeglia's witchcraft. Danny had verbally changed her class to a fire sorcerer again. Why did you come from me? The young man took a step back and covered his mouth in fear. Why did you crawl out from my mouth? I'm Shikue from Bravos. Danny introduced herself first before explaining to the two who were wary and fearful. It didn't come out from your mouth. The eyes are the window to the soul. Your eyes are the door to the spirit realm. Previously, you used the glass candle to wander the world, which means that your spirit entered the candle's illusion through your eyes. I caught that spirit and followed it into your spirit realm, then projected it out from your eyes. I see. The Sphinx was still confused, but Marwan seemed to understand. In the process of searching for the truth, the spirit we released connected with Sorcerer Layla's glass candle. Something like that, but after thinking about it, Danny decided to tell the truth. But the main reason is that this little girl learned Valeglia's meditation. Little girl? The black youth's face was flushed red. He secretly glanced at the short and strong doctor beside him. Seeing that he was only thinking seriously and was not angry, he asked timidly, Master Wizard, how did you find me? Danny looked up at the sky and sighed. She announced, no matter how beautiful a crossdresser looks, no matter how beautiful he looks, long legs, fair skin, or charming face, one thing will never change. His soul is still attached to little Gigi. The cross-dressing girl blushed again. Although she didn't quite understand, she understood the basic meaning. The other party's spirit was projected in front of her through her spirit realm, and he was most likely able to determine her gender through her soul. The City of Knowledge doesn't accept female students, and it doesn't allow women to become scholars, Blackie explained softly. As she explained, she used her eyes to look at Marwan. However, the professor from the City of Knowledge didn't care about her gender at all. He only frowned and pondered. After a while, he looked at the figure of light Danny and said, the glass candle in the City of Knowledge comes from Valeglia. The basic meditation inside is a side branch of Valeglia's witchcraft. Your meditation level must be very high, or you wouldn't be able to enter Larissa's spirit realm without her permission. Yes, I once received the great wizard's incomplete inheritance. Danny nodded. So the people of Valeglia did something to the inheritance, and no one noticed it for thousands of years. Marwan said with an ugly expression. You win some, you lose some. Danny shrugged and asked Blackie, how old are you? How long have you been practicing witchcraft? The runes for the basic meditation technique haven't been completed yet. Blackie was very reserved and honest in front of the big shot and old senior of the supernatural world. When I was 18, I came to the City of Knowledge a year ago. After spending half a year to forge the second chain ring, Professor Marwan recruited me as an apprentice. About 4 months ago when I was cleaning the room, I was really curious. The glass candle has always been like a legend, so I would secretly stare at it whenever I had the chance. One day suddenly I didn't know what happened, but it lit up and then. Speaking of this, Miss Blackie was very excited and was a little incoherent. Danny suddenly understood. You have supernatural talent. You lit the glass candle and received the fire warlock's inheritance. She then looked at the professor. You saw it? In just 4 months, the meditation runes haven't been completed, and she already has this kind of witchcraft power. Although the people of Valeglia left a backdoor in the meditation technique itself is very powerful, at least above level 2. Above level 2? What do you mean? Blackie was confused. Your professor didn't tell you? Danny couldn't help but look at Marwan. You're also a supernatural, and you seem to be a moon chanter. At this point, Danny's expression became strange. She looked up and down at the thick-necked, thick-shouldered professor who looked like a street butcher. Moon chanters should dress as women. If this person really evolved into a cross-dresser, then all the scholars in the City of Knowledge would be blinded. You can even tell that I'm a moon chanter? Marwan was shocked. This was the benefit of being knowledgeable. If Danny had not participated in the extraordinary gathering and had not seen all kinds of different professions with her own eyes, she would not have been able to guess his identity even if she had fiery golden eyes and could see through the other party's meditation runes. The aura of witchcraft power in your body. Danny put her hands behind her back, looking like an otherworldly expert. Needless to say, with such an awesome entrance and the ability to see through the opponent's details, even Professor Xuecheng regarded the fire mage Shi Kuei as a transcendent big shot. When I was young, I went to Volantis, Queers and many other cities in the Jade Sea. I even studied in the shadow of Asia for 8 years. In Asia, I used my knowledge as a scholar to exchange for a prophecy meditation technique. I didn't expect it to be related to moon chanters. I learned the meditation technique and a few simple witchcraft 20 years ago, but when I returned to the Westeros, no, as soon as I left Asia, the spell didn't work and the meditation runes almost collapsed. Until 2 years ago, one day the meditation runes in my mind lit up again. I suspect that the rumors about dragons and mother of dragons among the sailors at the docks are true. Dragons have brought magic back to this world. I really want to see it with my own eyes. The ox-necked professor's eyes were blurred as he sighed. You've already seen it? I'm a true dragon, a miracle, Danny thought shamelessly. But then another question arose in her mind. Marwan was a professor, definitely a high-ranking person in the City of Knowledge. He should have access to the highest level of confidential information, so there was no reason that he couldn't confirm the authenticity of the dragon, right? Half of the free trade cities were involved in the war against the evil mother of dragons. It would be normal for the Westeros next door to have some undercurrents. Then there must be someone who could block the news from the east. She just didn't know if it was the City of Knowledge's intention or the higher-ups' order to control public opinion. Chapter 230. Since you've been in Yaxia for 8 years, there's no reason you don't know the basic knowledge of the transcendent realm. Danny glanced at Blackie. The level of meditation is such a basic knowledge. How can a mage who learned meditation not know? Oh, a certain someone thought that she was really a big shot and completely forgot that she had just learned this common knowledge. I only know that she can light glass candles, but I don't know much about her meditation. Besides, what's the point of knowing the level? I've already learned it and it's set in stone. The bull-necked professor smiled bitterly. That's right. It's already a blessing for these rogue cultivators, who don't belong to any sect, to have a meditation technique. They don't have the right to be picky. You're called Marwan? Suddenly Danny felt that the name was familiar. Memories from long ago flashed in her mind. In just a moment she knew who had mentioned the name Scholar Marwan before. Do you know a Raza which Millie Master? Millie? The bull-necked Marwan seemed to be reminiscing. A hint of sweetness rose in his eyes. She should be a priestess, right? A cute and hard-working little priestess. Damn, is that fat old witch who can be placed horizontally or vertically the same person as the little cutie you're talking about? Yes, she was a priestess. She studied medicine and sacrificial arts, Danny said with a straight face. 20 years ago I was her, classmate in Yaxia. We studied together for a few years. I even taught her how to dissect corpses. What? Do you know her too? Danny didn't know what to say. However, this scholar didn't look like much. He had a beer belly, a short and stout body. White hair grew out of his nostrils and ears. His forehead was protruding, and his nose was obviously broken more than once. His teeth were mottled with reddish-brown dirt from chewing on sour grass. He and the little cutie old witch were a match made in heaven. She's dead. She was discovered using a curse to harm people. In the end, she was burned to death. After saying that, Danny stared at Marwan seriously, not missing any expression on his face. Unexpectedly, he only said, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. Isn't she your lover? Danny couldn't help but ask. We've had academic exchanges, but we can't be considered lovers. After all, I'm a scholar. And since she was the one who used the curse to harm others, her death was justified, Oxneck Marwan said seriously. Academic exchange? Research the 7 cries of spring techniques? While Danny was silent, Marvin asked curiously, Mage Layla, where are you now? It's in the old town, not far from the city of knowledge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to capture your signal. Perhaps Grand Wizard Valeglia had the ability to monitor the city of knowledge from thousands of miles away through glass candles, but Danny was just a beginner in witchcraft. She didn't know many witchcraft spells, so she just happened to sense Black Sister's power of the will. She was skillful, lucky, and close. I wonder if I can talk to you face to face? The short and strong doctor rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, there are almost no real extraordinaries in the old town. Most of the knowledge has to be discovered by oneself. It's a little impossible. Would you be able to host a gathering of extraordinaries in the old town? Do you want me, a big shot, to preach the Tao to you bunch of noobs? Have you ever attended a gathering of extraordinaries? I've heard of it, but they don't recruit scholars. When I returned to the old town, no one organized a gathering here, Marvin said awkwardly. Scholars and the 7 gods were not allowed to attend a gathering of extraordinaries. Since you know the rules, you should know that mages don't get up early if there are no benefits, Danny reminded him. Why would the shadow-binding warrior Tam organize a gathering of extraordinaries in Volantis? She wanted to train Lisbon, and at the same time she was looking for underling candidates. Wouldn't Moon Chanter and Priestess Layla become her new underlings? But what was the reason for Fire Mage Layla to organize a gathering of extraordinaries in the old town? What would she get? There was nothing to gain. Danny's words made Marvin's thick cheeks flush red. After a while, he pulled the long chain that hung down to his belly button and said hesitantly, I'm a doctor in the city of knowledge. I'm proficient in medicine, anatomy, raven studies, metallurgy, history, economics, geography, astronomy, Valeglia's advanced mathematics, the principle of optics, part of alchemy, and prophecy. Sir Mage, you can choose one or more knowledge in exchange. Danny's eyes flashed as she nodded and said, that's fine. How many of you? Just me. What? Danny shouted. How can you organize a gathering with just you? But the city of knowledge, the old town? Marvin was extremely embarrassed. He was the only occultist in the entire old town. It was too pitiful. Yes, the Valeglia steel chain in the scholar's necklace represented magic and occultism. Many scholars wore Valeglia steel chains, but they didn't have any mana in their bodies. For example, the famous scholar Lewin of Winterfell studied magic, and his necklace had Valeglia steel chains. But he had always taught John Bran and the others, I swear in the name of the Grandmaster of Magic, children, there is no magic in this world. The children of the forest, shapeshifters, deviant ghosts, and elves are all stories made up by adults to deceive children. You should practice your swordsmanship and become knights. Even when Bran confessed to him that he dreamed of the 3-eyed crow and that it might be a spirit wolf, the old scholar had a benevolent face and said with tolerance, Child, that was a dream. After you broke your leg, you couldn't accept reality and had a wild imagination. It seemed that in the scholar's view, the ability to prove that magic was fake was equivalent to magic knowledge. Cough cough. Doctor, there's still me. Blackie stole a glance at Danny and reminded her in a soft voice. You? The short and fat doctor's expression was conflicted. He looked at her with disdain and disappointment. You don't understand. You should at least show something useful for a gathering. What do you want to do? Blackie asked curiously. Show me some skills. Can I shoot arrows? My archery skills are very strong. My mother always said that I have the qualifications to be a red archer. The people of the Summer Archipelago often carved the heads of their ships into the images of birds and animals. Therefore their sailing ships were called swan ships. Unlike the trading city-states, which had 1 or 2 paddle boats or longboats as escorts, the swan ships were usually alone. The task of protecting the ships was given to the armed personnel of the Summer Archipelago, the Red Archers. They used the Summer Archipelago's golden wood as the body of the bow, and the arrow's range was up to 400 meters. They were almost the strongest archers in the world. If Blackie Larissa was not lying, her archery skills should be very strong. Archery won't do. Marwyn shook his head. He also knew the knight's slashing skills. If archery and slashing were useful, he would have joined the mysterious gathering long ago. Count her in. We were able to contact her this time. Both of us also practice Valeglia's witchcraft. It's fate. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Blackie grinned foolishly and bowed to express her gratitude. What's your name? I heard Dr. Marwyn call you Sphinx and Larissa, Danny asked. Sphinx is my nickname in the City of Knowledge. Alright, that's all for today. Feeling the abnormality on her right wrist, Danny was ready to end this online friend-making activity. Remember the frequency of my witchcraft. After the martial arts competition, we'll confirm the time and location of the gathering at 10 o'clock at night. I hope Dr. Marwin can find a few more companions during this time. The two of you are still too few. All right. Without a sound, the gray figure disappeared, leaving the master and disciple looking at each other under the golden candlelight. After a while, Marwin looked at Blackie and asked, "What's your real name?" Just call her Larissa," Blackie said evasively. The ox-necked doctor sighed. "Up to you. But remember, the City of Knowledge will never allow women to tarnish their honor. I didn't know you were a girl before and I still don't know anything now." "Yes, thank you, doctor." Danny had been delayed for a while because she had accidentally met two netizens. During that time, Kueishi had already unblocked her requests. Seeing that Danny hadn't come over, the Shadow Binder thought that Danny was angry, so he took the initiative to contact her. However, just like how Kueishi had rejected her request, Danny blocked her as well. After ending the conversation with Marwin, Danny immediately activated the glass candle. This time it was easy for her to project her mental energy. Of course, unlike contacting Marwin, which did not consume any witchcraft power, the 9-colored vortex in her mind spun crazily. Her witchcraft power was like a flood that had broken through a dam. It was truly a communication that transcended thousands of miles. With the experience of her mental body traversing space last time, Danny did not feel dizzy this time. Almost instantly, she arrived at a dark and empty stone hall. A green glass candle was lit in the middle. It was a ball of dim white light the size of a fist. The 4 walls and the ceiling were all covered in darkness. The shadow-binding knight wore a dark green robe and a red wooden mask. He sat cross-legged on the stone floor as if he was waiting for someone to visit. "You're stupid," she said. "Why?" Danny did not understand. "Do you know what time it is here?" The shadow-binding knight did not wait for Danny to reply. She said seriously, 9 in the morning. I'm currently on the Jade Sea Lightning Island. When you first came looking for me, I was worshipping the Lady of Light, with Prince Bogon at the Temple of Heaven. Oh, sorry. I forgot to calculate the time difference. Sorry to disturb you." Danny hurriedly apologized. Although she said that, she did not know how to calculate the time difference at all. She had never thought about it. The last time she had returned to Astapor from Volantis, the latitude difference was about 2,000 kilometers. However, both cities were at night, so she did not feel much difference in time difference. If not for Kueishi's reminder, Danny would have forgotten about the time difference. Kueishi shook her head and said seriously, "You still don't understand. Let me ask you, how do you call the shadow-binding knights? Shadow children? How can the shadow children use witchcraft under the sun in front of the temple? If I didn't stop your mental projection, the sun would have lit you up immediately." Kueishi pointed at Danny and said in a low voice, "It would have been as easy as a torch lighting up a down quilt." "This?" Danny was shocked. "I've never tried it under the sun." "You used the soul coordinates on other people?" Kueishi understood the meaning behind her words. She suddenly stood up and said with some complaint and worry, "I warned you not to use it last time. It hasn't even been half a month and you've already used it once, not once, 3 times. I used it 3 times. Kueishi's body stiffened. She did not say anything. After a long while, she groaned and said, "You're courting death." Chapter 231. Why do you say that? Danny was puzzled. Don't you feel it? Every time you leave a soul coordinate, a part of your soul will be torn off, Kueishi asked. Indeed. The essence of soul coordinate is to separate a part of one's soul. This way, even if they are separated by mountains and rivers, the souls of the same body can still sense each other. Danny nodded. Seeing that she was full of energy and her cheeks were rosy, Kueishi was puzzled. Do you feel weak, have blood in your hands, vomited blood, dizzy and dying? No, I'm going to sign up for the tournament tomorrow. Kueishi was stunned. The dark eyes behind the wooden mask seemed to be shining. It was a little like a scientist who encountered a strange biological phenomenon and wanted to. When Danny took a step back in fear, Kueishi sighed. Mother of Dragons, you are indeed extraordinary. No, I'm very ordinary. There's nothing special about me. Danny shrunk her neck and said, after leaving the soul coordinate 3 times, I felt that I had reached a bottleneck. Maybe I can only use soul coordinate 2 or 3 more times. That's why I came to you. I want to know if you have the second volume of the soul coordinate technique. There's no second volume. You've reached your limit. Your soul can't be separated anymore. Kuei-shi shook her head and smiled bitterly. I've told you that soul coordinate technique is a forbidden technique that I created in recent years. It's not perfect. Don't use it if you don't have to. The side effects are too strong. You can't be exposed to too much sunlight. It's easy to be stimulated by the murderous aura. Anti-magic weapons can damage your soul, such as Valeglia's steel and dragon crystal weapons. You can't leave a soul coordinate technique on a short-lived person. A short-lived person? If the person you mark dies in an accident, the soul energy left in the person's body will dissipate. You will lose a part of your soul, Kuei-shi said lightly. Fortunately, the 3 people I marked don't look like short-lived people. Plus, I can replenish my soul automatically. Even if an accident happens, it won't be a big problem. What's with the murderous aura? Danny asked. You can pass through physical objects in your current spiritual state. Have you tried it? Yes, it's very interesting. But it consumes too much wizard power. Kuei-shi nodded and said, You are essentially a spiritual body now. Normal objects can't block the spiritual waves of an illusion, but the murderous aura. If a knight wanted to kill you, no matter what weapon he wielded, it would hurt you. The reason is very simple. His attacks are mixed with spiritual will. No wonder. Danny came to a realization. That dagger gave me a deep sense of danger, and the Dark Star's greatsword. Oh my God. Kuei-shi put her hand to her forehead and groaned. It's only been a few days. If you go on like this, you'll play yourself to death sooner or later. Danny Alice, you must understand one thing. Extraordinaires only have extraordinary intelligence. Don't ever think of yourself as a god that transcends mortals. Even someone as powerful as Great Adept Valeglia couldn't face an experienced Grand Knight head-on. The Shadowbind warned solemnly. Yes, I understand. A few days ago, I saw a fire mage who was as famous as you die tragically under the blades of mercenaries. The lesson was quite deep. Danny nodded and said in agreement. As famous as me? Oh. The Shadowbind asked curiously. Volantis fire mage Lisbon. Never heard of him. The Shadowbind's voice turned cold. Do you think I'm a nobody? He's the #1 youth in the Western continent. Danny rubbed her nose and said awkwardly. The first person stabbed to death by a mercenary? Danny felt even more awkward. She stammered, I didn't say that. Everyone thinks so. What? Spread? Kuei-shi didn't hide her anger anymore. Which bastard is spreading rumors about me? Tam was a good person. She couldn't betray her. I think it's a priest from Koer. Danny put the blame on the dead man. Impossible. I've never been to Koer. Why would they judge a mage they don't know? He might have heard it from necromancer Bo Cheng. As if worried that the Shadowbind wouldn't understand, Danny quickly added, Bo Cheng is a barbarian, the prince of barbarian. I know that bastard. Kuei-shi gritted her teeth. Bo Cheng, you're a prince and have the support of the Mage Association. You can definitely take the blame, right? Alright, I heard you mention Bogon's royal husband? Who's he? Danny changed the topic. The second royal husband of the Thunder Island Empress. Second royal husband? Danny's mouth twitched. Is there a first royal husband? Do you know the history of Thunder Island? Seeing her thoughts, Kuei-shi slowly explained, Thunder Island is located in the south of Barbarian. It's only separated by a narrow sea. The two places are very close. Many citizens of the Golden Celestial Dynasty traveled south to Thunder Island and gradually settled down there. The founding empress of the dynasty, known as the Great One by the Easterners, Galoya, was a pure-blooded Thunder Island citizen. In order to appease the citizens of the two tribes, she took 2 husbands. One was from Thunder Island and the other was a barbarian. This tradition was passed down. The current empress followed the tradition and took a nobleman of the barbarian royal family as her second royal husband. Is Galoya creating a harem on purpose? Danny still could not accept it. Since she's from Thunder Island, she can just find a barbarian as her royal husband. Her descendants will be of mixed blood between the two tribes. Kuei-shi sighed. Of the 2 royal husbands, only the pure-blooded Thunder Island daughter who is born to the first royal husband, a Thunder Island citizen, will have the right to inherit. Therefore, every generation of Thunder Island Empress will be a pure-blooded Thunder Island citizen. Is that even possible? What? They'll have to be mixed blood sooner or later. Danny's expression was pained. She asked again. I thought you were in Kuwait. Why did you come back to Jade Sea? Humph, if I don't leave I'll be trapped there. Kuwait looked at her deeply and said with a complicated tone, I'm not confident that I can hatch a dragon. Before you left, I boarded the ship back to Jade Sea. You. Danny was impressed by Kuwait. You predicted that the Kuwait people would find you to hatch a dragon and ran away in advance? How can I be a shadow-binding knight if I don't even know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity? Kuwait's calm voice was filled with unconcealable pride. Tam, listen to this. This is the demeanor of a master. Your behavior of rushing to hatch an egg is too low. Is this your territory? Danny walked around the stone room. It was very spacious, deep, dark, and quiet. She could even hear Kuwait's breathing. Not bad. It's a very big cultivation room. Danny looked at Kuwait and praised. It seems that your guardian skill is not bad. Guardian skill? Kuwait sounded confused. Hey, still pretending? Danny winked at her with an expression that said, I know, we all know. She chuckled and said, I'm no longer a newbie in the mystical world. I know that in order to make a living, sorcerers will learn some tricks to cheat money. That second royal husband must be a big fish. You must have taken advantage of him, right? DSK such a big stone tower. As expected of the number one person of the young generation in the Eastern Transcendental world. Creak creak. The shadow-binding knight started grinding his teeth again. He unconsciously clenched his fists. This is the ruins of the old gods. You don't even know about the underground labyrinth of Thunder Island? Kuwait almost growled. Danny knew that she had misunderstood. Kuwait did not seem to have a big project. She immediately changed the topic and asked, Old gods? What does it have to do with the old gods of Westeros? Maybe not, but the underground labyrinth definitely belongs to the previous civilization before the long night. I was invited here to investigate the truth of this place. Danny was really curious. She asked, What's so special about this place? Legend has it that the old gods still live in the depths of the labyrinth. As long as the entrance of the labyrinth is opened, they will spread the plague of the old gods. The infected will first have a fever and headache. Gradually, their thoughts will become chaotic and they will lose their memories. They will also have hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. Damn, aren't those the whispers of the old evil gods? I've come to World of Warcraft? Danny closed her eyes and sensed for a while. She said doubtfully, Really? I don't seem to feel anything. You can read Overview of the Jade Sea. It was written by the Volantis Colloqua Forta. The plague of the old gods lasted for almost 1,000 years. Even the Queen of Thunder Island. Some people said that they entered the underground labyrinth to have sex with the old gods. I'm not sure if it's true, but they did do some inhumane things. Kuwait paused. She pointed at her chest and asked, Why do you think I'm here? It's because Her Majesty has been a little. Well, some signs are making my husband uneasy. The long night is coming. All kinds of monsters are coming out, Danny mumbled. The long night? You believe the prophecy of the Red God Priest? Danny Rise, do you really think that you are the reincarnation of Yasuo in Ahai? Kuwait asked. Am I not? Danny asked. She suddenly remembered something. Many people guessed that Danny Rise was the child of prophecy, including the Red God Priest. But Kuwait never said so. Danny Rise, I can tell you clearly that you are someone who can change the world. But you are not the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai, Kuwait said seriously. Why? Because forget about Yasuo Ahai, even the Light King himself can't hatch a dragon like you. This reason was so strong that Danny couldn't refute it herself. There's a Shamiliana temple priest called Kaena. She sacrificed a few hundred members of the virtuous lord's family. In the end, there was an evil soul in the fake dragon egg. What's going on? Can Lalo hatch a demon dragon? Kuwait shook her head. I'm not sure. Lalo is a true god. A true god who controls part of the authority of death. Hatching a dragon like you is creating new life. All the gods of death can't do it. But I can't guess their other abilities. Then she asked curiously, Why is it a fake dragon egg? This. Danny touched her nose and muttered, It's all your old friend's fault. Old friend? Kuwait was confused. An Yasuo merchant called Bauhan. He insisted on giving me a bottle of fire plaster. It can glue a broken dragon egg back together without any damage. Not even a crack can be seen. Oh my god. So it's Bauhan, that profiteer. You've cheated the royal family of Kars. Kueishi screamed. You know Baohan too? Well, like the soul mark witchcraft, I invented fire plaster. Baohan once bought 3 bottles from me. I didn't expect. Danny looked at Kueishi strangely. So the culprit of the fake dragon egg is you. Don't look at me like that. I developed fire plaster, mainly for my family's porcelain business. Kueishi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate pale yellow skin. See, although I was born in Yasuer, I'm not a local. My ancestral home is Xingdu. Have you heard of Xingdu porcelain? Chapter 232. The next morning the sky was blue, and the sun lazily looked at the noisy city below. The warm sea breeze rippled along the green honey wine river and entered Riverside Street from Whispering Bay. The stone road was crowded with people. Danny and Whitebeard rode on horses and slowly moved along with the crowd. Danny's black hair was tied into a valiant ponytail. She was wearing a capable scarlet leather armor, leather pants, and high boots. Her limbs were slender and her body was straight. A long sword hung on her waist, and a pure white cloak hung down, covering the horse's buttocks. Her willowy eyebrows had been deliberately trimmed into sharp, thick, black, sword-like eyebrows. Together with the confident and proud expression on her face and the slightly upturned lips, she had lost the last trace of childishness of a 16-year-old girl. She had completely become a valiant and confident female swordsman. When the mercenaries and knights passed by, they would often peek at her, look at her openly, or whistle and throw flirtatious glances at her. She was very eye-catching. Baristan had also changed his appearance. His long white hair was shaved off and he was bald. His lips and beard were dyed dirty gold. When he was young he had black beard and hair. The ends of his eyebrows drooped down, making him look more decadent. In fact, 80% of his acquaintances could not recognize him with the messy beard on his face. For example, when he was in Cours, Yura Mormont did not recognize him. The old knight's cheeks were smooth and tidy, and he was meticulously groomed. He was an old handsome man. Even if there was no terrifying difference between Jack and the watergun man, it was at least the difference between the Wolf of Wall Street and the Hunter of the Wild. The old knight was always wearing a helmet. Even if he did not pull down the visor, it was difficult to recognize his appearance. Anyway, after walking around the street, the white knight saw at least 20 acquaintances, but none of them looked at him. At most, they gave him an indifferent glance because of the heroic female knight next to him. Were there so many people in the old town in the past? Danny asked. Although the Honey Wine River tournament would not officially begin until 2 days later, from Rose Avenue to the streets and alleys of the old town, one could see knights and free riders, bards playing harps or beating leather drums, carriages loaded with hops, ham, large rings of butter and buckets of honey. There were also merchants, craftsmen and prostitutes, Baristan explained. Although this isn't as sensational as the martial arts tournament to celebrate the inauguration of the Prime Minister, Ide Stark, a few years ago, Taimin is truly hated by many. Other than the local knights of River Bend, many nobles from Dorne, the Land of Storm, and the port of Lannister have also come. Look over there. As he spoke, the old knight raised his hand and pointed at a group of cavalrymen on the other side of the river. 17 or 18 cavalrymen were chatting and laughing on horseback, and from time to time, some of them were convulsing with laughter. 3 of the riders who were guarding the perimeter each held a flag in their hands. The images on the 3 flags were 3 golden ears of wheat, 2 fawns and a yellow haystack. He stared at a square-faced young man with black curly hair and said with a complicated expression, "The Harvest Hall, the Calvert family of the Young Deer Village, and the Hellair family of the Hay Hall are all lords of the Land of Storm." "Your relatives?" Danny asked. The old knight was from the Harvest Hall. He was originally the heir of the Count and had a fiancée, but in order to pursue the glory of the Kingsguard, he gave it all up. Yes, a ruthless man who didn't even want his wife. The current Count of the Harvest Hall, Aston Selmy, my grandnephew. The old knight's voice was so low that Danny almost didn't hear him clearly. She remembered that the old knight had used the fake name, Aston, to hide his identity in Queers. "Do you want to meet him?" The old man misunderstood her and said hesitantly, "Although the Harvest Hall is the largest granary in the Land of Storm, it doesn't have many soldiers and now is not the right time." "So do I lack those people?" Danny waved her hand. "It's just a chat. There's no need. That child is more honest and can't keep a secret." After a few words, the group on the other side of the river had disappeared into the crowd. Danny and Selena also turned into an alley. Under the old knight's lead, they took a few turns and finally came to a street full of riders and swordsmen at the edge of the western city. Blacksmith Street. You can buy any kind of armor here, the old knight said with a smile. Along the way, Danny saw 7 or 8 blacksmiths. Bare-chested weaponsmiths were hammering in front of the forge. There were also free riders who had the same purpose as her, holding armor and loudly bargaining with the shop owners. There were also a few old men with wrinkles on their faces driving carriages and peddling along the street. The carriages were littered with rusty old swords and blades full of gaps. Finally, the old knight took Danny to the front of a huge stone building on the street. The walls on both sides of the wooden door were equipped with glass booths. On the glass booths hung red, blue and white porcelain full-body armor, as well as griffins, unicorns, bison and even megalosaurus helmets. As soon as the two dismounted, a servant came to greet them and took the initiative to lead the horses to the side. Then a round-faced maid came out from the door and bowed. "What do you need?" "Swords, shields, armor, mail and leather armor. We have them all in our shop." "I want a full-body armor," Danny said. "Custom or stock?" "How long will it take for you to pick it up?" Danny asked. "According to your requirements, at least half a month, but not more than 2 months. I need it urgently. We have a lot of stock here." After that, the round-faced maid asked about the price and got a reply from Danny. "The price is not important, but the quality must be the best." Then she led the two through a hall full of different kinds of armor, and along a cobblestone path through a courtyard facing charcoal, iron ingots and other sundries. Finally, they came to a row of low red brick houses in the backyard. There was no door or wall on the side of the terrace house that faced the courtyard. The whole house was wide open like a warehouse, but there were no piles of goods inside. It was full of smithing rooms that were filled with rolling heat waves, smoke and clanging hammers. From time to time, blacksmiths would yell at their apprentices or ask them to do something. At that time, 2 young men in undershirts covered in a layer of black ash hurried through the courtyard carrying a basket of charcoal. Well, they deliberately avoided the cobblestone path. The old knight nodded and said, "Only in the hands of a blacksmith master can you buy the real good goods. Mercenaries who are shy of money will buy the goods that are displayed in the front hall." The round-faced maid smiled at him approvingly and led them straight to the largest forging room on the left. Outside each forging room, there were 2 rows of wooden shelves hanging a mess of plate armor, iron helmet, throat guard and other armor parts. A few guests were looking back and forth under the apprentice's introduction. "Do you want to choose by yourself, or do you want me to find an apprentice for you?" the maid asked. "I'll choose." The old knight directly went forward and knocked on a silver-gray plate armor. The maid said to the apprentice next to her and said goodbye to Danny. "After choosing the armor, you can pay the blacksmith master directly." The armor hanging on the wooden shelves looked messy. It was a complete set that was disassembled and placed together. This way it was convenient for the guests to check the quality of the armor, and also according to the actual situation of the guests, some parts could be adjusted. Just as they were choosing the armor, they heard a conversation coming from the blacksmith shop. A man said with full energy, "Garland, you must help me. There are too many people coming to the old town recently. I don't dare to say the whole country, but all the River Bend knights who can come are here. But every time a knight comes, there will be 2 free riders, 3 craftsmen, 6 soldiers, a dozen businessmen, 2 dozen prostitutes, and as for thieves, there are so many that I don't even dare to guess. With so many people, things are starting to get troublesome. This morning, a drunkard was found drowned in the Honey Wine River. Can't be sure if it was an accident or a homicide. Last night there was a riot in a tavern at the North Gate, and a few riders from the borderlands fought with the Dornishmen. There are countless fights like this, and there are even cases of people being raped from time to time. You should send a group of people to help me maintain order." Another young man asked doubtfully, "The old town's military is so weak? I remember, second uncle, you started training new recruits a month ago." "Garland Tyrell, Garland Hightower." The old knight glanced and said in a low voice. Danny also saw the 2 valiant knights wearing leather armor with long swords at their waists. One of them was a middle-aged man in his early 30s with the White Tower emblem on his chest, and the other was a young man in his early 20s with 2 large golden roses on his chest. Yes, Garland was Ura Mormont's second uncle. The old man of the old town, Leighton Hightower, had many children. He had 6 daughters and 4 sons. Linny's was the youngest daughter, and Henry Foley, whom Reese met, was the youngest son. It was not difficult to understand why Yora could eat swan meat. There were too many children in the family, and Earl Leighton was already very satisfied to find a powerful earl as his son-in-law. Although his second daughter was married to Duke Hightower, that son-in-law had the good reputation of being the most mediocre general in the world of power. He was known as the inflatable fish in the pugilistic world, and the old man could not be proud of it. Garland said helplessly, "Didn't you notice when you came? The wheat in the field is ripe, and the soldiers I recruited have to put down their spears and pick up their sickles to harvest the crops. Taimin is invading the river and you're letting those farmers go home?" Garland said in disbelief. You didn't receive any messenger crows from the City of Learning?" Garland was stunned and said, "Half a month ago, the City of Learning sent white messenger crows to all the lords in the country to pass on the news of the arrival of winter. In other words, we'll officially enter winter next year." Garland shook her head disapprovingly and said, "So what if it's winter? Our river bend is not the north, and we can at least harvest 2 more batches of wheat. The next year will be snow, and the 4th year may be the wrong spring, and we can plant and harvest crops again. For thousands of years, we Southerners have spent the winter like this, and we don't need to hoard food to delay the war." 7 layers of hell. Danny shouted very fashionably, and could not help but take a few steps forward and exclaim, "You mean that River Bend, the granary of the 7 kingdoms, has no food?" Garland's eyes flashed with surprise at first, but soon he frowned and asked, "Who are you eavesdropping on our conversation? Such a loud voice, you can ask the guests nearby." Danny pointed at a swordsman in chainmail who was picking out iron armor. "Who didn't hear your conversation?" Chainmail waved his hand and shouted, "You woman, don't slander me, I didn't hear Earl Garland and Sir Garland talking." Danny's mouth twitched a few times. "I was standing next to Sir Garland and my voice was not loud. Aren't you burying your head in the sand?" Chapter 233. Garth Hyder smiled warmly at Danny and explained, "We originally stored grain for winter, but in the past few years the 7 kingdoms have been in chaos. Hujian County has been completely destroyed, and the king's domain has been ravaged by the rebels. Count Tali is still running back and forth between the 2 places, cleaning up the bandits and rioters. As for the Stormlands, it is not a land that produces grain. Now that Storm's End Castle has not been taken, there is still a battle to be fought. King's Landing has 500,000 people, and they rely on River Bend to transport supplies." Then he looked at his nephew and said meaningfully, "So, do you understand now? River Bend will definitely not lack grain, but in order to maintain the normal operation of the kingdom, every grain of wheat is of great use. First, ensure that the old town is not harassed by Taimin. King's Landing." Garth understood that his uncle was hinting that grain was the bargaining chip for the High Court to participate in the King's Landing power game. He smiled bitterly and sighed, saying, "Lannister himself is not in a hurry, why should we worry? It is already difficult to take care of River Bend." "How long is the estimated length of winter given by the City of Knowledge?" Danny asked. "About 3 years. Garth looked at her and asked curiously, "Miss, you don't look like a local, right? Why do you care?" "Oh, a normal person would care about this, right?" "Oh, that's right." Garth was startled at first, then said admiringly, "The ladies of the Lord's house only care about whether there is a banquet tonight, which famous bard in the city? You are very different." Danny did not appreciate it and said with a cold smile, "If you allow women to participate in the tournament and allow women to participate in politics, they will naturally not only care about the flowers under the moonlight." Garth glanced at the long sword at her waist and smiled faintly. "Queen Regent Cersei is also a woman, but I think what she has done in King's Landing now, even her father Duke Tywin cannot stand it, right? Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense. Let me ask you, how many years will the grain in River Bend last?" Silence filled the area as soon as she said that. The 2 lords looked at this arrogant and bossy girl with strange eyes. "You are? Ah." Danny also realized that these 2 fellows were not her underlings for the time being. She smiled sheepishly and said, "Sorry, it's a matter of life and death, so I was a little anxious. I heard that this winter is unusual. There is also a red god temple in the dock area. Haven't you heard the priests mention the prophecy of the long night? The second long night. The prophecy of the reincarnation of Yasuer and Ahai? You don't believe me?" Garth shook his head and explained, You may not know, but as early as last winter or even before the winter before that, there were similar prophecies circulating in King's Landing. Many people said that Prince Riga was the legendary son of prophecy. But after a few decades and a few winters, even Prince Riga died, and we welcomed a summer that lasted 11 years. Words are like the wind and so are prophecies. This has become a story of the boy who cried wolf? No, the one who predicted the reincarnation of Yasuer and Ahai, to the Westeros was a friend of Jenny in the city of Barren Stone, a dwarf witch. The Red God priests were very professional, and only in recent years did they become active after the magic tide recovered. Alas, the key was that not many people in the 7 countries felt the surge of the magic tide. Even if the prophecy is false, there must be a long winter after 11 years of summer. This can't be wrong, right? Dany said. So, what do you want to say? Garth shrugged and asked. Don't mess around. While the south is still warm, hurry home and farm. Go to the north and introduce a batch of cold-resistant winter wheat seeds, then spread the turnip seedlings all over the mountains and plains. Let's work together to survive the long winter. It's not that we want to mess around, Garth sighed. You know about the upcoming tournament, right? I sent the farmers home to harvest the crops, but the threat of time is close at hand. In order to recruit a group of idle mercenary knights at home, I started this tournament. In fact, as early as the end of summer, when the City of Knowledge issued the autumn warning, the Hyder family began to reduce the economic crops in the territory on a large scale, and changed to wheat, soybeans, corn, turnips and other grain crops. This? Dany was also helpless. But miss, your suggestion is not bad, Garth said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The crops in the north are more cold-resistant. We should really buy a batch of seeds back. This winter is unusual. The situation in the 7 countries is not stable, and the winter lasts especially long. 11 years of summer. Okay, I'll ask the scholar to send a letter to White Harbor and order a batch of seeds from Count Mandler. Garth nodded. While they were talking, a brawny man with 7 or 8 scars on his face walked over with a wooden box in his hand. His voice was as loud as a bell as he shouted, Count, your armor is here. This time, you will definitely become the most dazzling existence in the meeting. Thank you. Garland stepped forward and took the wooden box. He smiled bitterly and said to his second uncle, I should have let Loras do this. He is now a white knight. He can't leave the queen's side. Garth nodded to Dany and left with his nephew. These two are very good, Dany said to the old knight. When the 3 were talking, the old knight had been standing by the shelf, eavesdropping and choosing armor. My lord, you are lucky to have met 2 of the rare Westeros who are well-mannered and good-tempered true knights. If it were anyone else, unless you reveal your identity, it would cause unnecessary disputes even if you don't get whipped. Nobles will never accept criticism from people of lower status, even if the other party is obviously right. The old man complained. I know. That's why I praise those 2. Under normal circumstances, the children of the Hyder family are all very good. Lady Linny's is an exception. Dany stepped forward and came behind the scarred man who was arranging the iron ingots. She asked, Master, did you personally make armor for Count Tyrell? Yes, Garth Tyrell was a count with real power in Brightwater City. Brightwater City was located at the source of the Honey River. It was a rich and productive territory that originally belonged to the Florin family. However, in the War of the 4 Kings, Florin sided with his son-in-law Erlu Stannis. Later, hiding Tyrell allied with Lannister and defeated Erlu. The Florin family's noble title and territory were taken away. Of course, don't say that I'm bragging. It's hard to find a blacksmith in the 7 countries who can compare with old Londo. The brave, Count Garland is not an exception. Many knights who truly know what's good for them are my regular customers. For example, everyone knows that the Knight of Flowers, now known as the Kingsguard, went to King's Landing to participate in a tournament a few years ago. He specially came to me to make a set of bright silver armor that was as bright as a white star. The scarred man said proudly. Do you have any armor that suits me? Dany asked. You're not satisfied with the ones outside? I want something better. Do you have it? Of course. Old Londo nodded and asked, You want it today? Yes. The blacksmith frowned and looked at Dany. He said, Fortunately, your figure is about the same as the slender youth. There's no need to make a special breastplate. You damn old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Dany glared at him and asked, I won't buy it if it's not comfortable. Connor, bring me that medium-sized blue glaze armor. Old Londo ordered the apprentice who was adding charcoal to the stove. Then he turned around and explained to Danny, 32 pounds made of fine iron. It can definitely be worn on the battlefield. It's a bit light. Isn't the plate armor too thin? Whitebeard said. It's definitely not thin. You'll understand when you see it. Indeed, it was a set of fake full-body armor with smooth blue glaze inlaid on the chest. The breastplate was of normal thickness, but it could only protect the chest and waist. The back was a layer of light chain armor. In short, this kind of armor could only protect the front. If someone attacked the back, an armor-piercing arrow could pierce through the back of the owner's heart. Of course, the old blacksmith did not skimp on the materials. This kind of armor was very common among the cavalry. When a large group of cavalry charged, their companions would help to cover the back. Reducing the weight was good for increasing the endurance of the cavalry. The old knight put down the armor and shook his head. My lord knight has an extraordinary body. Do you have a full-body armor that weighs more than 40 pounds? 40 pounds? Old Londo looked at Danny suspiciously. Miss, you have a thin waist and narrow shoulders. Your body looks a bit thin. Can you walk in it? Do you have it? Let's try it and we'll know. Danny said. Yes, we do. But the armor is neither bleached nor inlaid with colored glaze. The old blacksmith patted the white knight's chest and said with a look of disgust. It's almost the same as this old man's. It's black. Except for the unique helmet, the other parts are too mediocre. Scrap metal? Danny's mouth twitched. She said directly, let me see. I'm a real knight. I only care about the defense. I don't care about the style. After a while, 2 apprentices carried a wooden box over. When they opened it, Danny frowned. She picked up the iron helmet and asked the old man, is this the unique helmet you mentioned? The blacksmith said seriously, look at it. Ferocious fangs, scarlet crystal goggles, and a twisted expression. Such a realistic wild boar helmet. I'm sure children on the street will cry when they see it. Baristan lowered his head and looked at the breastplate. To his surprise, he found that it was heavy and had a cold gleam on its surface. It should be a high-grade product made with the best iron and the best quenching techniques. He could not help but ask in surprise, who ordered this? The quality is good. The price must be high. But I don't remember any wild boar nobles near the old town. Hey old man, you have a good eye. The blacksmith looked at him in confusion but found that he had no recollection of it. This armor is called King's Howl. You know how King Robert died, right? After drinking Cersei's spiked wine, he was dizzy and his little Gigi was crushed by a wild boar. You're brave. Chapter 234. Under the sunlight, 4 or 5 gray-robed apprentices from the City of Knowledge were frolicking on the wide grass field in front of the hotel. A young man with thick arms and deformed legs jumped and spun in a circle. Then, he threw out his arm abruptly, and the green shriveled apple in his hand flew down the honey wine river at a high speed with a whooshing sound. At the same time, Larissa quickly pulled out an arrow from the ground in front of her and knocked it on her bow. In the blink of an eye, the large golden wooden arrow that was almost a meter long whistled through the air like a shooting star. At the highest point of the apple's trajectory, a crisp sound was heard. The apple split into 2 pieces, but the arrow didn't slow down. It flew another 40 or 50 meters before landing. Bullseye. Good. The apprentices applauded and cheered. Again, Larissa said excitedly. You've been practicing all morning. Aren't you tired? Pater, who was sitting on the grass, said sullenly. I'm going to perform in front of a master in a few days. Archery is already very... Sigh, you don't understand. Larissa shook her head and urged her partner to continue throwing apples. Throw 2 apples this time, she said. Danny rubbed her nose. Girl, you're using too much force in the wrong direction. Of course, archery is useful, but it's obvious that we're not meeting in a big place. There's no space for you to practice your archery skills. Well, this good-looking black guy was the rookie fire mage I met last night through Shake Shake. Sigh, it's too boring here. I want to go to the dock and listen to the sailors tell stories about dragons. Some people say that they've seen dragons. I want to see a dragon too, even if it's just a glimpse, a fat, short, and stupid-looking young man shouted. Rooney, you were born too late. You can't see a dragon, the assistant next to him said. He looked like he was 24 or 25 years old. His nose was long and sharp like a carrot. The leather rope around his neck was strung with 4 links. They were a chain made of white iron, tin, lead, and copper. But, is that a turnip on your shoulder? The sharp-nosed young man didn't wait for Rooney to finish and patted him on the head. Have you forgotten the modern history of your country? The last dragon died during the reign of Aegon III. The lame apprentice threw out 2 apples and muttered, "Amen, you should really go to the dock. The stories of sailors have been. Morand, how stupid are you to believe seamen's words?" The sharp-nosed scholar's assistant interrupted him impatiently. "Don't say I haven't been to the wharf, for I know better than you what sort of men those sailors are. In order to attract attention, they even lied about sleeping with mermaids and staying in the stomach of sea monsters for more than 10 years. The lame apprentice argued, "Amen, the stories of individual sailors can be dismissed with a smile, but the same story told by 4 oarsmen who speak 4 different languages." Armand shook his head. "It's not the same story. The dragon of Asha, the dragon of Quills, the dragon of Meereen, the dragon of Dothraki, the dragon of freeing the slaves. The versions of the stories are different." Lame Morin stopped throwing apples and stubbornly said, "The stories are different, but they all have one thing in common. There's a dragon and a beautiful young queen." "All right, tell me who's the queen." The assistant scholar sneered. "Dany rise." Dany waved her hand to let White Knight take the armor back first. She walked over herself and greeted Pater, who looked over. Then she smiled at the sharp-nosed assistant scholar and said, "The old town school city is nothing more than this." Amen was furious, but when he met Dany's smiling purple eyes, he couldn't bring himself to curse. He could only mutter, "My lady, the city of knowledge is the most prosperous academic center in the world." There's a wealth of knowledge and wisdom here. You can't insult it. "A frog in a well," Dany said lightly. "Everyone in the world, including the King's Landing officials, knows about the dragon and the dragon queen, but the city of knowledge has always treated it as a rumor. Dragons have been extinct for a long time," Amen emphasized with a red face. "Do you know about the Allied army?" Dany asked. "Allied army? What army?" Amen was confused. "That's not right. King's Landing is considering joining the Allied army, but you don't even know what the Allied army is?" Dany was speechless. Was the city of knowledge so uninformed? Seeing that she didn't look like she was lying, a few nearby apprentices came over. Even Larissa stopped shooting. "Do you know that the Mad King's daughter is not dead?" Dany asked. "Dany Rhys Targaryen. I heard that she married the Horse King," Amen said. "Dragons are indeed extinct, but Dany Rhys hatched 3 dragon eggs 2 years ago and got 3 dragons." The assistant scholar shook his head. "Impossible. Since the extinction of dragons, the Targaryens have tried many times to hatch dragons, but they all ended miserably. That's why I said the city of knowledge has an undeserved reputation." Dany sighed. "Why do you say that, Miss Layla?" Pater asked curiously. "Because no one in the city of knowledge noticed the change in the mana tide. In fact, many mages in the world knew about the birth of dragons before they appeared." Everyone else was confused. Only Larissa's heart skipped a beat. "What is the mana tide? Do you know about magic?" "Magic is just a trick," the sharp-nosed assistant scholar said immediately. Dany looked at him strangely and asked, "What did the city of knowledge teach you?" "Valeglia only existed 400 years ago. Even if you don't know about Valeglia, you should know about Valeglia's way, right? Can that thing be created without magic?" "Well," the assistant scholar was speechless. Dany continued the previous topic. "Dragons determine the upper limit of the world's strength. For example, in a room with a 3-meter-high ceiling, you can only jump 3 meters high. When a dragon appears, the ceiling of the world rises to 10 meters or even 100 meters. Those who have been jumping high immediately know that dragons exist in the world." "Do you understand now? Occult professionals are people who jump high." Larissa understood. "But the city of knowledge also has professors who have mastered occultism. I saw the Valeglia steel chain on their necklaces," the lame apprentice said, puzzled. Dany shrugged. "So, I think the scholars of the city of knowledge don't live up to their name. This is a common thing in the continent of Ursos. Everyone with a little bit of status knows about it." "Miss, we don't understand what you're talking about. Please be kind and tell us about the story of the dragon and the dragon queen," the silly Rooney shouted. "Okay, Dany Lilith hatched 3 dragons near the Dothraki Sea. After that, she was invited to Queers, burned the Wizard's Hall of Immortality, and ferried to Astapor in Slaver's Bay. She conquered the city and freed the slaves. Half a year later she conquered Yuankai and Mirin and restored all the slaves to freedom. She became the Queen of Slavers Bay. But the world's maritime trade is mostly supported by the slave trade. The Dragon Queen's actions made Quirs, Volantis, Reese, Tarosai, Jadesi, and the slavers unite to form the largest army in 1,000 years. I heard that even the Westeros received the invitation, and the King's Landing did not refuse. She concluded. Look how big of an event is this. 80% of the world's people know about it, but the City of Knowledge is not even sure if there are dragons. Even the stubborn Oman had to believe it. This was too big a matter and lies could be easily exposed. I have to tell the professors, he said nervously. Don't go. Larissa pulled his sleeve and said solemnly, pretend you don't know anything just like those scholars and professors. You. The sharp-nosed Oman was puzzled at first, then shocked. He said in disbelief, the scholars swore not to participate in the power. As soon as he finished, he sighed dejectedly, as if all the bones in his body had been sucked out. He sat on the grass, hugging his shoulders and looked confused. If even the sailors knew about it, the scholars and professors must have known about it, but they, looking at the group of fearful, contemplative and confused apprentices, Dany fell into deep thought. What was going on in the City of Knowledge? Even if they went against their oath and chose to take sides in the power struggle, Dany could understand. After all, the City of Knowledge was in the Old Town. But deliberately hiding or even erasing the existence of the Dragon Queen, this was a little too impulsive. It was hard to understand. It seemed that the situation in the Westeros was far more complicated than she had imagined. What a small country made up of 3 failed races. The struggle for power was so intense and complicated that it was even more intense than the 9 city-states of Ursos and the cities of Quirs and Jadesi combined. You want my daughter? Sure, the price is clearly marked, 1 gold royal. A woman's laughter came from the window on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Then the man cursed loudly that the price was too expensive. The woman retorted that her daughter Rosie was the most beautiful and pure hostess in the hotel. Not a single gold royal, not a single copper coin less. Then there was the sound of heavy breathing. In broad daylight, the adulterous couple actually... No, Rosie. Dany could not help but look at the stupid apprentice Pater. His girlfriend with cute dimples, wasn't she called Rosie? Sensing Dany's gaze, Pater's face turned red, then white. He muttered, that's Rosie's mother, Emma? Although she's the oldest among the hostesses, her body is enchanting, a lot. Dany did not want to know about a middle-aged woman's business, so she interrupted him and asked, what's the deal with 1 gold royal? This. Pater's face was conflicted, and he did not know what to say. The short fatty beside him, Rooney, did not have so many scruples. He shouted, ever since Rosie's first period came, Emma has been promoting her daughter to everyone. It's worth 1 gold royal's first night. Pater is saving money. Was this the ugliness of human nature, the distortion of morality? Or was it helplessness under the cruel fate? The window on the 3rd floor was not closed, and the sound became louder and more rhythmic. The apprentices were a little restless, and Dany could not stay any longer. She waved at Pater and walked towards the hotel lobby. You're saving money? But even if you have 1 gold royal, what can you do? I think you really like her. Dany asked. I want to elope with Rosie, but I'm scared. Right now, I just want to save up enough gold royals so that Emma won't sell Rosie. For some reason, Pater told the secret in his heart to a female knight whom he had just met twice. Even his friends didn't know about his plan. Maybe it was because her eyes were full of sincere sympathy? Chapter 235. Dany pulled Pate to an empty table in the corner and asked, you don't want to be a scholar anymore? Of course I want to. A scholar can ride a big horse given by the Lord and proudly walk in front of the people in the marketplace. This is the best thing I've ever experienced in my dreams. But I'm too stupid and I haven't been able to make a chain link in 5 years. Pate said sadly. He was very realistic and knew his own limits. The class rigidity in this world was too serious, and there was almost no way for the people at the bottom to rise. A scholar was equivalent to a super low-level version of the imperial examination. A scholar could indeed be a level higher than ordinary people, but they were only one of the Lord's aides, and their treatment was hundreds of streets worse than that of a Jinsher. But to become a scholar of a noble family was far more difficult than becoming a Jinsher. Not to mention, which was more profound in academics, The Jianghu round was held every 3 years, and a group of people could always be selected each time. There were only 200 or 300 Westeros lords who were qualified to raise scholars, real counts and above, and scholars would work for a lifetime. What was even harsher was that scholars didn't pay attention to 30 years old Ming Jing, 50 years old Jianghu. Under normal circumstances, the lord would choose a young and promising scholar to be a substitute before their old scholar died. Like Pate, even if he worked hard and finally became a true scholar at the age of 40, there was a 90% chance that no one would want him, and he would have to waste the rest of his life in the City of Knowledge, just like the countless gray-robed scholars in the City of Knowledge who had no employers. Not to mention the competition for scholars who were born as second sons of nobles, it was too fierce. Dany asked again, "How much money do you have now?" 9 silver deer, 40 copper star coins, 200 copper coins. It was a bit miserable. 1 gold royal was equal to 210 silver deer, 1 silver deer was equal to 7 bronze stars, and 1 bronze star was equal to 16 copper coins. Well, the currency of Westeros was very complicated. Just the copper coins were divided into copper star, copper wheat, half copper wheat, copper cent and copper coins. There were 5 types in total from high to low, and they were exchanged in binary. For example, 1 copper star equals 2 copper wheat. Do you think this was for easy change? No, very few people could change between currencies of different metals. The exchange ratio between different currencies was too complicated. Not to mention those illiterate farmers and mercenaries, even many peddlers couldn't do it. Without an abacus or a calculator, they often found the wrong money. Dany's personal experience was that she bought the same thing with a silver deer twice, but the amount of copper coins the shop owner brought back was not the same. Previously, Dany did not understand why the people of this world made the currency so complicated. After becoming the queen and receiving tens of millions of gold royals from Slave Bay, Dany gradually understood. In short, the distribution of wealth in society was extremely uneven. For example, the Westeros had a history of more than 10,000 years. Casterly Rock City had been mining gold for thousands of years. Based on Lannister's shrewdness, he would definitely get more in than out, thus accumulating an uncountable amount of gold. Everything else aside, Tywin had lent Robert at least 3 million gold royals, which was solid cash. The entire western region had a population of less than 1 million, so on average, a beggar in the port of Lannister would have at least 3 gold royals. But we all know how ridiculous the average GDP is. More than half of the people are actually dragging the country down. The gap between the rich and poor in Westeros was so big that it was almost, alas, it was difficult to compare. But look at the miserable young man Pater. His status was actually higher than 90% of the people in the country, but under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Pater to save enough gold royals for himself in his lifetime. Even if he was lucky, his lower body would be smooth sailing, and there would be no disease or disaster. But according to his speed of saving money, by the time he had enough gold royals, Rosie would have already become his mother. It could be said that the highest grade of currency, gold royals, was almost meaningless to him. Gold royals were meaningless to ordinary people, but for the country's economy to develop normally, there must be a balanced currency system. Just like in the real world, there were currency denominations of 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. Did you see it? It was almost the same as the 5 types of copper currency in Westeros. It was almost in the form of binary. I'm afraid many people have never used 2 yuan, right? If there were only copper coins, most of the people could still calculate clearly. The amount was small, and the highest grade of copper star could only be exchanged for 16 copper coins. Adding and subtracting numbers within 10 digits, there was nothing wrong with the peddler's brain. But with silver coins, especially the terrifying gold royals, the terrifying astronomical number could almost make people who counted with their fingers collapse. 1 gold royal equals 23,520 copper coins. If Dany used gold royals to buy 2 copper coins of sausages on the street, how would the peddler give the change? Count the copper coins? When you count the 23,518 copper coins, not to mention whether you can count it or not, the time you wait for the change is enough for Dany to finish 100 sausages, if she can eat it. You can only use mixed currency to give the change, and then it involves a complicated calculation process. Now, how many silver deers do I have? How many copper stars? How many? Damn it, if I can calculate the accurate answer quickly, I would have gone to the City of Learning to make a gold necklace, representing arithmetic. Why would I sell sausages on the street? That peddler would definitely think so. In fact, it was very simple to solve this complicated currency problem. Beat the rich and get rid of Lannister, Jianghu Dragon Queen, and other rich people who crazily hoarded gold coins so that gold coins could be used as a real currency. When there were more gold coins on the market, the exchange rate with silver coins would naturally decrease. According to the huge amount of gold reserves in this world and the extremely small population, it was completely possible to create a simple and direct currency system like 1 gold royal equals 10 silver deers equals 100 copper coins. But it was still the same old saying, the gap between the rich and the poor in the world of ice and fire was too terrifying. If the nobles did not buy luxury goods, the economy and food crops in the territory would be enough for them to live a carefree life. In other words, the stingy lord only had income in his life and no expenses. Even if he only saved 10 gold royals a year, in Westeros, if your family did not have a history of more than 1,000 years, you would be laughed at as a local rich man. The premise was that you had a lot of money. Like Littlefinger, who was poor and had a shallow background, the nobles would never laugh at him because they did not treat him as a companion at all. For example, if someone was splashed with a bottle of mineral water at a speech conference, Big Horse and Little Horse would definitely make fun of him in private. But if someone was pushed into the river, would Big Horse and Little Horse pay attention to him? Obviously not. Even if they laughed at him, it would only happen in the circle of people of the same status. Back to the main topic, a small family with 1,000 years of history could save 10 gold royals a year, and even if the entire noble circle was included, the newly mined gold would not be enough for them. Therefore, the social classes below the nobles and big merchants had almost no gold royals to use. Gold royals were rare and their value naturally increased. Normally, this was the time for the country to intervene. But the nobles were equal to the country, and the nobles owned all the gold royals. If the gold royals appreciated, the nobles would become rich, and if the nobles became rich, the country would become rich. Such a country would only work hard to promote the appreciation of the gold royals, and make the exchange rate of metal currencies more and more unbalanced. In the end, the common people were oppressed to the baseline of barely being able to eat and wear, only in summer. Even if the nobles were drunk, they would still be rich. With money they would have power, and with power they would be able to maintain their rule for 10,000 years. How unfettered. This was why Tywin could easily spend 1,000,000 gold royals to buy a sword, and why Pate could not keep his girlfriend's chastity after working hard all his life. Dany pondered and asked, if you eloped with Rosie, would you have the ability to support your own small family in the future? Pate said, I studied astronomy for the first 2 years of my life. I did not pass the doctor's examination, but I also know some basic stargazing and calculating the changes of the seasons. Maybe I can help the nobles manage the village. Dany nodded. In this world where the 4 seasons were unknown, with Pate's ability to distinguish the time of sowing, he was more than qualified to be the village chief. Pate continued, after failing, I realized that I was a little stupid, and it was a little difficult to become a bachelor, so I chose a more applicable subject. Well, I put more effort into Dr. Ambrose's lectures. 3 years later, I still did not get the silver chain. Silver represents medicine, but I know how to set bones and how to use leeches to reduce fever. It's also not bad to be a wandering country doctor. Not bad, not bad. Dany nodded and praised. Although leeching blood was a bit of a joke, in this technologically backward world, leech therapy was one of the most mainstream branches of medicine. No matter what illness you had, you could let the leeches suck 2 mouthfuls and maybe you would be fine. Anyway, there were no major side effects. Because of this, the leech industry in this world was very prosperous. Instead of working hard in the fields for a day, it was better to go to the river and catch a few fat leeches to make money. Well, the scholars bought an unlimited amount of leeches. Getting Dany's praise, the poor student Pate was also very excited. He continued, after failing the medical examination, I also took a hairdresser's course. Soon I will be able to help people cut hair and shave. I can also support Rosie as a hairdresser in the city. Very good, very good. Dany appreciated this kid more and more. Although his studies were a bit bad, he was not stupid. He had mastered several skills to support his family. He could be a hairdresser in the city, he could wander around as a barefoot doctor, and he could also go back to his hometown to be a small village chief. It seemed that the city of knowledge was not completely useless. Dany thought for a moment, stared at his brown eyes and said seriously, a gold royal and a copper coin are no different to me, but I will never pay for a whoremonger. If one morning I hear that you eloped with Rosie, I will immediately help you pay for the colored gold that will satisfy Emma. Then you and your little girlfriend will be completely free. How about it? Thank you, Miss Layla. I will seriously consider it. Pate said seriously. It was very easy to give him a gold royal now, and it was nothing to Danny. But if this guy was just hot for a moment and after venting he cooled down and decided to go back to being a promising scholar's apprentice, then Danny would be disgusted to death. I'm afraid that your efforts will be in vain. The old knight appeared beside Danny like a ghost and sat in Pate's original position. Young people's passion comes and goes quickly. Before, it was just a fanatical ideal. Go back and think about it quietly for a night and you may regret it. More importantly, he has many close friends in the city of knowledge, and the bonds of friendship are not so easy to cut off. Maybe. If there is a chance to do someone a small favor that can change their life, why not? Danny shrugged and asked, what do you think of the current situation of the Seven Kingdoms? Chapter 236. I'm not sure. I don't understand the current situation. Renly, Robb, and Joffrey died one after another. Even Duke Tywin died in the latrine. Barristan furrowed his brows. I've never seen Westeros in such a chaotic state. Originally, Mace Tyrell led his troops to besiege Storm's End Keep. Just like 15 years ago, even without Stannis guarding it, he still couldn't take it down. Count Randolph Tully is a famous general. He is leading his own army to help King's Landing clean up the rebels in the Royal Domain and River Delta. 70% of River Ben's army was involved. Fortunately, Garland Tyrell brought half of his army back when he took Brightwater. Well, half of the army here wasn't half of River Ben's army outside. It was only half of House Tyrell's army. Simply put, Duke Mace led House Tyrell's army while Randolph Tully led House Tully's army. Perhaps there were other families' troops, like Roose Bolton's after Robb's division. Garland was only May's second son and not the heir of House Tyrell. If he wanted to inherit Brightwater, he could only rely on House Tyrell's army. Randolph had no obligation to help him. It's said that Stannis has left Dragonstone Island and disappeared with his pirate fleet. However, Dragonstone Island and Storm's End Keep are both strategic places where one man can hold back 10,000 men. It's hard to take them down in a short period of time. Blue Pavilion Island's fleet is besieging Dragonstone Island at Blackwater Bay and won't be able to return in a short period of time. River Bend, known as the home of knights, is actually somewhat lacking in troops. Lannister should be grateful to House Tyrell for sacrificing so much for King's Landing. However, after Tywin's death and Cersei's regent, she actually started to suppress House Tyrell's forces both openly and secretly. The old knight was puzzled and said, the latest news is that Virgin Queen Margaery has been accused of adultery. The mastermind behind this is Cersei. It's because of a palace conflict. However, Grand Scholar Pycelle also admitted that he had made moon tea for Queen Margaery many times. The Virgin Queen who loves moon tea? How ironic. In modern society, in order to regulate the hormones in their bodies, even if they did not hold hands, they might take a small amount of contraceptive pills. However, the moon tea did not have any additional effects. Cersei might have slandered Little Rose, but Margaery was not someone to be trifled with. Her husband, Tommen, was only 9 years old. He might not be able to hold on much longer. Since his daughter has been locked up in the Great Cathedral, Duke Mace naturally has no intention of besieging the Wind's End Fortress. He's currently on his way back to the capital. The Wind's End Fortress. The old man sighed. That's why the Lords of the Stormlands all ran to the old town to participate in the tournament. They don't want to take on the task of besieging the Wind's End Fortress. After all, Theon Bera has been their lord for 300 years. The King's Landing's court and palace infighting are intense. I don't know how it will end and Stannis is missing. Sigh, it's so complicated. The old knight sighed. What's the situation in the north? I intend to send Blackie back to deliver a letter to Sir Jorah, Danny said. The north is also very. The White Knight's old face scrunched up. I didn't expect your prophecy to come true. Not only did Fry violate the tradition of the guest's rights, he even sewed the direwolf's head onto Robb Stark's neck. It's almost exactly the same as the prophecy. What's wrong with the Westeros? Do they still have justice, conscience, and honor? As the old knight spoke, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. He was unfamiliar with this untrustworthy and unjust country. I've only left for 2 years. How did it become so rotten? The old man thought bitterly. Where did that Jordan Snow go? Half a year's time is enough for him to return to the Westeros, Dany asked. I'm not sure. Why don't I ask around at the docks in the afternoon? His ship is called Ginkgo, right? No, it's Ginkgo Maiden. After the two of them had lunch, Dany practiced her fire control in front of the fireplace. She would have to pretend to be a boss in a few days, and the shriveled ball of fire was not something she could bring out. The old knight put on his cloak and wandered around the city of learning, the hotel, the streets, the docks, and other places with practiced ease. At night he brought good news to Dany. No, to Mormont. His family was not completely wiped out. In the blood wedding that took place in River Rapture City, Robb's side lost more than 4,000 elite cavalry, almost draining the blood of the people in the north. However, the Mormont family did not lose many people. The reason was a little awkward. Mormont's Bear Island was too poor, and there were few soldiers and few generals. Unlike the other counts who had a large group of knights and squires following them, Melji only brought her eldest daughter, Daisy, a female knight. She also had very few soldiers under her, 400 to 500 fishermen with harpoons. Melji was Cora's aunt. After Cora chose to be exiled, Old Mormont took over the position of the Count of Bear Island. Daisy is Count Melji's eldest daughter and also the heir of Bear Island. She plays the role of Eid's personal guard exactly the same as Cora did for Eid Stark back then. Stark trusted Stark very much, the old knight emphasized. Stark was also very loyal and Stark trusted him very much, but what happened in the end? Dany smiled coldly. Old Stark wanted to cut down Mormont, and young Stark directly cut down Stark. All the people he killed were great loyal vassals. On the other hand, Bolton, who repeatedly rebelled against Stark, has always been living well. White Knight disagreed with Dany's mockery and said solemnly, Stark is not wrong. They all did it to prevent their honor from being tarnished. Dany did not refute. It was clear that the old knight, who had always valued honor above all else, was the same type of person as Eid and Robb. He had the same mindset. She asked, so, only 2 people from the Mormont family died? I remember that he had a total of 5 cousins and there are still 4 left. No, Count Melji is not dead. At that time, Winterfell was attacked by the chameleon Theon. Do you know Theon Greyjoy? Balon's 3rd son, and now his only son. I know. 10 years ago, when Balon rebelled, Robert and I joined forces again and beat him until he knelt down and called him father. In that battle, Cora Mormont was knighted for his contributions, and then he met his little enemy Linus. In that battle, Balon's eldest and 2nd sons died in battle, leaving only the 3rd son, Theon, who was adopted by Eid as his son. In essence, he was a hostage. Eid and Robert had also been adopted, but Theon was completely different from Eid to Jon Arryn and Eid to Jon Arryn. Duke Arryn truly treated his 2 adopted sons as his own, and gave them sincere and complete fatherly love. For them, old Arryn was willing to be Littlefinger's savior, and even raised an army to rebel against the king. Eid was an upright and good man, this was true. He also wanted to learn from his adoptive father and treat Theon as his own son. But reality did not allow this. Neither Theon nor Eid could do this. Eid had the possibility of killing his adopted son at any moment. As long as Balon rebelled again, he would immediately cut off Theon's head. Eid knew this, and similarly the already 10-year-old Theon also knew this. Eid Stark was used to personally carrying out executions, using the clan sword, Ice, to cut off the heads of the condemned prisoners. Every time he cut off a head, he would let Theon watch from the side. It wasn't that Eid was abnormal, Theon was also his attendant, and had to follow him, and learn from him at all times. That scene. One could completely imagine how great the shadow in Theon's heart was at that time. This created a deformed father-son relationship between the two. Eid had fatherly love for Theon, true love. And Theon, who had always lacked fatherly love on Tywin Island, also felt his adoptive father's feelings for him. On one hand he was afraid of him, on the other hand he loved him. He had always wanted to be like Robb and Jon, to become a true Stark. It was already good enough that Theon did not become abnormal. All his subsequent actions, all his tragedies, all stemmed from this. Tywin occupied Carlin Bay, so before the bloody wedding, Robb arranged for Countess Magie to go to Neck Marsh to look for Greywater Watch. Greywater Watch? Neck Marsh is a large marsh that stretches for almost 1,000 miles. A group of short ancestors lived there. Their leader was the Lyde family, the vassals of the King of the North. Greywater Watch was built on a floating island in the marsh. It was the fortress of the Lyde family. Since ancient times, no enemy had ever found the island, because it was alive and always moving. The old knight explained. That means the Mormont family only lost one heir? Yes, Countess Meiji must be in Greywater Watch right now. Taimin still occupies Carlin Bay, and Roose Bolton's army is trapped in Neck Marsh Road, often attacked by the Marsh people. Your Majesty, I find that Rob is a bit like you. The old knight suddenly said strangely. No, we are not. Danny did not ask for the reason, only firmly denying it. You said I was like Liga before and now you think I'm like Rob. Those two men who broke off their engagements ended so miserably, saying I'm like them, isn't that cursing me? The old knight said seriously, I've investigated the battles Rob experienced, the Battle of Babel Forest, the attack on the camp, the Battle of Oxford. His tactical thinking was unconstrained and unconventional, exactly the same as yours. On the battlefield, the experienced Duke Tywin was almost beaten into a pulp by him. And he was very good at using the direwolf. For example, during the night attack, he first let the direwolf sneak into the livestock camp, causing the warhorses and other livestock to be terrified, and then cause great chaos. He even let the wolf bite the city guard to death during the siege. Later, the old man found a map of all the Westeros, and slowly restored the battle situation for Dany. Dany also gradually realized that the young wolf master was indeed awesome, and in some ways he was stronger than her because she had the experience of countless ancestors in Wuxia, and had a dragon that was far more buggy than the direwolf. But she also saw a fatal flaw in Robb. Robb only cares about fighting Lannister, and doesn't seem to pay much attention to Stannis, Highcourt, Dorne, or even his Aunt Lisa. He has a poor grasp of the overall situation, and lacks a brilliant politician by his side. She touched her chin and commented regretfully. In fact, Dany misunderstood. It was not that Robb did not pay attention, he was just mentally and physically exhausted by the series of events, and gave the task of uniting external forces to his mother Catelyn. There was no doubt that Catelyn was a qualified and great mother, but her political talent was the same as her husband Ide, which was almost zero. That night, Blackie took off from the mountain where he had stayed for a day. This time he would not land midway, as Dany wanted to test the dragon's flight limit. The next morning, Dany brought the armor that had been reprocessed and moved out of the city with Barristan. Yes, she signed up for the tournament as a mysterious knight, and would be living in a big tent for the next few days. Chapter 237. It was not necessary to stay in a tent to participate in the tournament. In fact, Dany would go back to the city to sleep at night, but the ground outside the city was spacious, so she could practice her riding skills and martial arts. Although Dany had practiced spear competitions before, it was her first time participating in actual combat. She was prepared to practice with the old knight. There were 2 days before the competition officially began. She did not expect to improve her skills, but at least she could be more familiar with the atmosphere of the spear competition. Starting from the base of the city wall along the Honeywine River for half a kilometer to the north, she could see hundreds of gorgeous blue, white, beige, yellow, and red tents. There was a fence around the camp, which belonged to the nobles. The knights wore shining armor, rode tall horses with gold and silver decorations, and held the family flag in their hands. They galloped around the camp shouting. In the area further away there were scattered tents. There were no fences, no trenches, and no plans. They were scattered messily on the open space by the river. One of the tents made of green canvas belonged to Dany. She was not the only one who practiced riding and spear skills. Her armor was roasted in the bonfire, so it was dull and mottled. It was not eye-catching among a group of mercenaries. During the 2 days she practiced her spear skills, carpenters built a huge wooden grandstand and arena in the wheat-harvested field by the Rose Avenue. The main grandstand on both sides of the slender arena track was at least 15 meters high and had 5 floors. Of course, not all knights were qualified to participate in the competition in the main arena. The number of riders who came to participate in the tournament was small, only about 2,500 contestants. When Dany was surprised by the large number of contestants, the old knight told her that he had participated in at least 20 tournaments in his life, and the scale of this tournament was only below average. Dany was shocked. You are only 64 years old and you have participated in more than 20 tournaments. How frequent is that? Haha, if we really count, just in the 14 years of King Robert's reign, there have been more than 20 martial arts tournaments. But as a Kingsguard I have to protect the king, especially King Aerys. He is different from Robert and does not like to watch the tournament. The people of the 7 kingdoms like the tournament so much. Danny was a little surprised. Other than the tournament, what else can the nobles do? Baristan said disapprovingly. Last time, when I became Prime Minister, he held a Prime Minister's tournament. 4 months ago, on the naming day of Prince Joffrey's 12th birthday, King Robert had just held a tournament. In King's Landing alone, it was held twice a year. If other lords have extra money and want to celebrate their children's birthdays, they can also hold a tournament. In fact, King's Landing held 3 tournaments that year: Joffrey's naming day, the Prime Minister's inauguration, and Joffrey's own coronation. How many times have you won the martial arts tournament? Danny asked again. 5 or 6 times. Other than strength and skill, luck is also very important. On the 3rd day after Danny came to the old town, Dahe flew for 2 nights and 1 day in a gliding mode at 200 kilometers per hour, covering nearly 8,000 kilometers and returning to Astapor. In the form of a dragon spirit, Dahe used its claws to write about 1,000 words on the ground, roughly describing Danny's actions in the past week, ignoring the part about Linny's. It also told Yura a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that the Mormont family did not suffer much in the bloody wedding, but the bad news: your father, Commander Jiro, died outside the Great Wall. The Night Watchers violated the guests' rights and killed Ghost Father Cast who served them. Old Mormont was killed by his sworn brother in the process of stopping them. The Night Watchers swore to give up their previous identity and status, and only recognize them as brothers for the rest of their lives. It had to be said that when a kingdom was about to fall, there would definitely be demons. Other than the great demons, that could be seen with the naked eye like the deviant ghosts, the demons of human nature were even more terrifying. Mormont could not help but wail when he heard about his father's tragic death. He cried and confessed, "I'm sorry, father, I've disgraced the honor of the Mormont family." Danny looked at him crying with Dahe's eyes and felt sad. No matter which world it was a very sad thing for a child to want to take care of his parents but not to wait for him. She even had the urge to let Dahe carry him home to attend the funeral, but on second thought, old Mormont died in Cast Castle. That place was most likely occupied by the deviant ghosts, and Father Yura was most likely a corpse ghost. How could they attend the funeral? Just as she was thinking, Danny noticed something else. The sky was dark in Astapor and it was noon in the old town. Therefore, she decided to take this opportunity to calculate the distance represented by the time difference every hour, and also estimate the diameter of the planet. But just as she finished calculating, she thought awkwardly, the old town is not the same dimension as Astapor, it might not even be on the equator, this error is a bit big. It would be great if I could perfectly understand the magnetic field coordinates in Dahe's senses, but it's a pity that it's more difficult to understand than magic. Just as this thought came to her mind, Danny's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly an exciting thought came to her. Magic, can I teach Dahe black magic? For the first time she entered Dahe's sea of consciousness in the form of a dragon spirit, dismantled the meditation runes one by one, and taught Dahe step by step so that it could learn. Although Dahe did not understand what she meant, it obediently learned. As a result, it could not even condense the most basic runes in the sea of consciousness. Why are you so stupid? After teaching for more than an hour, Dahe could not even condense the first rune. Danny, who had always been very patient with the 4 dragons, could not help but lose her temper at the excellent student. Dahe sent a thought, I feel wronged, I did what you said but it just did not succeed. Could it be that IQ is also a threshold for learning magic? Danny pondered. There was no doubt that the dragons in this world were very smart, but their intelligence was relative to other mentally retarded animals. Compared to humans, the Megalosaurus intelligence was like that of a child. When it was just born, under the guidance of Danny, Dahe's intelligence improved very quickly, far surpassing that of its 2 brothers. But a year later, no matter how much spiritual power Danny gave it, it encountered a bottleneck, and the speed of its intelligence improvement was extremely slow, almost stagnant. There were many conditions to obtain the inheritance of a great wizard, such as being born in a family with 14 fire peaks, the talent of the dragon spirit, and maybe wisdom was one of them. It was reasonable for a fool to be a knight, and a smart person to be a wizard. Dahe was too stupid to become a magic dragon. No, there is another way. Danny was about to give up the idea of teaching Dahe magic, ended the dragon spirit, and went out of the tent to practice riding and suddenly thought of something. Her dragon spirit had 2 states. When a human entered the spirit ocean of the dragon, It transmitted its own instructions and received the sensory information of the Megalosaurus. When the dragon entered the human spirit ocean, it was alert of the danger around it, and at the same time, it could receive the human sensory information. If I let Dahei's spiritual power enter my spirit ocean, or even my meditation vortex, what will happen? For some reason, when Danny entered Dahei's spirit ocean, she would not bring her meditation vortex with her. But when Dahei entered her spirit ocean, her meditation vortex was unreservedly shown to Dahei. After hesitating for a moment, Danny let Dahei enter the vortex. In the spiritual space, the meditation rune materialized into a huge 9-colored vortex that penetrated the sky and the earth, and Dahei's spiritual power materialized into a huge black dragon that was 100 meters long. The moment the black dragon approached the edge of the vortex, Danny's mind suddenly shook, and the vortex spun faster and faster, almost turning into a white ball of light, like a ball of yarn wrapped by white light. From the moment the wings touched the vortex, Dahei's body was crushed little by little, turned into wisps of black smoke, and merged into the white ball of light. Hiss! There was no pain in the cry, only confusion and panic, and he struggled to get out of the vortex. But Danny was quick-witted and immediately stopped him. Don't be afraid, Dahei, our souls are merged, the ball of light will never hurt you. Hearing Danny's words, Dahei immediately calmed down, no longer struggling, and even cooperated with her to get closer to the ball of light. In a few moments, Dahei's body completely disappeared, and the white ball of light was also dyed light gray. But Danny suddenly became excited, because she felt Dahei's aura in the gray ball. As the wizard power was gradually consumed, the gray ball of light became bright white again in a few minutes. Slowly, the ball of light's rotation slowed down, and the white light returned to the 9-colored vortex. Pop! Like blowing bubbles, the vortex suddenly expanded and shrank, and another illusory 9-colored ball of light flew out from the big vortex. Another 9-colored vortex. Oh my god, it can be like this? Perfect replication. Danny was stunned. That illusory 9-colored vortex was obviously constructed by Dahei's spiritual power, and its rune structure and operation mode were exactly the same as hers. Without hesitation, she immediately changed into her dragon spirit state, and sent a trace of her spiritual power into Dahei's spirit sea together with the illusory vortex. Buzz buzz buzz. The magma red soul space was vibrating, and countless blood-colored threads flew in from all directions, entering the 9-colored vortex that was like the eye of a storm. Visible to the naked eye, the illusory 9-colored whirlpool began to solidify, and even began to expand. Finally, it stretched across the soul space that resembled a pool of magma, connecting the heavens and the earth. The dark red space began to become resplendent and colorful. So big. Looking at the 9-colored vortex that was like an upside-down mountain, Danny was shocked. This was Dahei's magical power. Like Danny, who did not receive the inheritance of the great wizard, Dahei had wizard power in its body, but it was all scattered in its blood and spirit sea, and the growth was slow, the utilization rate was low, and the efficiency was low. According to the comparison of Danny's wizard power before and after learning the meditation technique, Dahei's power had increased by at least 5 times with this meditation technique vortex. Moreover, the meditation technique was actively absorbing the mysterious high-energy in the universe, and the level of its magical power was also increasing. This, Dahei was going to become a demon. Squeak! Dahei also noticed its own changes and roared excitedly at the sky. Squeak! Little Green, who was sleeping on the stone wall, was awakened, and roared back unhappily. TSK TSK. Dahei stared, and a strange light flashed in its blood-colored vertical pupils. Boom! It stuck out its neck, and 2 bright red fire snakes that were 4 to 5 meters long came out of its nostrils. Squeak! Little Green was so scared that it turned over, and half of its body rolled down the stone steps. Ah! Yora Mormont woke up from his mournful thoughts and quickly got up and shouted, "Don't fight, don't fight!" Squeak! Little Gold, who was originally hiding in the corner, blinked its golden eyes, and shrank further inside. "Oh, Dahei, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your nose can shoot fire now?" Yora reacted and exclaimed. Chapter 238. Under the morning sun, the top of the 5-story wooden platform was imprinted with a layer of warm red light. The flag of the White Tower and the flag of the Golden Rose on a green background stood side by side, fluttering happily in the warm morning breeze. The elegant Sir Baylor Hyder left his seat and came to the railing of the platform. He smiled and gestured with his hands. When the audience and riders below quieted down, he announced loudly, "In the name of my father, the old man of the old town, Leighton Hyder, the Honey Wine River Tournament officially begins." Wow! The audience, whether they were standing at the side of the arena or sitting on the wooden platform, all stood up and applauded. Bang 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 bang. In the middle of the two wooden stands, the contestants crowded together also hit their shields on horseback. Danny, who was at the side, actually did not hear anything. She only saw the others howling and hitting their shields with their swords. She also took down the oak shield hanging on her saddle, placed it in front of her, and hit it with her iron gloves. "What are they doing?" she asked the old knight beside her. The White Knight did not sign up for the tournament, but as the mysterious knight's attendant, he had to stay by Danny's side at all times. If Danny was alone, it would be difficult for her to even get up and down the horse. After all, the shields and spears used in the spear tournament were not small. Someone had to hand them to the contestants. Also, if an accident happened and they were knocked off their horses, an attendant would have to help remove their armor and rescue them. That is Sir Hyder, known as Laughing Baylor. As the heir of the old town, he is hosting the tournament on behalf of his father. Without a doubt, the name of the eldest son of the Earl's family came from the blessed Baylor. In the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, this was almost an act of suicide. Not to mention having the same name as the Emperor, even the words in the Emperor's name could not be repeated. But in this other world, giving a child the same name as the Lord became a means to curry favor with the king. Even if one did not want to curry favor with the king, using the name of the great king was also a blessing for one's child. For example, the male lead in Game of Thrones, Jon Snow, was named after Ed Stark's foster father, Jon Arryn. Jon Arryn's son, Theon Arryn, came from Robert Byra. As a matter of fact, let alone Baylor, the old man of Old Town, Count Raiden, had a daughter named Dany. Why didn't his father show up? Danny asked again. In recent years, Lord Laydon and his eldest daughter, Maroya, have been staying in the Towering Tower to study magic. Study magic? How many years has it been? Could it be that because of what happened to his youngest daughter, Linus, he felt too ashamed to meet people and found an excuse to hide at home and not go out? Danny suspected. No, not long after Lady Linus married Mormont, he began to shut himself in and studied the mysterious scrolls from Asha and Valeglia on the top floor of the Towering Tower. The old knight shook his head. So early? The magic wave hadn't even come back then. It was still the end of the magic era. Danny became more suspicious. No one knows a daughter better than a father. He must know his youngest daughter's temperament very well. The economic situation of Bear Island is no secret either. He probably knew that the couple wouldn't have a good ending, so he hid in advance. Although this made sense, the old knight still wanted to refute it. Count Leiden's eldest daughter, crazy woman Maroya, has never married in her entire life and studied magic in the Towering Tower. What do you mean? Maybe there was a breakthrough in her research and the Count's attention was drawn to it? You said it yourself. Miss Hathar is nicknamed Crazy Woman. Crazy Woman? Danny suddenly paused. She thought of Marvin. In the past 2 days she had asked around about Marvin. As one of the few professors in the City of Knowledge, it was easy to find out about him. In his early years, Marvin had studied magic and occultism. After obtaining the Valeglia steel chain, he had gone to the distant east to study abroad for 8 years. He had drawn maps, searched for lost books, visited wizards and shadow binders, and even learned the meditation techniques of the moon singers. But when he returned to the old town, the scholars laughed at him. There was even a professor nicknamed Vinegar, who gave him a humiliating nickname, Magician Marvin. In the City of Knowledge, which denied magic and advocated science, being called a magician was an insult. It was like a master of physics who had won the Nobel Bell Prize, but his colleagues called him a metaphysician. Maybe Crazy Woman Maroya was also one of those people who had been slandered and misunderstood? So, the magic materials she had studied for decades might be real? The Towering Tower seems to be a tower too. There's almost no defense on the top floor, she said to the old knight tentatively. The old knight's face twisted as he struggled to squeeze out a sentence. The City of Knowledge that records the history of the 7 kingdoms is right next to us. If we really do it, we'll definitely go down in history and infamy. Whoa. Just as Danny was about to say, I rule the spring and autumn and we're all saints. The crowd in front of her suddenly burst into cheers that were louder and more passionate than before. What's going on? She stood on the saddle and tried to look ahead. She didn't know when, but there was a curly-haired girl around 12 or 13 years old next to Laughter Baylor. She was a little far away so she couldn't see her face clearly. She was wearing a pure white dress embroidered with golden lace, and her long brown hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Baylor was smiling as she placed a golden rose wreath on her head. Lelia, Lelia, Lelia. Someone in the crowd shouted, and then the others followed suit. The scene was like a pot of hot pot soup heated by a 3,000-watt induction cooker. White Knight sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "7 gods above, the crown of love and beauty. That little girl named Lelia is Baylor's daughter?" "Yes, Laughter Baylor is about the same age as Prince Liga. His daughter should be about the same age. She's probably going to have her first period and can get married. Maybe Sir Baylor wants to pick a husband for her." After putting the wreath on her daughter, Laughter Baylor waved her arms and said something. Immediately, 4 knights in gorgeous armor stepped out of the crowd and knelt down on one knee below Lelia. She was probably swearing that she would protect her crown and fight for her honor. Baylor also knelt beside her daughter, kissed the back of her hand, and vowed to protect her daughter's crown. Seeing this scene, the crowd below cheered even louder. Although the martial arts tournament was often held, the Queen of Love and Beauty was not always there. Most of the matches were one-on-one turn-based. The loser would be eliminated, and the winner would advance to the next round. The winner of the last round would be declared the champion. There was also a competition mode. The organizer of the tournament would let his daughter be the Queen of Love and Beauty. 5 powerful guardian knights would swear to fight for her honor. After the elimination round, the other winners could challenge one of them. If the guardian knights could also advance, they could take their place after winning. The final winner could choose the original woman to be the queen, or they could choose another. For example, in the Prime Minister's tournament, held at the beginning of the story, there was no Queen of Love and Beauty. Well, although the Knight of Flowers gave Sansa a bouquet of roses after one of his victories, Sansa was not the Queen of Love and Beauty that year. Loras himself was not the Queen of Love and Beauty. Every time he won, he would give a beauty a flower. First, the organizer, King Robert, did not elect a Queen of Love and Beauty at all. He did have a daughter, but Princess Marcella was too young to marry. The main purpose of the tournament was to welcome good friends, not to show off his daughter. Secondly, the Knight of Flowers gave Sansa a rose, not a crown. At the time, he had only won one of the matches and the finals had not even begun. In the end, only the champion had the right to choose the Queen of Love and Beauty. The champion of that year was the Hound. Of course, it could also be said that Sansa was the Queen of Love and Beauty without a crown, because the Hound only expressed his masculine urges to her. Sigh, the Hyder family is really full of talents. Lelia's crown will most likely be kept. Her 5 guardian knights, her father, 2 uncles and 2 cousins are all powerful true knights. Normal lords would never dare to hold a Queen's Crown tournament. It would be too embarrassing if the 5 guardians were all defeated before the finals, the White Knight said with a complicated expression. After the 5 guardian knights were chosen, Dany and the rest of the contestants in the arena began to disperse. This was the main arena. During the auditions, only famous noble knights had the right to show their might in front of others. Wild knights, hired riders, and mysterious knights like Dany had to go to the desolate arena nearby to fight. With 2,500 contestants, the first round alone would take more than 1,000 battles, and each battle would take at least half an hour. So, along the banks of the Honeywine River, there were 100 arenas. Dany received the arena number 87. After walking north for more than a mile, she saw an arena that was less than 20 meters wide. The arena was paved with soft yellow soil, sprinkled with water and drawn with lime powder 200-meter-long lines. The lines were 10 meters apart, and in the middle was a wooden fence that was 1.5 meters tall. The riders would charge at each other through the fence. Beyond the lines were the audience seats. The arena was 100 meters long and 5 meters wide. There was not even a guardrail, let alone a wooden seat. Were the organizers not afraid that the war horses would charge out of the arena and kill the audience? Sigh, they were not afraid because other than the contestants, their knight attendants, friends and family, there was no audience at all. Dany and Barristan found themselves in such a desolate patch of yellow mud. Looking around, they could see through 30 or 40 arenas that were lined up next to each other. The land on the riverbank was so flat that there was not even a high hill. They could see the bottom at a glance. The first round of the competition has begun. The MC, whose leather armor was printed with a huge white tower pattern, stood in the middle of the arena and shouted, "Shitshell Jimmy, Shitshell Jimmy, are you here?" I'm here. A sallow-faced man wearing a gray worn-out iron armor hurriedly pressed the rusty iron helmet on his head, crying out, "Ouch, ouch." Half of his head was stuffed in, and the parts below his nose were stuck outside. The middle-aged rider cried, "No, my nose is stuck. Brew, come and help me." "Bleeding?" The bearded man next to him exclaimed, "The nut is rusty and falling off, the helmet is crooked and the nose is cut by it. Profiteer, damn profiteer, I spent 80 copper coins." Shitshell Jimmy bared his yellow front teeth and, with blood dripping from his upper lip, cursed the blacksmith street vendor who had sold him the helmet. "Hey Shitshell Jimmy, can you still do it?" The MC couldn't wait any longer and shouted. "Get me a pair of pliers," the bearded man called out. The MC shook his head. "We're not responsible for that. Jimmy, you can leave." "Sigh, what bad luck. I wanted to show off my skills and maybe become the champion and put a garland on Miss Lilia's head." Jimmy mumbled and waved his hand as his companion led the horse away. Looking at the list on the parchment, the MC continued shouting, "Mystery Knight, Batman? You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.